CDK, probably know by now, it's a company that provides software for thousands of auto dealerships across the U.S. and Canada, and it expects its systems to go back online in the coming days. This is after the cyber attacks disrupted their operations. For a look at how businesses should respond to these types of attacks, let's turn to Teresa Payton, former White House Chief Information Officer, who is now CEO of cybersecurity and intelligence firm Fortalice Solutions. Fortalice is a small fort, I've learned, Teresa, in researching this. Small little structure. Did you know that? I did. Oh, she already knew. Her latest book is titled Manipulated Inside the Cyber War to Hijack Elections and Distort the Truth. Welcome. It's good to see you. You point out this might be the worst summer ever for these things. I don't know if we're getting better at dealing with it, but they're getting better at orchestrating these things, the bad guys.
You're right about that. I mean, this is definitely, if not the biggest summer, a big summer for ransomware syndicates, and they're changing their tactics. They're going after, they've gone after third-party vendors before, but they're changing their tactics of how they treat the victims, and that's what's a little bit different. And I think this is hopefully a wake-up call. Hopefully they'll have their systems back up and running here shortly. But all businesses need to be asking themselves, if they have one single point of failure, a vendor who manages a huge part of their operations, and if that vendor is out of commission for more than a day, what does that mean to your own operations? And so hopefully everybody's looking at this and saying, what do our incident response playbooks look like? And if we had a critical vendor out of commission for more than a day, what would that look like for us?
That doesn't solve how we prepare for or try to prevent something like this from happening. Are there steps companies need to take to, I guess obviously there are, because this keeps happening, but what are the key things short of just making ransomware or making ransom impossible to pay? Can you do that, or does that mean that operations will be shut down for weeks or months?
No, you bring up a great point, such a great question, and there are steps that businesses can take in advance. We don't know yet what the point of intrusion was for CDK Global, and chances are we may never get the full details because they used to be a publicly traded company, so under the SEC disclosure guidelines, they'd have to tell us. They're now a privately held company. They do have a French support lineup, so perhaps under GDPR rules, they may have to disclose more what happened. We can learn lessons from other businesses that have been impacted. So a couple of key things. One, multi-factor authentication, every chance that you can use it. So this means more than user ID and password. Two, have those incident response playbooks. Just by practicing an exercise of something like this actually highlights gaps in your security posture that you can then go back and fix. Third, be looking at things like, do we look at our logins? Do we look at anomalous behaviors? Do we have antiquated systems that are hard to patch that we need to think about sunsetting? Those are a little tougher to do. The easier things to do are looking for that multi-factor authentication, keeping all systems as up to date as possible, and training your employees. Sometimes, unfortunately, despite all the money businesses spend on cybersecurity, sometimes the employees are the last line of defense. And so teaching them how to spot very sophisticated social engineering attacks in emails, phone calls, text messages, links and attachments, that can go a long way to preventing the incident from happening to begin with.
When you think about some of the most recent notable cyber attacks, not just CDK, but also Change Healthcare, that was a major one that really crippled the healthcare industry. Are there certain sort of fingerprints that indicate a certain kind of party from a certain country, or any information about the bad actors involved?
We don't know a whole lot right now about CDK Global, but we do know that ransomware syndicates, that a lot of them come from either Eastern European countries. We do see some of the ransomware syndicates. Obviously, we've talked about Russia and China in some of the attacks in the past. North Korea and Iran, not as much with ransomware, but certainly they kind of have tipped their hand there. But some of these cyber criminal syndicates that run ransomware are not tightly affiliated with nation states or governments. They tend to set up their own businesses. They consider themselves to be entrepreneurs. They do pay for performance, and so where companies play, by the rules, and you kind of have things that you have to do and things that you have to follow. Cyber criminal syndicates will spin up. They'll get an operation going, and they'll hire pretty much anybody. They'll outsource the work. I noticed that even with CDK Global, they mentioned they were hit twice. So that sometimes is that the ransomware syndicate either didn't feel like they were getting enough attention, so they hit a second time, or because a lot of this is outsourced, right hand, left hand may not have known, oh, we've already attacked them once, we're not supposed to be doing this a second time. So we have more questions than answers right now on CDK Global, but I think what people need to take away from this, it's never been cheaper, easier, and faster to spin up your own ransomware syndicate. So these are not all going to be sophisticated nation states, they could be independent cyber criminal syndicates.
And you figure CDK is going to pay, and it could be tens of millions of dollars, and that's usually the way it's handled. It's that simple.
Well, I would like to help companies think through strategies so they're not in that terrible decision process of feeling back. It does happen, and it's unfortunate.
And the State Department, I mean, you see this with the Hive ransomware gang. I'm thinking a movie or something like this. Sounds so Cloak and Dagger. Is it sexy, Teresa? I mean, is it like grist for Hollywood? I mean, you can make hundreds of millions of dollars doing this from Eastern European locations. It all just sounds so Cloak and Daggerish. It is, isn't it? And these are criminals, are they not? Are people getting murdered that know things? And I guess anything that you can imagine is happening with these gangs.
You're spot on there. I mean, it does sound like the thing of Hollywood movies. Unfortunately, it's not fiction anymore. It's fact. And that's the challenge, is when we do pay the ransomware syndicates, you don't know what you're funding. You could be funding money laundering. You could be funding weapons, terrorist activities, weapons, human trafficking. So we would love to put businesses, what I tell businesses, if you've not reached out to your FBI office, they can help you. It doesn't cost you money. They can help you think through your ransomware strategies. When you're a victim, they can tell you how these ransomware syndicates actually treat the victims, whether or not they, quote, keep their word. Remember, we're dealing with criminals here. And, at the end of the day, I would love to see where businesses can be set up where they don't have to pay.
Oh, okay. Teresa, Peyton, thank you. Fortalus, small fort. Harvard.
Got my money's worth.
Yeah.
Up next, we'll talk to House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington about the latest deficit projections, and later Allstate CEO Tom Wilson will join Andrew live at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Squawk Box will be right back.
will.com.
The Congressional Budget Office raised this year's federal budget deficit, the estimate by $400 billion. The CBO says the 80% spike can be blamed on four sources of government spending, including student debt forgiveness and the supplemental spending package. Our next guest says the findings are more dire than expected. Joining us now, Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington. Mr. Chairman, welcome and thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning.
So you talk about a primary driver, 138 executive actions issued by President Biden, largely responsible for getting the deficit now up to almost 7% in an economy that's working and growing to some extent, at least GDP-wise. That's unheard of. But those executive actions,
Right.
What is it? Student loan, is that a major part of it? This forgiveness that we're seeing, this vote buying, whatever you want to call it.
Well, yeah. Well, leading up to this point, you've had trillions of dollars in legislative actions that were purely partisan, whether it was COVID or the Inflation Reduction Act. But the unilateral executive actions, the cost there is a total of $2 trillion, a third of which, to your point, is the student loan bailout. So we're now at the highest level of annual deficit, which has been revised upwardly by $400 billion over the last 4 months. And it's the highest level of annual deficit in the history of our country in terms of peacetime deficit. So we're on an unsustainable track, obviously. We're seeing a rapid deterioration. We have the highest level of indebtedness as a nation, that surpassing World War II levels of debt. And I think one of the big underappreciated factors is the cost to service the debt, which has tripled. I'm talking about interest on the debt, which has tripled under President Biden. $540 billion, 150% increase since he took office. And now we're spending more on interest, Joe, than we're spending on the national defense of the greatest country in the world. And it's even outpacing Medicare this year. Again, completely unsustainable.
We will talk about, because I can just tell you, Mr. Chairman, that the Democrats' heads are exploding right now because they want to talk about President Trump, former President Trump, and
Sure.
and the deficit spending that his administration did, and the perhaps even, if he were to be reelected, if the tax cuts do not expire, that will add significantly. Those aren't paid for if they don't expire. You can talk about that, but first I want to give you more raw meat to talk about. We're not even factoring in the open border, the open southern border.
That's correct.
That's not in the federal deficit. But you can't tell me that that's not a straight. I mean, we do need people to work. There's a lot of tightness in the labor market. But how much is that adding to not just federal but state and local municipalities and spending there?
Yeah, well, even if you net out any positive gains in terms of employment, we certainly have a labor shortage. I don't think the open border chaos is the solution.
Yeah.
But 150 billion is the conservative estimate, Joe. That's $9,000 per illegal immigrant in this country. By the way, that's more than we spend for military retirement benefits. That's more than we spend on the most vulnerable American in terms of health care. That's Medicaid. So it's certainly a contributing factor. But think about this: 150 billion there, 250 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government. There are programs like the Earned Income Tax Credit, for example, that are wasting 30 cents on the dollar. And this, if you add it up over the budget window, it's more than the total economic output of Russia. So there are some very easy, straightforward, nonpartisan things that we ought to be attacking to start bringing down that deficit, putting us on a more sustainable path, and not loading our children up with the weight of a debt they'll never get out from under.
Mr. Chairman, the Trump administration got hit with the pandemic. A lot of the spending, deficit spending we saw there, had to do with dealing with that. Democrats will immediately point to the Trump tax cuts and pretend that that's what added to the deficit, when in fact revenues are higher now than they were prior to the tax. So that there's a lot of revenue coming in, but there was spending that went on too. If he were to be reelected, you know some of the things he wants to do with tariffs and maybe lowering the corporate tax rate again, not allowing the tax cuts to expire. How is that going to answer our inflation problems? Yeah, I mean, you got to admit, it'd probably make them worse, would it not, if he got to do everything that he's proposed?
Well, here's the thing. You've got to have, it's a debt per GDP. The foundation, I think, to strengthen our balance sheet and our country's fiscal future is having a growing economy. I think President Trump gets high marks for that. The CRFB, the Center for Responsible Federal Budget, that did this analysis about Trump versus Biden and their contribution to debt, has a $1.9 trillion score on the Trump tax cuts. Well, they totally disregard the JCT, Joint Committee on Taxation, the Congressional Budget Office, revising it by $1 trillion because of record revenue. So we've got to grow the economy. We've got to have, and by the way, it was 1% over the last several years during the Obama administration, which is $3 trillion in savings or deficit reduction. So I think you got to start with the foundation of good economic policies. You can't attack your domestic energy. You cannot regulate and tax your job creators into the ditch. You can't make us not competitive on the global stage before tax cuts. As you know, our business tax rates were higher than any in the free and developed world. But you have to go in tandem and address the spending that's driving the debt. And nobody gets 5 gold stars or a Nobel Prize on reducing spending, not Republicans, certainly not Democrats. So you have to pair the two: growth, reducing spending, especially on mandatory programs, healthcare, welfare.
You might get Nobel Peace Prize. The bar for that is like you could definitely get. I mean,
yeah, I can these days. I think.
Talk about inflation. All right, who's the vice president? Do you know who Trump's going to pick?
I don't know. He's got a great set of.
Do you have a favorite?
I like the Governor Burgum. I like him. I like his business background. Yeah, I like his business background. I think that would be helpful. I like non-traditional politicians. I think we need more of those in Washington to sort of shake things up, and they can read a balance sheet and a financial statement, so we can start there.
I wouldn't want to be able to read it if I was going into government.
No, you don't.
I wouldn't want to look at that. Chairman Arrington, thanks.
Thank you,
to
Joe.
See you again on the show.
All right, you too. God bless.
Okay.
Coming up, we'll talk to the co-founder of a health startup with some big backers that wants to increase access to whole body lab testing. That's next.
It's just before 7 a.m. On the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Joe Kernan along with Melissa Lee. There she is. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, Joe.
Among today's top stories, the European Union accusing Microsoft of breaching its antitrust rules by packaging its Teams chat app with other business software. The regulator said Microsoft's unbundling of Teams from some of its other products is insufficient to address its concerns. Bad boy, bad people, and says more changes are needed. The EU really, they're not shy, are they, about our great companies that, right, smacking us around?
I really hate the EU.
I do. Do you?
It's your second tirade against the EU
Second this morning.
in 1 hour.
Oh, gee, it's not like they're envious of our success in technology. Boeing is reportedly changing the terms of its offer for Spirit Aerosystems. The Wall Street Journal says Boeing is now proposing using mostly stock after burning through billions of dollars of cash due to safety issues that have plagued the company. There are reports Boeing is offering roughly $35 a share for Spirit, and that's a premium, about 6% to the close yesterday. Boeing has declined comment. And WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is on his way to enter a plea in a U.S. court that could free him and resolve the case over the site's publication of classified documents. Assange is scheduled to appear in court tomorrow in the Northern Mariana Islands, which is a U.S. Commonwealth, and conspiracy theorists go wild at what he supposedly knows and what he might say. Nice free about politicians in this country and elsewhere.
Yep.
You've seen some of those. I'm interested, is it not?
It is. I love how they keep playing the music even as you're just rambling.
They do. That's all right.
Move you along.
Is that why?
I think so.
It doesn't work.
Let's check on futures here. Pre-market, we're seeing a turnaround in shares of NVIDIA as well as a lot of the other chip stocks that have been battered over the past couple of days. So we're seeing that give a lift to the NASDAQ, indicated open up 94 points. The S&P looking to add 13, and the Dow turned it around. It's now up 13. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Melissa, Joe, we got a slate of interesting analyst calls out today for our Tuesday morning movers. We'll start with the media side of things and shares of Disney, CNBC parent company Comcast, and Fox Corp. Each of those three stocks are getting initiated with coverage by Goldman Sachs with a buy rating, citing things like Disney's strength in content and sports rights, Comcast's strength in generating free cash flow and the return of that cash to shareholders, and Fox's strength in news and sports, providing a buffer and moat against an increasingly competitive environment for entertainment. Meanwhile, Warner Brothers Discovery gets a neutral rating and Paramount gets an outright sell. So keep an eye on that media space on that Goldman initiation. Let's move to retail now. We got shares of Gap stores, which are rising to the tune of just about 3.5%, roughly 15,000 shares of pre-market trading volume. The apparel company behind its namesake brand, also Banana Republic, Old Navy, and Athleta Outlets, is getting upgraded to buy from hold over at TD Cowen. The price target goes up $2 to $30 a share. They're calling the stock one of their best ideas in the small and mid-cap area of the market, citing things like the upcoming back-to-school shopping season and likely upside to the earnings story. So those shares getting a boost, 3.5% up. And we'll end with big tech, and Melissa alluded to it, specifically NVIDIA, which is trying to find some stability after a 13% drop that we've seen over the course of the last week or so from the record highs. That move, by the way, has erased around $430 billion in market value in just under a week's time. For context, that's like losing the entire market value of MasterCard in those 4 or so trading days. Now, also new this morning, analysts at Bank of America have added NVIDIA to its best of breed list, which looks at companies they think have superior business models coupled with higher growth potential. So NVIDIA shares trying to find some stability, up 2% right now. And by the way, for more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, guys, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there, Melissa, get full access to the detail and analysis behind those stories. I'll send things back over to you and Joe.
All right, Dom, I'll take it. Thanks, Dom Chu. Today, Function, a health platform that provides more than 100 lab tests, announced the close of its $53 million Series A funding round led by Andreessen Horowitz. The funds will help expand access to comprehensive health testing technology. Notable investors include Matt Damon, Kevin Hart, and Blake Griffin. Joining us now, Dr. Mark Hyman, Function co-founder and chief medical officer. Dr. Hyman, great to have you with us.
So good to be here.
How does this work? It looks like your target customer would be a hypochondriac. I'm half joking.
No, not at all. You know, we're the first personalized health platform that gives you access to your own biology. Right now, if you're the average person. You have to go to your doctor, you have to get them to approve it, you have to get the insurance company to take care of it. This is a frictionless experience where you can access your own biology and have agency over your health. And it's never existed before, and we need it because it's not just for hypochondriacs. We see the entire American population driving down the road to illness. We have 6 out of 10 Americans who are chronically ill. We have 4 in 10 who have 2 or more illnesses. The life expectancy is going down. Our healthcare costs are $1 in $5 of our economy or GDP. It's $4.5 trillion. We're getting sicker. Our life expectancy is going down. So we have a huge need for some proactive preventive care. It allows people to really have agency over their health. And it's the first health platform of its kind that allows you to access your own biology. People have wearables and devices.
Right.
This allows you to go under the skin, look under the hood, see
Getting
what's going
older,
on.
that's what, everything comes as you get older. A lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, we're finding incredible stuff. I mean, we had one young man who was 44 years old who joined Function and has a family with kids and seemed healthy, but it turned out he had prostate cancer. And the test picked it up. He was able to get treated early, and he's fine.
You're not claiming to do this test in a single drop of blood, are you? I've heard
Oh,
that.
definitely not. No. I don't want to go to
I've heard
jail.
that story
I'm fine. No. It's a bunch of tubes of blood. It's actual blood.
Okay. And then it actually is real.
It's real.
Wow,
Listen, we use Quest Labs, which is our testing partner. We don't do the test ourselves, but we allow people access. And it's a 5-minute sign-up process, 15 minutes in the lab. You get over 110 biomarkers.
How much?
It's $499, which is $1.37 a day, less than your cup of coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, and it gives you access to over 110 biomarkers on your first test, which is something that far exceeds what you see when you're normal and go to the doctor. And we're finding out things that we didn't know. Like we have 89% have poor metabolic health. We have 46% have elevated levels of inflammation that they didn't know about. We have 13% that have an autoimmune disease they didn't know about. We have 67% are nutritionally deficient. All these things affect their health and affect them on the transition from wellness to illness. We want to intervene early. I'm a doctor and I learned to treat people once they got sick. If you're not sick, don't bother me. But we want to know what's going on in their early transitions. And this is a technology application to healthcare which is really novel and allows us to access people's biology in a way that gives them the
If
power.
AI only really did work, if AI, we were talking about that earlier, how the promise is coming, but it's not here yet. It'll be great for this.
Yeah.
Will there be 500 markers eventually?
Oh yeah, for sure. We're adding more and more tests all the time. There's so much in your biology. You have, when you go to the doctor, you get 20 tests maybe a year, 30 tests if it's extensive. The truth is there's thousands of molecules in your body that need to be tracked over time to see what's going on with your health trajectory. And now with the advances in omics and science, we're able to actually measure these things. So we're going to be able to track all your biomarkers.
You probably need a marker for each cancer.
Say that?
You probably need a different marker for each cancer, unless we can find one.
Well, no, what's really exciting is we offer testing called Gallery, which is really a unique test. It looks at
We're going to have Grail later on.
which looks at 50 different cancers. The false positive rate is less than 0.5%, better than most screening tests. Picks it up 1 year to 3 earlier than any other screening test. It's something that everybody should have as an annual screening.
Yep.
Kate Middleton would have saved her life. There are many people who are younger now getting cancer. The rates are going up. And we're seeing of the people who joined Function and did the Gallery test, 1 in 188 have a positive cancer test. This is going to save healthcare, literally millions and billions of dollars if we can actually address these things early on.
So do insurance companies pay for it?
Not yet. We're going to help them
So if it's gonna
understand
save
the
that
value
much money,
proposition.
they're gonna
They're going to understand that this is a value proposition for them because there's very few things in healthcare that really increase healthcare outcomes and improve them and decrease costs. And we believe we're at the center of the value-based care equation for healthcare insurers.
Dr. Hyman, thank you for coming by.
My pleasure.
Mark Hyman.
Coming up, can the Fed take its time taming inflation? Former Council of Economics Chair Jason Furman thinks so. He's going to join us to explain. And then later, along similar lines, what we were just saying, early cancer detection and healthcare company Grail going public today. The company CEO is going to join us ahead of the first trade here at the NASDAQ. Swap Box will be right back.
insurance.
Can the Fed hit its 2% inflation target, and when? Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joined us now with an exclusive analysis that shows the answer is somewhere between the end of the year and maybe never. Steve.
Yeah, Melissa, math is hard, and inflation math for the Fed trying to hit a 2% target is proving to be harder still. An analysis of possible inflation paths over the next year shows the economy has to be lousy or perfect for the Fed to hit the target. With even a slight permanent rise of monthly inflation from its pre-pandemic level, the Fed may never hit the target, and that creates a series of hard choices for the central bank. Let's do a little history first. Average monthly core PCE inflation before the pandemic running about 0.13 to 0.14, 1.5 to 2% annually. The pandemic and the aftermath saw monthly inflation more than double to 0.34. By contrast, you can see there the low in this period during the great financial crisis, 0.09, the high pandemic, 0.43. So we modeled recession-like core PCE inflation and found it would drop inflation to around the 2% target at the end of this year. At the pre-pandemic average of 0.15 we modeled, it would take until the spring of 2025. But just a slight rise, 0.2 a month over month, the Fed never gets there. Annual inflation settles at 2.4%. And of course, there are those who say we are just not going back to the pre-pandemic world because of deglobalization, tariff wars, government spending, and high labor costs that might continue. So Fed choices in that world include you keep rates high, even hiking, possibly causing a recession to get there, only modest cuts but remaining well above neutral, and maybe eating crow and accepting a higher inflation target, or even saying what they need is a range. Now, Mike England from Action Economics, he helped me crunch these numbers, says the Fed could also change its metric. The Fed notes that it only needs confidence, he says, that inflation is moving towards 2%, but it will likely need to cite declining headline inflation rather than core inflation if it's going to make that case. So the Fed keeps insisting it's going to get inflation back to 2% and believes it can do it without a recession. But it may need to choose one or the other unless the U.S. economy finds its pre-pandemic inflation mojo, Melissa.
Which it seems like, how could that possibly be the case? I mean, would it really be perceived, Steve, that the Fed would be, what was the term you used, eating crow, if it went back on 2%?
Even crow prices are up. I mean, for people that, in this economy.
And it's even higher because the crow manufacturing has been nearshore. So in the
Exactly.
future, crows will be manufactured
Tastes
and
like
processed here in
chicken,
the
right,
United States
Joe?
as opposed to China or Vietnam.
You need like 12 of them, but yeah, they do taste like.
But it tastes like chicken.
Scrawny little.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Just to recap, 0.1 kind of recessionary levels, you can get there. 0.15 pre-pandemic level, you can get there. But 0.2, you can't get there. But that's not really a big inflation problem. So, Melissa, you're asking me about the eating crow thing. I think it's so difficult. You take a $22 trillion economy and try to, really split that very small hole in there of exactly prices rising 0.15. If you go to a range, you can say, you know what? We're at or near where we need to be,
Right.
and you don't have to really worry too much about it.
I just wonder why they don't just let go of 2%. Say confidence that inflation is moving lower, but they've searched for flexibility in every single communication they've had. So why not this one too? But
Right, just real quick, Friday we get the PCE number. The core is supposed to be 0.1, so that's good news. But all of this story, Melissa, came from my question to the chair, and I asked him, why are you at 2.8 end of the year? And he said, base effects. So that's when I started to model all this. And the Fed doesn't, I don't think it can see the 0.1s and the 0.15s. The Fed is looking at, I think, 0.2s over the next, not hitting its target. In fact, inflation going up, the core PCE number going up by the end of the year.
right. Steve, thanks. Steve Leisman.
Jason Furman is here. You're not in your pod. You're not in one of those storage units. One of those. You didn't want to hear. You
I
didn't.
flew all the way here, so we didn't need to talk
So we
about
didn't
my
need to talk
backdrop.
about
So
it.
what are we talking about?
Backdrop. This
I
is
wish
the
we had a
best.
picture of it so we can
best
just
I've ever seen.
screen
So you can
this
see
backdrop
where he
versus
used to be.
what it was.
Can we just talk about crows?
You know, when we used to have you on, there certainly wasn't. We weren't distracted when you were in the pod because there was nothing behind you whatsoever. Jason wrote a piece recently that the Fed could take its time taming inflation. He's a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School, but the former big-time a government guy, former chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, President Obama, I think, was it?
Yeah.
Jason, I kind of feel what you're saying here, because Steve just said we don't want to choose between one or the other. It's hard to get inflation or recession. So if we take our time a little, maybe we get it under control, but we don't go far enough to where we actually cause a recession or a big rise in unemployment. Is that what you're thinking?
I hope so. Look, we have a skewed set of risks on inflation right now. Look, no one knows what's going to happen. I thought Steve's analysis right now was terrific. It was not like he had a crystal ball. But look, ask me, are we going to have inflation below 1.5%? That's extremely unlikely. Are we going to have inflation above 3%? That's a real possibility. That's roughly the rate it's been running at recently. And so you have a really skewed set of risks on inflation, and that's why the Fed just can't cut rates quite yet.
I've seen both sides argued about whether 3% is really bad or whether it's kind of okay. When you got this much debt, it helps a little because future dollars aren't worth quite as much that you're paying down the debt with. But over time, when you compound an additional percentage point, it really does hurt people and the purchasing power for things when they go to the grocery store. So I'm not sure. Is 3 okay?
Look,
Permanently?
if we had higher price inflation, we'd also have higher wage inflation, so purchasing power would be about the same. You would just have the inconvenience of a
Well,
yardstick.
then why not
that
do
was-
7%?
Well, you'd have the inconvenience of a yardstick that was shifting all the time. Do you want to change your measuring stick every year and have every engineer have to go out and redo, what the lens needs to
You're
be?
not saying
So-
inflation's not bad. You're not saying that it's
Oh,
not.
yeah, no, it's not bad, but it's not just the straight purchasing power. It's the inconvenience, it's the arbitrary and capricious redistribution between borrowers and lenders. It's all sorts of things. Personally, I would push for a target of between 2 and 3, but I'd like us not to just.
That'd be a goalpost move, and people say you can't do it.
They said they'd shift the goalposts every 5 years. They're doing a framework review. I think it's something they should consider. But if they're going to hit that target, I'd like them to hit it from below. I'd like them to be very, very comfortably in that range before they declare it. At a minimum, shift the target from 2.0 to 2.
Can I just quickly?
What about-
We had Roger Altman. I'm sure you probably worked with him.
Oh, yeah, he's a good friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. We had a discussion about how much revenue historically we usually raise, and he was saying, I guess he was going back to his golden years with Clinton when it really was 19%. But over time, since 1923, it's been 17.5%, which is where it is right now. That's what we raise. Normally, we spend about 18 or 19%. We're spending 24% right now, and it's not going to go down. That is a spending issue? Is it not? It's not a taxing issue. It's a spending issue. How do we break it down?
It's a both issue.
Yeah, but it's
we have an older
Why is it both? It's
we have an older
18%.
population.
We're bringing in what we've always brought in, but we're spending 24%.
Unless you want to say because we have an older population, you're all going to get less. You're going to have to do some combination of more taxes. It's more expensive to deal with the world we have now. Government does services. Services rise in relative price. Even if the government was super efficient,
So we're stuck at 20.
that's
We're
just the
stuck
way-
at 24%.
No. We can bring that spending down, but we can also bring that revenue up. And by the way, politically, that's the right recipe.
how do we
in fact,
grow?
you have a lot of Republicans in Congress. A lot of your friends in Congress, Joe,
No.
are talking about even the corporate tax rate.
I think that's a
going
mistake.
up.
I think that's a mistake. I don't know.
Between us.
I mean, Mitch McConnell is or not Mitch. Romney is still a Republican, but he's not.
Oh, you have like Jason Smith, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, the Republican chair of the Ways and Means.
There are plenty
open
that want to
raising
go
the
down.
corporate tax
Plenty
rate.
that want to go
We're
down.
going to have to make tough choices on both sides of the ledger.
Does that? I mean, with corporate taxes at 6 or 7% of revenue, that's really where you want to go to. You got to. If you're Willie Sutton, you got to go somewhere
Look, I
else.
wouldn't mind going there, but there's a lot of things I would do. I'd, reform the tax code more comprehensively. I'd give businesses more incentive on the depreciation expensing side in exchange for that higher rate. There's all sorts of smart, creative things we can do, but ultimately we are going to need more revenue and less spending.
Don't you feel out of touch with the current administration? Because all the things you're saying are sort of Clinton type things that You're moving way to the center from what you want to do. Unrealized gains, Jason.
I think they have a clever plan for that. I don't mind that at all, Joe.
Clever.
So
That sounds devious. A
You
clever
and I
plan.
think our relationship's going to founder on capital gains tax
It
rates.
might.
Maybe mine with a lot of your viewers.
Yeah.
But we can still love free trade. You do, don't you? Or
Hey,
no?
you guys love tariffs as much as the other side at this point.
I'm not a side. I'm the side of free
Oh, neither am I.
trade. Okay.
And neither's Andrew. What else? Anything else you want to close on? Anything? We can get through this 33
Look,
trillion.
I mean, the economy. I was just in Europe, and boy, are they jealous of the United States.
I know.
The
They're
whole
suing all our
world
companies
is
for.
so jealous
Right.
of our companies, our stock market, our economic growth. The strength of this country. There's something really quite good going on here, even
Yeah.
if I worry about all the
As we
problems around
push
the
back
edges.
against you and your friends trying to take us to a Euro-style economy.
I want us to have an American-style economy, Joe.
All right. It's good to have you on in studio. See, it's better.
It's better. Yeah, I'll come here, whenever you ask.
Oh, seriously?
No, probably not.
You didn't, you didn't like the TSA either. Logan's no fun. Did you fly?
I love Logan. It's like
Really?
the best airport.
Well,
Small,
compared to
it's
Newark,
easy,
Compared to,
close.
you got to go across got to get over that little.
Much closer than LaGuardia.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
That's great.
The tunnel can be
good to
bad.
see you, Jason.
Good to see you.
Big dig.
Still to come, we are just 2 weeks out from CNBC's big reveal of the top states for business. Scott Cohn's got a preview of which states are getting the most federal dollars and how it plays into attracting business. Futures this morning are pointing to a higher open as we are seeing a turnaround in the chip sector. NASDAQ looking at 95 at the open, S&P looking to be up by 13. We'll be right back.
I grew up believing I couldn't be a public servant and an openly gay man. And as I worked my way up the ladder at the Department of Defense, ultimately serving as the Secretary of the Army, what I found with each new job is more support, both inside and outside our community. So anyone contemplating coming out during this Pride Month or at any other time and fearing backlash, don't underestimate the support that's on the other side.
Google reportedly creating new AI-powered chatbots based on celebrities and YouTube influencers. Google's also working on a feature to let people create their own chatbots simply by describing their appearance and personality. That is similar to tools offered by startups such as Character AI. Meta already has AI chatbots based on celebs and influencers, including Snoop Dogg, Paris Hilton, and Mr. Beast.
Coming up, it's been a huge year for federal money flowing to states, from the CHIPS Act to the bipartisan infrastructure law. Businesses and states are looking at incentives. Scott Cohn joins us from one state taking advantage of the programs. Squawk Box, will be right back.
Dave.
Unbelievable. It's happening again. We're only 2 weeks away from revealing our CNBC top states for business for 2024. It's a year shaped by huge amounts of federal money flowing to the states. Our Scott Cohn is live in Wisconsin, where they know a few things about big government subsidies, and much of it not good. Hey, Scott.
Yeah, Joe, we are in Racine County in Wisconsin, about 30 miles south of Milwaukee, and not far from here, where it's probably raining pretty hard right now, is what former President Trump described as the eighth wonder of the world, a $10 billion manufacturing and technology mecca from Taiwanese electronics company Foxconn. That, as we all know now, did not happen. But now in Wisconsin, they have a different plan, and this one, they say, is different.
Wisconsin is home to one of 31 so-called tech hubs under the CHIPS and Science Act, which is about far more than semiconductors.
We're projecting 30,000 jobs within 10 years, and then also $9 billion of economic development.
Wisconsin's focus is on biohealth, healthcare diagnostics and treatment, boosting companies like North Star Medical Radioisotopes in Beloit, which is literally trying to cure cancer.
This is an emerging field, very promising to make a real difference in patients' lives and the lives of their families.
Wisconsin could collect up to $70 million in grant money as a tech hub, funding a consortium of companies and research institutions that are already here. Wendy Harris, who leads the effort, says that's the biggest difference between this and the last attempt to turn America's Dairyland into a tech mecca with Foxconn.
These are companies that are here that are successful and are bonding together.
Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, herself a former governor, says it's a different approach to economic development.
This is not about giving money to any particular company. That's a big way in which this Tech Hub program is different from, say, incentivizing an individual company. It's about investing in underlying expertise that these communities have.
Now, if that biohealth hub is successful, it's still not going to have any immediate effect here in Racine County. Not initially, but maybe they hope there'll be a ripple effect down the road. There are, though, some glimmers of hope here. Microsoft is taking over part of that Foxconn site and building a $3 billion AI data center, which will create, they say, 2,000 permanent jobs. It is no eighth wonder of the world, but they will take what they can get. You can read more about that, about Wisconsin after Foxconn, and all of our reporting on competitiveness, and in a couple of weeks you'll be able to see where your state ranks at topstates.cnbc.com. Guys?
Can't you just tell us? I mean, we've done this every year. I mean, just break with tradition.
Don't you love the clues?
I do, but I want to.
Clues.
Okay.
I look forward to that every year.
All right. Okay. Then is it the same as last year?
You'd be so let down if I told you that.
Is the state the same as last? Is it the same number one as last year?
You can't say.
What was last year? Was it Virginia? Wasn't it?
Last year was North Carolina. Last 2 years was North Carolina. And if I told you if it was the same, then I would be telling you, which we've established.
The last 2 years was North Carolina. So are you going to tell us what you changed to make it not North Carolina this year? Can you tell us that?
Well, the big change this year, Joe, is that infrastructure has come to the top of our category list. So the more weight is now on infrastructure. Last year was workforce. So that's definitely changing things. And we've got a lot more in the mix this year with all that federal money, with AI, with the insurance crisis, a lot of really interesting things going on this year that do shake things up, I will tell you that.
Really? Wow. Could be a new winner. Or will be a new winner. All right. Thanks, Scott. I wasn't serious. I knew you wouldn't.
You had to try, right? Let's get a check on the futures right now. We are looking at a higher open. For the S&P and NASDAQ, at least, NASDAQ looking to be up by 88, S&P looking to be up by 12. More on the markets after the break, and later, Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adamo will join us to discuss the Treasury's new housing fund and much more. Squawk Box will be right back. session winning streak. For more on that and where you should be putting your money to work right now, let's bring in JJ Kinahan, CEO of IG North America. JJ, great to see you.
Good to see you.
Are you worried? I mean, I know that we're seeing a little bit of relief in the semis this morning, namely NVIDIA and Broadcom, but are you worried at all about the weakness they've seen recently?
No, I think actually, the NVIDIA story, obviously you guys talked a lot about it. It's incredible in terms of what we've seen in the moves overall. I will say the one thing that I have seen out of our clients on our Tasty Trade side, Melissa, has been this, and that is the wildly bullishness we saw heading into this and through the first few weeks of this crazy NVIDIA move has certainly settled down. And so NVIDIA and Apple particularly, we just so much bullish activity for weeks. And in the last 2 weeks, we've seen our clients back off that to a more neutral stance, if you will. The one stock that I would say has been a bit of the leader in the clubhouse has been Meta. And so that's been something I've found very interesting overall. We'll see. I actually think it's healthy, to be honest with you, that NVIDIA has sort of backed off a little bit. We were becoming so reliant on one stock. I will say, I think psychologically, NVIDIA still matters, but one of the things about this 13% sell-off they've seen recently that I do think is a really healthy stat, Melissa, the S&P only moved down 1% in that time. And so that to me shows that although psychologically we're incredibly dependent on NVIDIA, overall people are still buying stocks that are under the surface.
We were just talking about that on Fast Money last night, how the market's done so well, and people are so worried that once NVIDIA rolls over, the markets will follow suit. So in terms of where else we should see that leadership, JJ, you like financials. Do you think they'll pick up the torch in terms of the broadening of the markets?
I think they certainly have an opportunity to, and one of the stocks that we've seen a lot of the bullish activity certainly taking place. In fact, in Bank America, almost 80% of the activity we've seen over the last week and a half has been bullish. And so, you saw yesterday with some of the Basel III rulings, other of the financial stocks benefiting from that, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. If they can start to pick things up, that would be absolutely fantastic. That may sound a little bit ironic in the fact that people are talking about a rate cut, that we're saying, okay, perhaps the financials can pick up the torch. But the thing being, if we do have a rate cut before the end of the year, the one thing that it may help is the property market overall. And to me right now, that is the biggest worry. We're starting to see, the areas that were red hot, the Floridas, the Texas, and the Phoenix of the world, some of the prices coming off there. And with that, I think the biggest thing, and you see it every day in New York, I see it every day in Chicago, is obviously the corporate, I was going to say corporate housing market, but where we see, office buildings, et cetera. That's the area that people are really the most nervous about. And let's face it, these banks are sitting on a lot of that kind of property. So perhaps a rate cut can induce spending and get people buying some of those.
Are you seeing a pickup in interest amongst your traders in biotech? We've had a few recent sort of huge gainers that have really caught everybody's attention. Alnylam, Gilead, Sarepta. I'm wondering if that's reigniting some interest in biotech.
It is, and Gilead, I think, probably being the most well-known, maybe for many retail clients among that, is the one area where you are starting to see people certainly participate over the last few weeks. And so that would also be another area, Melissa, if we can get going, would be absolutely incredible. And you start to think about biotech, combine that with what's possible in AI, it could be an amazing combination overall if those two can also come together. Again, all we're looking for right now is any other area to sort of light the flame, if you will, to keep the rally going right now. And I just think we've been so dependent on the NVIDIAs, Apples, and Metas of the world to continue to do that, that if biotech can come forward, or as we just discussed, financials, being the number 2 area of the S&P 500, and of course the Russell 2000, which I think people forget sometimes, could really be the big thing to help the market overall and get the other indices coming up along with the NASDAQ.
JJ, thanks. Nice to see you, JJ Kinahan.
Great to see you, Melissa.
Coming up, the fast food pricing wars in full swing. The stocks that may come out on top in the fight for your money next. And in the next hour, Allstate CEO will join Andrew at the Aspen Ideas Festival. That interview and much more from the Rockies is straight ahead.
insurance.
After weeks of hype, McDonald's is finally serving its limited-time $5 value meal starting today in stores across the U.S. It comes as fast food rivals Wendy's and Burger King both launched $5 value meals of their own, looking to attract value-conscious consumers. Joining us now is Andy Barish, Jefferies equity analyst. Andy, great to have you with us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Are they gonna gain customers from this? I mean, is it only gonna last as long as the promotions are on?
No, we really believe this is a positive shift for McDonald's to get back to a sharper price point and obviously back it with the national muscle and marketing advertising that the brand possesses in a bigger way than anybody else out there. So yeah, we do believe this will stem the tide of what's been a difficult traffic environment recently for McDonald's and start to get things going again in the second half. And it's probably just the first salvo, Melissa.
Do you think that McDonald's waited too long? I mean, it got to the point where the McDonald's USA president had to issue a rare open letter addressing the perception that McDonald's hiked their prices faster than inflation. I mean, once you get to that point and you're sort of the poster child of high prices on social media, that's a tough spot to be in for McDonald's.
Yeah, or misperception to some extent. But yes, there's been a lot of pricing from McDonald's in the category, and others outside of fast food have even advertised against that. But remember, McDonald's as a brand historically has been the everyday value leader. I think they still maintain that leadership position. It's just that the gap to the competitors have narrowed, as McDonald's probably did rely a little too long and too much on deals through the app and the rewards program, which has been very, very positive for them, but not as impactful and influential as what national television advertising will do with a $5 price point in our perspective.
We mentioned at the top and in our introduction to you, Andy, the other fast food chains, QSRs, that are offering these sort of important $5 price points for consumers. Who do you think gains the most? And we can also toss in there, if you cover them, Starbucks, which is offering a $5 pairings menu, and also an occasional 50% off your second drink. I mean, those are deep discounts there.
Yeah, historically, and again, we think this time around, we've done some consumer survey work recently. The lower end does continue to struggle, but will be prompted by price and promotions. So we think McDonald's will probably put a little bit of a hurt on some of the other national QSR players that were mentioned earlier, maybe a Wendy's or a Burger King. Taco Bell, as part of Yum, also happens to score very strongly on value, and I think we'll have a good second half as well. In terms of Starbucks, yeah, they're struggling, and we're cautious on that stock at this point. They're clearly dealing and trying to find some answers to some of their challenges in the U.S., but think there's still a lot of work to be done to increase frequency and drive traffic, which was down mid-single digits in the most recent quarter for Starbucks.
Andy, thank you. Andy Barish.
Have a good morning.
Coming up, Grail, the healthcare company focused on early cancer detection, is going public on the NASDAQ today. The CEO joins us after the break before that first trade. And Microsoft hit with another antitrust violation over Teams. That story and other corporate headlines coming up. We'll be right back. Grail, the healthcare company focused on early cancer detection, going public on the NASDAQ today following its spinoff from Illumina. Joining us now is Bob Ragusa, Grail CEO. We're just talking off camera about it's fascinating how this works. So we talked to someone earlier and pointed out how many different cancers there are. Right. And a lot of them have different mechanisms. A lot of them have, a different sequence of serial mutations over a period of years. They may act in different ways. So I was trying to get at, if you're detecting 50 different types of cancers with one test, there must be something that's conserved in all those cancers that is a marker for you. And it is methylation, you said.
Right, so it is methylation. So we did, in the early days, we did one of the largest unbiased studies to understand, what is the best way to detect cancer from the blood. And we looked at chromosomal abnormalities, fragmentomics. We looked at all the different mechanisms. We found that methylation was by far the most sensitive technique to both be able to tell whether or not there's a cancer signal there, as well as to then localize where the cancer is coming from.
And you say you do it all in the same test. It's, I can see how you'd see, okay, there's abnormal methylation here, but I don't know how you can say it's liver cancer. How do you get to that point? How's the second part work?
Right, so the same chemistry test. So you did do a blood draw, we run the chemistry test, and we look to see if there's a cancer signal. That same methylation pattern that then says the area where it's abnormally methylated came from a liver cell, came from a kidney cell. So you're able to determine, not only that you have cancer, but where the most likely spot that cancer is coming
Will this
from.
work on solid tumors, on blood, on lymphomas, on leukemias? It works on, they're all methylated?
They're all methylated, yes. So it works very well on solid tumors, on lymphoma, so.
What cancers, serious cancers, do not involve methylation? Any?
So they all involve methylation. So the one that we rely on the fact that tumors shed DNA into the blood.
Okay.
And so the one that doesn't do that because of the blood-brain barrier is brain cancers. So
right. You can't get at it.
You can't get at it. But all the others that have access to the blood.
All right. So how much does it cost? How often should someone have this?
Yeah. So the list price for the test is $949. We're recommending annually. All the best data and modeling we have today shows that annual testing will be the best.
And everybody should do it except for Medicare and Medicaid. Are they going to say no problemo, 900,000 a year for everybody?
Yeah, so what's interesting is we launched we got approval for the REACH study, which is 50,000 people in the Medicare population over 3 years. So Medicare is looking to do the study to be able to get evidence in the Medicare population itself. And importantly, Medicare is interested enough where they'll actually be paying for the test,
a lot cheaper.
The workup of the positive.
A lot cheaper than dealing with chemo and everything else for 5 years.
This is not an FDA-approved test, correct? It's a lab-approved test, or a lab-based test, I think is what you call it.
So we have a breakthrough designation from the FDA, and it's operated under a lab-developed test. And we're in a PMA process to get full FDA approval of our PMA.
So in terms of cash positioning, as part of the spinoff, you're getting $775 million from Illumina, correct?
We're getting close to, we'll end up with close to $1 billion on our balance sheet.
Close to $1 billion, and that's enough for FDA approval and a ramp in manufacturing eventually once you get approval.
Yeah, the great news is over the last several years, we've taken the opportunity to really de-risk the business. So we've not only run our Pathfinder study that shows that we can detect twice as many cancers as standard of care screening, but we've also launched our first of its kind multi-cancer early detection test Gallery. We've been able to already generate over 180,000 commercial results, and we've set up partnerships with over 100 commercial partners across self-insured employers, life insurance, and health systems.
Will FDA approval move the needle in terms of reimbursement by healthcare providers? Will that be significant?
Absolutely. So for the long game here is to get broad reimbursement. The TAMs here are enormous. We have over 100 million people at elevated risk in the United States, another 19 million at elevated risk in the UK where we're running the NHS Gallery study. And then another 160 million in the EU and 49 million in Japan. So really large numbers. In order to unlock that, though, in the U.S., the U.S. number, we need to get FDA approval. And we believe we have alignment with the FDA on the 2 key registrational studies, which is Pathfinder 2, which we've enrolled 30 of 35,000 people already, and we'll enroll the rest this year. And the NHS Gallery study, which is 140,000 people. We've already gone through 3 years. We're on the last, next month we'll do the last blood draws and study visits for those, and that study will read out in 2026.
We don't want to throw away all our technology of imaging, because once you find out you got it, you got to do all that other stuff anyway to find out where it is to try and get rid of it, don't you?
Yeah, so so importantly, we localize it. So, and physicians know if, you think it's, kidney, liver, lung, they know the imaging techniques, typically imaging techniques.
The kidney could be anywhere. It could be in your brain eventually, right?
What's that?
It could be anywhere. It's not necessarily in the kidney, right?
No, it localizes. It says, you have, it'll say you have
say
kidney
where it
cancer, you have liver cancer. And so
where it is already?
Yes. Yeah, so if you get like a head and neck signal, it'll localize and they'll know the techniques.
Amazing. But it's still used in conjunction with a lot of imaging stuff, though, right?
It's a first step, so it's what drives you to know you need to get imaged.
I saw many Wall Street Journal op-eds about how ill-conceived all the regulatory issues between Illumina and Grail, and how it should have been, that didn't need to be done. You're coming out, it's finished, it's done, you're looking forward, not looking back. Was it a mistake?
No, we're really looking forward. We had as Grail, we were held separate during that entire time. So literally the 2 management teams, the 2 companies operated separately. And so we were able to do all these things to de-risk the business.
Was it over regulation in terms of, should it have been okay for Illumina to incorporate Grail completely?
Yeah, I think you'll have to ask Illumina with that.
Really? Okay.
So just the bottom line, your readout's going to be 2026, so the soonest FDA approval could happen in sometime in 2026?
So we have all the registrational studies will be done, and we'll submit in the first half of 2026. We anticipate, we anticipate being the first multi-cancer early detection test to be submitted to the FDA and the first ones to be approved. And based on that, we think it'll be an advisory committee at the FDA. So it'll be about a 1-year process. So hopefully early 2027.
See, on her show, she's going to look to the traders and say, buy it, or you need to know with the company. When's it approved? When you're going to be making? I want to know how to know. I know.
And if you want your health insurance company to cover it, then that's what you should know too.
Okay. I want to know how it works and whether it can really, well, we're at different points of life. You know what I mean? Like at different priorities.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. And we'll be watching today.
It is a little before 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Melissa Lee, along with Joe Kernan. Becky is off today, and Andrew Ross Sorkin now joins us from the Aspen Ideas Festival in Colorado. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
Among today's top stories, Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman says it is not yet time to start lowering interest rates, and she said she would be open to raising rates if inflation does not pull back. Bowman making those comments in prepared remarks for a speech in London. The European Union accusing Microsoft of breaching antitrust rules with what it's calling abusive bundling of its Teams and Office products. This action echoes one that regulators took yesterday against Apple. Microsoft could face fines of up to 10% of its global revenue. And we'll end with a look at a stock we've been watching very closely, and that, of course, is NVIDIA. Shares are positive this morning. A bit of a bounce back here, up 2% plus. They've been down for 3 days in a row, including falling close to 7% yesterday. The move has helped NVIDIA relinquish the title of world's most valuable company. Andrew.
Good morning. I'm here in Aspen again at the Aspen Ideas Festival. NBC Universal is the news group media partner of the event. And in the next hour, we're going to be speaking with Allstate CEO Tom Wilson, who's here to talk about insurance, inflation, and so much more. And then later in the hour, actor Griffin Dunne is going to be here. He just published a memoir about his family, a remarkable story of his upbringing and experience making movies on and off the screen. One of the great character actors. We're going to have Mustafa Suleyman from Microsoft, of course, running AI. He's here. John Legend is here a little bit later today. John Manchin and his daughter are going to be here speaking, so there's going to be a lot of news coming out of Aspen. But before we do all of that, I want to take a quick check on the futures right now, show you where things stand right now. You got the Dow off about 11 points, the NASDAQ up 83 points, the S&P 500 up 13 points. Flip the board over, show you where treasuries stand right about now. Right now you're looking at the 10-year note sitting just at about What is that there? 4.215, the 2-year at 4.723. Meantime, I want to get over to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers. Dom.
All right, good morning, Andrew. Let's catch you up on some of the notable analyst calls out this morning so far. We'll start with the electric vehicle side of things and shares of Rivian, which are down just about, or now up about 2%, just around 200,000 shares of trading volume. They're getting actually some help from the team at Guggenheim, which is initiating coverage of the EV maker with a buy rating, also an $18 price target. They cite, amongst other things, optimism over the R2 and R3 sport utility vehicle models and being a more notable beneficiary of any potential protectionist policies in the United States over foreign-made EV imports. So Rivian up about nearly 2%. Next up, we're taking a look at shares of Capri Holdings, which are higher by over just about 2% right now, at about 10,000 shares of volume. This is the apparel company behind fashion brands like Michael Kors, Versace, Jimmy Choo, and others. It's getting upgraded by Wells Fargo to an overweight rating from a prior equal weight. They though lower the target price to $43 from $57. Now, they're citing the value in the brand portfolio overall, even if its proposed purchase by Tapestry does not come to fruition because of potential antitrust hurdles. That deal, remember, $57 was on the table. Capri Holdings is up 2% right now. And we'll end with a check on Penn Entertainment, which is down roughly 2.5% at this point, about 10,000 shares of volume. The casino and online gambling operators facing some headwinds in part due to Raymond James, which is downgrading that stock to a market perform from a prior outperform. They think shares are appropriately valued given the recent run-up in the stock since the lows in early May, and they believe there are better opportunities in the gaming space like Caesars, which is their top pick, so those shares down 2.5%. And by the way, for more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there, Melissa, can get more access to detail and analysis behind those calls. I will send things back over to you.
Thank you, Dom Chu. For more on the markets and the economy, let's bring in Jason Trenner, Chairman of Strategas, a Baird company. Jason, great to have you with us.
Great to be here.
You're bullish until the bill comes due.
Right.
What does that mean?
That means that we've avoided recession really at all costs by running budget deficits that are 7% of GDP, which is unheard of when you're at full employment. The problem with that is that there's a cost to avoiding a recession at all costs, and that's inflation. Professor Mundell, Nobel laureate, said, policymakers can either control inflation, interest rates, or the currency, but you can't control all three at the same time. And eventually, just the sheer amount of supply that we're issuing in terms of Treasury securities, in my opinion, is going to drive up long-term interest rates. Or if you don't do that, you're going to drive up inflation. Right. So it's hard to have it both ways, and where there's a little bit of like an après-moi le deluge approach to what we're doing in terms of the fiscal policy of this country right now.
Right. So you actually think that long-term rates are going to be higher, it sounds like,
yeah,
just because of the issuance that we have and the bills that we have to pay?
I would say just based on issuance. As we know, interest expense now is going to be higher than defense spending. Mm-hmm. Interest expense will be higher next year than Medicare. And so this is extraordinarily unusual. That's never happened before. And to make matters worse, we've funded everything short. 55% of our debt matures in the next 3 years. The weighted average cost of our debt is well below any part of the yield curve right now. So interest expense, again, unless the Fed decides to buy treasuries again, is going to be meaningfully higher next year than it is now.
It's starting to come around to the way you're thinking. Just in recent months, that it just doesn't feel to me like any of this is organic. It feels like it's all government, sort of the liquidity, the amount of money we spent on all these, chips, inflation reduction, all this stuff that's sloshing around. But the way the market goes up every day, there's all this liquidity, but it doesn't, unless AI is real, it doesn't seem like it's based on any productivity.
Yeah, and Joe, the way out of this is productivity, right? So, I would say when you have a debt situation like this, you either inflate your way out of it, you take some sort of hit, austerity-wise, you raise taxes or cut spending.
None of that.
That's not going to happen. Or you grow your way out of it.
That's not going to happen.
The only thing is, Joe, that what I worry about is I don't doubt AI is a productivity enhancement or Monjaro or whatever it is, right? That could do it. But the problem is those technologies will probably take longer than the bill. The bill will arrive sooner than the productivity gains, in my opinion, that you'll see from AI and all the rest of it. And I have to say, I'm not bearish on the stock market because
But
you're
it's
fighting,
not for a good reason,
It's
though.
not for a good reason. You're fighting everyone. You're fighting fiscal policy now, and pretty soon you're going to be fighting monetary policy.
And then the bill comes, it's going to say a 22% tip, 25, it's going to have a thing where because everywhere you go, you have to tip.
Well, listen, and I think there's a variety of structural reasons why inflation, I think,
You seen that?
It's going to be.
What?
Anyway, people that don't do anything give you that thing, and you have to.
Even when you're serving yourself.
Right, and you feel bad.
I don't feel bad.
No.
I
You
don't
just
feel
say
bad.
no?
Yeah.
I give myself
I
a
say
tip.
no.
Great.
Well, now some guy might spit in my coffee,
You
but,
expect
you know,
your
but it's
food
okay.
carefully.
I'm willing to take that
hot
chance.
coffee.
Just,
It's hot.
Yes, it's hot.
Yeah, exactly.
Jason, great to see you.
Well,
Thank you.
thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
So they won't let anything slow down before November.
Before the election, in my opinion, it's no holds barred. They're using every tool imaginable to keep the economy out of recession and interest rates low. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up after this, Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo is going to join us to talk housing in America. But next, a view of inflation from the insurance sector. Allstate CEO is going to join me live right here in Aspen in just a moment. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC from Aspen to Times Square.
Come and make it count.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Futures look very similar to what we've been seeing for most of the morning. The Dow diverging a little, NASDAQ strong. Unlike the past couple of sessions, Bitcoin is higher today and on a pretty good move there, almost over 3% now, back above 61,000 now. Andrew.
Thanks, Joe. Meantime, I'm in Aspen at the Aspen Ideas Festival here. NBC Universal Group is a media partner. Joining me right now to talk insurance rates, inflation, the climate, and so much more is Allstate CEO Tom Wilson, who's been coming to this event for how many years now?
19 years.
19 years. 19 years. So we've been having a great debate on the air for now many a days, if not months or years, about the state of inflation and what it's doing to the business. Why don't we start there before we even get into insurance itself? Where do you think we really are?
Well, inflation certainly doesn't seem to be moderating, right? You've got, and I don't think anybody really knows, would be my answer. Nobody really understands all the economic drivers of all the stimulus money, what's happening globally. But we're feeling like it's topped out. And so if you look at interest rates, we think interest rates are kind of where they should be. We don't know when they'll come down, but we made some good calls there. Inflation.
What were those calls, and what's the next call then?
Well, the first call was in 2021, 22, we got short. We went long throughout last year. And so now our investment income is way up, which is a good thing for us and our customers. So that was right. What we also did, which was a wrong call, was we went light on public equities. We're the lightest we've ever been. And of course, those have rallied in the last year. But we did it. We're not like a hedge fund, like we're trying to make a mark every day. We just said, look, the risk and return trade-off's not right for us, so we went light on public equities. I think from here, we think the economy's pretty balanced. Like we're feeling okay about the world.
Auto insurance costs. There has been inflation in the auto insurance space.
Yeah.
Is that going to modulate?
It will come down gradually, but it's kind of interesting to me. Like people are all like, they're looking at the print and they're saying auto insurance is way up. And it's like totally predictable. And here's why. Like, so what happened was used car prices went up by 60% in 2021 and 2022. So what used to be 20 grand was 32 grand. And when your car gets wrecked, we have to get you a new one.
Right.
And so our costs went way up. So then we have to raise our prices. But the way we raise our prices, we have to get them approved by regulators first. That takes some time. Secondly, we sell you a policy that lasts 6 months. So if you bought the policy yesterday and we raise the price today, you don't pay the higher price for 6 months. That's all completely mathematically predictable. And so I think you'll still see that rail through the prints for the next year or so, but it'll start coming down.
What about the promise of self-driving cars and its relationship to insurance? Do you see any connection at this point yet?
Well, cars are getting safer for sure. And Andrew, I think this was like 10 or 12
We've been
years
talking
ago.
about self-driving cars here forever.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 or 12 years ago. We said, well, if there's only self-driving cars, they don't get accidents, nobody's going to need auto insurance. And so we went through all this work. And you do see cars getting smarter and having less accidents. The offset to that is they've gotten a lot more expensive.
Right.
So that, your rear view mirror on the side, your side view mirror, it used to be $100, now it's $900 because
it's got cameras in it.
Yeah, it's got a little thing on it. And so from an auto insurance standpoint, it really hasn't impacted our revenue line at all.
And do you think it will eventually?
I think
we're not
over
at full
time,
self-driving yet.
I think over time people will have less accidents. That's a good thing.
Right.
And then we insure lots of other stuff, so I'm not totally freaked out about it.
Let me ask you this. This morning you're issuing a new report that you commissioned with the Chamber of Commerce about climate resilience. And in the report you said that every dollar invested saves $13 in the after effect. Can you explain that math?
Sure. So why did we do it? So we're big believers in transitioning to a lower carbon economy, and we think there's going to be more prosperity, and companies like us that invest are going to make a bunch of money doing it, which we think is the right thing. But then you say, well, what's not going to change is the fact there's a whole bunch of catastrophes, and we're not ready. And so if you put $1 into a levy or something like that, the first thing is you save about $6 in just cleaning stuff up. Right. Fewer houses to fix, all that kind of stuff. But then you save about another $7 and businesses are still running, people have jobs. And so we're trying to make the point that we need to not only invest in transitioning to a lower carbon economy, we need to invest in protecting people and resiliency and remediation.
Home insurance. Yeah. Home insurance inflation. What's going on there, and what's it going to take, by the way, for you to start insuring homes in California again?
That's a good question. So first, home insurance has gone up, in part because there's more catastrophes, more weather, but also houses are bigger and they cost more to fix, so that's normal. So home insurance prices are up like 13% last year, but people's houses are worth more. In terms of places like California, so there are a few states, California, a little bit Louisiana, some Florida, where there's no availability for home insurance. It's a bad thing. People want to sell their houses, buy houses, something happens, they run out of money. And the answer is it doesn't have to be there. So Texas has more catastrophes than any other state. I mean, they have hail, straight line winds, hurricanes, wildfires, you name it, Texas has got it. And their market works, so it doesn't have to be that way.
So what makes that market work and Florida and California less attractive?
But there's a couple things. One is that they allow us to charge more for riskier customers, which makes sense. Like you've got a house on the ocean, you should pay more. The second thing is that the state has taken an approach for really giant catastrophes. They've created state-based funds that help us do that. So Florida and California, Florida did the second piece, but the first piece they don't. And so if you won't let us charge the right amount for our high-risk customers, we have two choices. We can, one, charge low-risk customers, right? It's not fair to them. Or we can give our shareholders money, which is not what I get paid to do. And so until we can fix those, we're gonna keep doing what we do, which is serve those people we can give a good price.
And then finally, we've been batting around, and there's been a huge debate here, obviously, about this upcoming election. There's a big watch party happening on Thursday night. You are a member of the BRT. You were at the BRT meeting, I believe, with former President Trump and then Jeff Zients as well. What can you tell us about those meetings? What did you see?
Well, first let me start with, so Allstate, we're regulated in 50 states.
Right.
So we have to, we're blue, red, doesn't matter to us. We want solutions, so we're always bipartisan. Whatever it takes to get something done, we will work with. So we're not a partisan organization. I would say as it relates to that meeting and people's reactions to it, and I've read most of the stuff on it, is that CEOs, when they're in that chair, sitting in that room, you're not thinking about yourself, your vote. You're thinking about, I represent all these people. I got customers that have different views as to who. I have employees, and so I'm here to represent them. And when you look at how divided the country is, it's not surprised that people wouldn't jump up and down one way or the other. We're kind of waiting to see whoever turns out to be the president. We have to work with.
Right.
And so I think what you've got is just a normal reaction to a tightly contested election.
So we had Jeff Sonnenfeld on yesterday. You probably read his article. Said that CEOs effectively walked out of that meeting. His impression was that they were not in favor of President Trump, even though 70% of them are Republicans and historically have supported Republicans. Do you think that that's an accurate assessment?
Well, I mean, Jeff knows a lot of CEOs, so maybe he's talked to people. I was not able to, by looking at people's faces, tell what they thought. The conversations I had over lunch were really more about what are we going to do as a business community with these whoever gets elected, and because it's not really clear, and we'll get different outcomes with both. So we're kind of like, okay, how do we just get done so we can serve our customers and our shareholders? So I don't think there's a burgeoning movement of CEOs supporting one side or the other.
Tom Wilson from Allstate, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Melissa, back to you.
Coming up, Delta's latest play to keep the airline's most lucrative customers. Phil LeBeau is live at JFK International in Queens with that story and will join us next. Phil, what's on tap?
Inside the Delta One Lounge. This is just a peek inside of this lounge, which will be opening tomorrow. Why is Delta investing in an all-new top-tier lounge? Because everybody wants to be in a lounge these days. We'll talk about why Delta believes this is the key to keeping its most lucrative customers extremely happy when Squawk Box returns.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Futures right now pointing to a higher open. The Nasdaq up by about 99 points. We are seeing a turnaround, most notably in some of the AI chip names, NVIDIA, Broadcom, as well as Micron. Micron, of course, reporting earnings later this week. We're seeing a turnaround in that sector. Treasuries, meantime, the 10-year yield at 4.21%. And I think we're going to take a look at Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin is higher, 61,000 or so, up 2+%.
Almost 3. Delta upping the ante in the airport lounge wars. Didn't realize there were those things going on. Phil LeBeau is at JFK in Queens and joins us. Joe. Oh, I don't want to hang out there unless you got Bill Murray that, you know, at the Nick Wings at the airport lounge. I might want to hang out a little while.
Yeah. Well, you and everybody else wants into a lounge, not just at Delta, but every airline. If you fly a lot, if you are a member of a particular airline and you go to that airline's lounge, I don't care which airline it is, it's no longer as exclusive as it used to be. It is packed. So many people are going into the lounges because more people are flying, because they have greater access, whether it's through a co-branded credit card, whether it's because they're flying more, whether it's because they're brought in as a guest. So Delta has said, you know what? Let's up the ante in terms of making sure our most lucrative customers are taken care of here at JFK. This is the Delta One Lounge. It is only for high-valued, high-lucrative passengers. In other words, you can't buy a pass just to come in here. If you're a member of the Delta 360 Club, which is the top tier for those who are flying a lot, you can come in here, or a Delta One first class ticket. The access is capped. This is the first location here at JFK. Also going to be adding them at LAX as well as Boston Logan. The bottom line is this. This lounge takes the Sky Club experience and kicks it up a notch. Whether it's the addition of relaxation pods, you have a sit-down restaurant in here, which is different than Sky Clubs, where there's food, but it's not a sit-down restaurant experience. And you also have the access as well as this view here. And it comes at a time, guys, when all of the airlines are looking at ways to make their most lucrative customers, keep them happy, keep them with the airline. So at a time when you're seeing more and more people fly, Delta, as you take a look at shares of Delta, is realizing they need the Delta One Club, or the Delta One Lounge, I should say. And we'll give you some peeks throughout the day before we talk with Ed Bastian, CEO of Delta, coming up later today on Power Lunch. Bottom line is this, Joe. This is where the beautiful people are. And I know you fancy yourself to be one of the beautiful people. So at some point, I am sure you will be visiting this lounge here at JFK.
I don't know if I consider myself a beautiful person, but I do go into one particular lounge. Depending on, we don't need to out anyone. I do not feel special at all. You're right. I can't find a seat.
They're so crowded.
I can't find a seat.
And look, this is a problem.
There's nobody who's not. If I'm special, there's nobody who's not special. It's like if everybody has superpowers, nobody is.
Ed Bastian has said that to us before. If everyone's special, then nobody's special. You can't make it access for everyone. And what Delta and other airlines are going to try to do is to say, okay, we understand the appeal of our lounges and we want our customers to have access, but you can't make it open to every single person. There's just not physically enough space. And you notice that when you go into these lounges now at airports.
And the more people there are, the more people there are sneezing on all the buffet items without a sneeze screen, too.
There's an image for you.
It's totally skeevy, and I almost would rather go and just pay for something outside the, go to one of the restaurants like Annie's, whatever those are, those little pretzel things, or Cinnabon. Or I could go down the list, Phil. I'd almost rather just go and get it and just wait at the gate than go to those places now. They're too crowded, they're gross.
Yeah, but a lot of people, they want access to a lounge, Joe. That's why it's so important these days.
Lounge lizards. I know the type. All right, I'm glad you think I think of myself as a beautiful person, though, Phil.
You said you fancy yourself.
I fancy myself. Fancy
yourself to be one of the beautiful people.
Yeah.
Just what you think.
VP of the VPs.
Anybody else does.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Phil. He does too. I think there's a little transference going on there. Heal thyself, physician. Andrew.
Thanks, Joe. When we come back, Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo is going to join us live. In focus this morning, housing affordability in America and what the White House can and can't do about it. We're going to talk to him about it. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC from Aspen to Times Square. We're coming right back after this.
Welcome back to Squawk Box on CNBC. Among today's top business stories, weight loss drug maker Novo Nordisk says its popular treatment Wegovy has been approved in China. That news coming just today. Yesterday, the company said it will spend more than $4 billion to build a new manufacturing plant in North Carolina in a bid to boost production of its various treatments. This morning, the stock is up by 1.7%. Apple said no to efforts by Meta to weave its AI chatbot into the iPhone. That's according to Bloomberg, which says the rejection came months ago and says two companies are not currently talking about integrating Meta's Llama bot into an AI partnership. Over the weekend, the Wall Street Journal said Apple and Meta were talking about teaming up on AI. And federal judges in Kansas and Missouri temporarily blocking further implementation of a new student debt relief plan championed by President Biden. The rulings do not block assistance that's already been provided. The White House said it strongly disagreed with the decisions.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen highlighting a new Biden administration effort designed to make housing more accessible to Americans. The investments include making $100 million available through a new fund to help finance affordable housing over the next 3 years. Just last week, new data showed home prices hit a record high in May. Joining us now, Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Adeyemo. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. I got to be totally honest with you. I saw $100 million, and I wondered whether I was missing a decimal point or something. As you know, we had to raise the deficit by, I think, $400 billion, and a third of that was student loans forgiveness. So we got, $100 and some billion for student loans, but $100 million for housing. It just seemed like it didn't make any sense to me, the size. What can we do with $100 million?
Joe, it's good to see you, and I think it's important that you're making a point that the president continues to make, which is that we need more housing in this country, and one of the ways that we can incentivize that housing is with more money from the federal government. And it's important to note that through the American Rescue Plan, we put $19 billion towards 3,000 housing projects, but we need more. And part of the reason that Secretary Yellen was in Minneapolis yesterday was because Minneapolis is doing their part, and lots of cities are, by changing their zoning ordinances to make it easier to build housing. The $100 million is just one of several initiatives she announced yesterday, but what we know is that we need Congress's help to get more money for housing. And right now, there's a bipartisan proposal that's been passed through the House of Representatives, sitting in the Senate, that will allow us to build far more housing in order to help us increase supply, which is critical to affordability. You raised the point of fiscal sustainability, and there again, I think that we agree with you. The idea here is that we need to have a fiscally sustainable path, and part of that is the president's proposal to raise $3 trillion of revenue to put us on that fiscally sustainable path. And we've already done some of that work in a bipartisan way just last year when we passed a bill working with Republicans that helped save $1 trillion. So we're looking forward to doing more on both fronts, both being fiscally responsible, but also building more housing.
Definitely a setback for deficit reduction, but now that we're back to almost $2 trillion, and this is during a pretty, we're not in a recession. So I don't know what would seem like we're spending a lot. I mean, there's some residual left over that I guess the FDIC hasn't been able to collect yet on what's due for that incident from last year, and there's some other weird accounting issues in there. But nobody likes to be at 1.9 trillion in a fairly decent growth phase of an economy.
So, Joe, I think this is exactly why the president has proposed that we increase revenues in order to bring down our debts over time. And that's why he's calling for extending middle-class tax cuts up to $400,000, but ending the rest of the last administration's tax policies that added a great deal to those deficits over time. Fundamentally, you have to have a plan, and I think the president's announced one that would help us save $3 trillion, and he looks forward to working with Republicans to implement a plan that will make us more fiscally responsible.
Mr. Secretary, I know that is a common theme about Trump's tax cuts, but revenues are above where they were before those tax cuts. What has outpaced that has been the spending growth. And we talk about this a lot. We've had people on the show. I think we're at, 17.5% or so of the GDP we're raising in taxes, but we're spending almost 24%. And that's what's different. In the past, maybe we've been between 17 and 19% for revenues. We're not far off of the average there, but we're way above the average of what we usually spend at 24%. But there's nowhere to cut, it seems, or at least you're talking about raising more revenue to continue to spend the same amount or more. Nobody's talking about bringing down that 24%.
So, Joe, as you know well, part of our goal is to make sure that we have the revenues to support our economy. And part of that is making sure that we get revenues back to closer to where they were historically. It's at the low end of that, as you pointed out yourself. And part of this is looking at ways where we can cut costs as well. And I think one of the places where we know we have to think about that is when it comes to medical expenses, where America is outpacing in terms of medical spending the rest of our peers, but we're not getting better results. Part of that is what we're doing in terms of prescription drugs, but also looking at what we can do for pay for performance in terms of the medical industry when it comes to federal spending. The president's open to conversations about what we can do to reduce costs, but we all know that given our demographics, given our need to spend on a defense and our commitment to our seniors, we're going to need additional revenues in order to make sure that we're in a position where we have a fiscal sustainability going forward. We think we can do that in a pro-growth way, and we think that that's going to require us to work together in a bipartisan way. The president's put out a proposal. He looks forward to working with Republicans to implement something that puts us on a fiscally sustainable path.
Even if we got back to 19 or whatever, the gap is still so big between what we're saying. Let me talk back to housing for a second. I guess I always underestimated because a lot of people had fixed mortgages. They weren't immediately seeing a move from like 2% or 3% mortgages up to 7.5% or it was even 8% for a while. That makes it prohibitively expensive to try and buy a house right now. And I know you'd say, well, that's because the Fed had to raise rates 500 basis points, and mortgage rates followed. But don't you think part of why the Fed had to raise rates is because of the post-pandemic spending spree that we went on, and a couple of the other things that the Inflation Reduction Act and all the spending that we did made dollars worth less, and therefore rates got to go up, and everybody gets hurt from it. I think that's why everybody still has that sour taste in their mouth about how far a paycheck goes every couple weeks.
No, I disagree, and I think, Joe, the best example as to why what we did made sense was when we look at countries in Europe, where they spent less than us to recover from the pandemic, but they also had higher inflation rates due to factors caused by the pandemic and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What we did by investing in the American people was what's led to us having growth in the United States that's twice as fast as any other G7 country. When it comes to housing, we all know that for more than a decade, we've built too little housing in this country. And what the president's committed to doing is making sure that we increase the supply of housing, because that's the best way to reduce costs. That requires some additional federal spending. And one of the most important things that we can do is make sure that we do something that I know you're very in favor of, which is regulatory reform at the state and local level to fix zoning. And Minneapolis has done just that. And lo and behold, in Minneapolis, we've seen housing costs remain lower than the national average, and we're seeing that in cities and states throughout the country that are taking steps to fix zoning. So while we need Congress to pass the bill that's in front of the Senate now that's bipartisan, that'll give us more money to help increase housing, we also need state and local governments to take steps to fix their zoning in order to make sure that we can build more housing for Americans. We can do that while making the investments we've made in our economy, which have led to the American economy outperforming other G7 countries, and ensure that we continue to grow.
Deputy Secretary, I'm here in Aspen at the Aspen Ideas Festival, and there has been a major debate going on about energy and specifically LNG. And I wanted to ask you about it because there's a talking point that a lot of folks have talked about just yesterday. Came out of the FT, I believe, in May, that showed that given the pause on LNG in the U.S., that Russia exports of natural gas going into Europe exceeded that of the United States. And I'm so curious how you think about that.
So I think that what you'll see is that's a quirk in the data that will soon be reversed. But more importantly, what we've done is not pause current LNG shipments. Those are continuing. Right now, the United States is producing more energy than any country in the world. We're producing more oil than Saudi Arabia. But what we know is that ultimately for American consumers, who we care about the most, to have low-cost energy, we need a better mix, and that's why the president's so focused, one of the reasons the president's so focused on clean energy. But today we're producing more natural gas than at any point in our history, and a lot of that's going to support Europe, and it's going to continue to do so. What the president has announced is that we're going to take time to look at the impact of what we're doing in terms of producing natural gas in order to evaluate what we do going forward. But this in no way interrupts the supply that we have now, which is leading the world in terms of both natural gas and oil production.
Deputy Secretary, appreciate your time this morning, and hope to see you again soon. Kick all these things around again in the near future. Thanks.
Thanks for having me. It's always good to see you.
You're welcome.
Coming up in just a moment, another special interview live right here at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Actor and author Griffin Dunn is going to join us to talk about the way the business of Hollywood is changing from streaming to storytelling. One of the great character actors of our time. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returning from Aspen, Colorado, right after this.
everything. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Futures right now pointing higher, although we've lost a little bit on the S&P. We're now looking to open by 10 points, and NASDAQ going to be up by 76. Andrew.
Okay, we are here at the Aspen Ideas Festival. Our next guest is actor, producer, director Griffin Dunn. He recently published his first book. It is a family memoir. It is titled The Friday Afternoon Club. Details his upbringing from New York City to Beverly Hills, his time on screen and behind the scenes, and his family's personal story growing up with larger-than-life characters. He is one. I called him a character actor before, so I wanted to actually, even to start there, do you like when people call you a character actor?
Well, I gotta face it, I am a character actor, you know, in the life of a young actor who's not terribly bad looking. You know, you enter it as in your 20s and you're getting the girl, and then next thing you know, you're the girl's father, and then you're the grandfather, you know. I used to play the lawyer, now I play the judge. So it's life.
So tell us about this book, The Friday Afternoon Club. How long did it take to write? What were you trying to do? You come from a colorful family.
I do.
You know, people who've done this before. So how intimidating was that?
Well, you know, I'm from a long line of storytellers, and my aunt and uncle are John Gregory Dunn and Joan Didion, and my father was Dominic Dunn, who was a great crime reporter for Vanity Fair. And but the history of my family always interests me. I grew up on these stories about my outrageous grandparents and great-grandparents who did just scandalous, kind of crazy things in their lives. And but in the distance of time, since most of my immediate family had passed away, I started to recognize how extraordinary they were. You know, how we've been through a great deal of you know, death and, you know, mental illness and alcoholism, but the book is actually very, very funny. It's funny, sad, you know. And one side of my family is Mexican, the other side is Irish. Bring the two of them together, you get it.
Stories about your relationship with Carrie Fisher and all sorts of people from the very beginning. I mean, did you appreciate when you were growing up, do you think you appreciated the family and the life you were living?
Not in the least. You know, I grew up in Beverly Hills. My parents were so social. They gave these extraordinary parties and went to parties. They had, you know, Alfred Hitchcock and Jimmy Stewart and Billy Wilder and all these filmmakers and movie stars that I would appreciate much later on when they were practically dead. And I'd go, oh, I never got to speak to Billy Wilder about Some Like It Hot. So it was just normal to me. But you know, Carrie Fisher, you know, was my best friend. I met her when she was 15 and I was 16, and we moved to New York together. We were roommates. And she was just a struggling actress. She was in the chorus of her mother's show on Broadway. And then she comes home and says, oh, I got this part in this really stupid movie. It's shooting in England, and I don't even understand it. And I go, what's it called? And she goes, oh, Star Wars. I go, what's that? You 2 words? What is that? And then she called from London and go, oh my God, I have 2 bagels on the side of my head, and we have ray guns without triggers, and a monkey chases us around. And then I had, you know, I grew up around famous people, which, you know, as that was just the diet of life. But I'd never seen a best friend overnight explode while I was still a popcorn concessionaire at Radio City Music Hall, and a waiter counting my tips, and all of a sudden she's just this huge movie star.
So what was that like for you?
It was tough on the ego, you know. We lived in a doorman building, and Jimmy the doorman is, hey Jimmy, hey Griff, hey this, and overnight he'd go, hello Mr. Fisher, and I went, what, Jimmy? It's Griffin. You know, everyone, you know, flowers are arriving from rock stars, and you know, and I'm still counting my tips, and I've got James Taylor and Glenn Fry in my living room. Right. You know, I had to get out. It wasn't my time to hang around.
5 decades later, you have been in how many films total?
Oh gosh, I have to look, but in somewhere 60 something.
Is there one to you that is like the one that you hold on to?
Well, I mean, the one that really, where all my dreams came true, was a movie I produced and that was directed by Martin Scorsese called After Hours. everything I've been working on and toward came together for that movie, for sure.
Hollywood is changing in a very, very big way. Are
Yeah.
you happy about how it's changing? Are you worried about how it's changing?
I don't think
you just did a big show on Max.
Yep. Yes, I did, and it's that was it. One season, and it was a show called Girls on the Bus, and I played someone a peer of yours,
Yes.
inspired David Carr, and it was a very intelligent show. But I think it didn't really have, time to breathe, and I think that's sort of a general feeling of in the industry. There's a sort of uncertainty. People are taking less chances on material. However, there's so much material. There's so many choices. So I think people are a little fatigued, and I know I am when I go, I have a night to myself. All I'm going to do is just watch television, and I save all these things, and I get to it, and I don't look at them.
How much do you do now on social media, TikTok and the like? Didn't you just announce a big project there?
Instagram.
Instagram.
I do Instagram. I've got a book coming out. I'm plugging away the book, and I mean that self-promotion is part of our daily life.
Do you think that you could break? How much easier or harder do you think it is to break through today? Easier or harder because you have all the social media pieces, but the fragmentation of it all.
It's still word of mouth. That's the strongest tool you could possibly have, and that's where social media comes in as a form of word of mouth. But there is, advertising as we knew it. People aren't taking out, what used to be when you had a movie coming out and you could value how much the studio liked your movie if they took out what's called a double truck ad in the paper.
Yeah, I remember.
No such thing. How it's almost up to the filmmaker or the actor or the creator to promote their own movie and get it out. In my case, in this book, there's an agent in New York. She's 91 years old. She's still completely active. Named Bodie Boatwright. Bodie Boatwright knows everyone on Earth, and darling, you got to read this book. You got to read this book. She got this thing. The most famous people on Earth had read my book before it came out, and then they talked about it. And it's on the bestseller list.
Well, here we are talking about it. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning. We should also note that we've got a lot coming on from Aspen today.
Yes.
A little bit later, we're going to be speaking with Microsoft AI Chief Mustafa Suleyman. Later this afternoon, we'll bring you that interview and a whole bunch of other highlights. John Legend is here. Manchin is here, actually speaking with his daughter. We're going to bring you all of that tomorrow on Squawk. When we come back, why e-commerce is still key to Amazon's bull case. We'll bring you that story. We're coming right back after this.
Amazon's been one of the standout members of the Magnificent Seven this year, with AI and cloud businesses capturing investors' attention, but its e-commerce business has really been booming. Kate Rooney joins us now with more. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Yeah, so Amazon's retail business appears to be having an especially strong first half of this year. It's still very much a major part of the bull case for Amazon. JP Morgan, for example, now predicts Amazon will surpass Walmart as the largest U.S. retailer in 2024. It's on track, they say, to capture about 45% of all e-commerce in the States, with just under 10% of total retail sales. Amazon's growing faster than Walmart as well. It's seen share gains for about the last 8 quarters. JP Morgan also highlights a potential edge for Amazon when it comes to incorporating AI into online shopping. Bank of America, meanwhile, with some card data, suggests a, quote, solid quarter for Amazon to start. Analysts there are constructive given e-commerce share gains, strong ad growth for Amazon, and then some of the core retail margin expansion there. The market share gains have really been driven in large part by delivery speeds as consumers start to look for that everyday, next day shipping, faster shipping times, and then some of its investments over the past few years in logistics, something called regionalization, is starting to pay off for that company. Amazon recently said nearly 60% of all Prime member orders arrived the same day or next day. That was in the 60 largest metros. And it is gaining some share in more surprising areas of e-commerce. Citi points out home improvement as one spot that's really normally dominated by Home Depot, but in its recent survey, 59% of respondents say they're now going to go to Amazon versus 62% for Home Depot. This was a major change year over year. A year ago, it was about 80% were thinking about Home Depot. Just under 40% were using Amazon for home improvement. The retail battleground, though, for both Amazon and Walmart is still consumables. So Moffett-Nathanson expects Walmart and Amazon to consolidate market share there. These are things like food and clothing. Says, quote, this is retail's version of trench warfare. No one is going down without a fight. Joe, back over to you.
It's happened to me, Kate, a couple of times. I'm driving and I got to stop because there's a big Amazon truck here, and the person on the other side of the street is stopped because there's an Amazon truck here. Honest to God, it's happened. I'm like, wow. I mean, it is. It's something to behold. How many of those are around? I guess that's why they're on time, right?
Yeah, no, it's totally changed consumer behavior. You think of the horror of waiting, 3 days for shipping, and you see others like Walmart trying to kind of keep up.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to wait even overnight. It's really wild.
All right.
So it's helping
Thank you.
Amazon, though, part of the bull case.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, watching Amazon, we're watching Amazon. We're watching that and Walmart. That stock is trading lower. It's down by about 1.7%. The CFO making some comments at a London Bank of America conference saying not every quarter is going to be as good as the last quarter. And certainly the quarter that we're in QT is going to be the most challenging quarter from a comp perspective. Yesterday, the stock hit a record high, so not good news in that perspective, but the stock has had quite a run this year.
A new, fresh record all-time high.
Fresh record all-time high. New.
All right, we got to go. Futures, I don't know. Andrew, see you, you lucky guy in Aspen. He's working hard, though. He's working hard. You going to be here tomorrow?
Yes.
Awesome.
I'll see you
Make
tomorrow.
sure, all right, make sure you join us. Squawk on the Street right now.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer at post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Favor has the morning off. The story flips today as NVIDIA looks to bounce after its worst 3-day drop in a year and a half. What does that mean for this recent rotation as we look ahead to FedEx tonight? Our roadmap begins with that NVIDIA correction, eyeing the bounce after the tough 3-day slide. B of A adds it to best of breed today. The EU's new tech target accusing Microsoft of breaking some antitrust rules, and we're watching the plane makers, Airbus cutting targets, and Boeing reportedly in talks to buy back Spirit, mostly with stock. Let's begin, though, with NVIDIA looking to rebound after sliding into correction territory. Jim, even though since the close on the 14th, S&P's up a touch.
Yes, but look, I don't like rallies that start in pre-opening. And the reason I don't is because then anybody who's in it yesterday who bought it, say, anyway, 118 there was a lot of volume, 119 a lot of volume, there was some volume, 117 after the close. Those people are going to flip. They're going to hit. They're going to hit. They're going to hit. That's going to make other sellers come in. What you really want to see is you want to see it open down and then rally. And this takes away the opportunity. So the people are not, I think, going to be able to say, let's make a stand here. Unless Micron, they have Micron. They don't have Micron because they're not going to report till tomorrow. So I look at the situation and I say, wait. Wait, and look, I'm a own it, don't trade it. But I always want to, apropos of our Thursday investing club meeting, I never want people to get a bad entry point. And I don't think up 3 is the right entry.
You don't think we're there yet?
No, we haven't had any. We need Sanjay Mehrotra to say, look, the business is accelerating. He's Micron's CEO. The business, the complex of data center. Right now, we don't have any new data points that make me feel like, you know what? The street, there's someone who upgraded again. I mean, it's all very lame. The defenses are lame because it's had such a big run. So I say, let's see if this early morning rally can hold. But my sense is that there'll be people who are saying, oh, thank heavens. I thought I'd never see this price again. And those are the people that you're most afraid of as your fellow shareholders, your enemy here. They're your enemy.
That's why we turned to you, Jim, for your gut, in a sense. That said, yesterday, even with its decline, you had 9 of 11 sectors green, 70% of S&P components green. Does that continue? That rotation?
I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how much of a share donation can these big companies make. Microsoft, but Microsoft wasn't down that much. Apple, that ain't donating any share. That's still accumulating money. Amazon did roll over. Alphabet had a really good session. There's not enough money in those stocks when they shed their gains that can go to the rest of the market and sustain it. You need to see the big 7-year auction on Thursday. I care more about that, 44 billion, than I care about what these stocks are doing. There's not enough money to go around. There's just not. There's a lot of safe money at 5. To get people to come in and buy something, you need FedEx today to say they see an acceleration. Or you need to see, there's a lot of chatter about the auto companies, maybe they have to cut prices. You need to see somebody, some Fed official say, look, you know what, we're looking at the data, and maybe we see some softness, we got to see what the personal consumption is going to be on Friday. Yeah. Instead, we have a pop-off Bowman. You know how I feel about these people. They are being grilled and grilled and grilled. And it's almost like when I interview a CEO and they come over and over again and say, look, it's my quiet period, I can't tell you. It's my quiet period, I can't tell you. And finally say, okay, whatever you say. That was like, whatever you say, yes, if it gets hot, we will raise. And then that gets to be the quote of the day. Oh, it's going to get hot, and they'll raise. So we need to see Fed shut up or Fed say, hey, listen, it's okay. Then we need to see some sector of the economy that's indicating that it's doing a little better. Before we just say, you know what, it's time to buy NVIDIA. Time to buy the rest of the market.
We'll pay attention to FedEx tonight. As for
that'll be important.
Bowman's actually speaking twice today. This one speech this morning was in London, which she did remove her expectations for cuts into 25. Take a listen.
Should the incoming data indicate that inflation is moving sustainably toward our 2% goal, it will eventually become appropriate to gradually lower the federal funds rate to prevent monetary policy from becoming too restrictive. However, we're still not yet at the point where it's appropriate to lower the policy rate.
At the same time, you had Daly yesterday say the labor market might be at an inflection point, not in a good way.
I don't know where these people get this information. I don't know what they're looking at. I don't know the data they're looking at. I mean, it's pretty obvious. We have a big immigration issue, okay? And the immigrants are taking a lot of jobs, and that's great, provided that they're legal, okay? We don't have wage inflation like we thought we had. We have rent inflation, all right? And now, Jay Powell's talked about that. We do have rent inflation. That's because we've had an influx of 10 million people in the last 3 years. It's not a political statement, it's an actual statement. So I just think these people, they're basing it, I don't know, like every day you can say, oh, it's sunny, I'm going to go out and say this. No, let's stick with the facts, okay? We do have some inflation numbers that have been too high. We still are not at 4.2% on unemployment. We still have areas of the economy that need to cool down. That is not a prescription for selling everything. It's not a prescription for saying that we need to tighten. It's just a prescription for saying, look, the data's just okay. It's got to get a little weaker. That's the rap. Everyone who's trading, they're like trying to go to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Well, we did see TLT ramp late yesterday.
Right, that was strange.
We got near 4.2 this morning, Jim. We're going to talk a lot more later on today about negative pricing in grocery. We'll talk to Evercore. Yes. They got a note out today. Campbell's, Kellanova, Kellogg. Melissa just mentioned Walmart. These comps will be tough.
These are very, very hard. I just keep coming back to what are the best performing one of the best performing retailers. Okay, Walmart, because they can crush. There was a good piece yesterday we had talking about how Walmart can still go higher. It's like 3 martini lunch. Absolutely, Walmart can go higher. Costco can go higher, and TJ can go higher. Now, what are those 3? Those are 3 when you are so frugal. It's like, forget about it. I'm just going to go to TJ, which, by the way, someone recommended Capri to. You know where I can get all the Capri you want? Next door. But you know, it turns out to be it's from TJ. It doesn't say Capri on the door. I gotta go pay more for that.
This was an all-time high yesterday, Jim.
That company is about people being smart. Burlington is about people being smart. Capri is about people saying, okay? Urban, because of Newly, where you rent the clothes, is about people saying, great. This is about a frugal economy. And, you know, there are these themes that are happening, and they just don't seem to, no one seems to grasp them on the Fed. The frugal economy, why can't they just say, look, you know what, we're not as worried about food inflation as we were, because there are 2 companies called Costco and Walmart, and that's 200 million people. So I don't know, the other thing, maybe they have to go to Dollar Tree. Well, why don't they ever mention companies? Is it for stricken verboten? Is that stricken verboten to say, listen, Walmart is keeping prices down? Why can't they do it? We know Jay could do it.
This is on a day when McDonald's is launching their $5 value meal.
About time they crammed the stupid franchisees who didn't realize that if you sell more at a lower price, you can actually make it up, provided you sell more.
Having lost a lot of business to casual and fast casual, there's MCD. Jim, I know you saw the upgrade of Gap today out of Cowan.
Oh, he's doing a great job, and people don't think he knows what he's doing. Are they out of their mind? He's terrific. This is Richard Dixon. I had him on the show, and he is revitalizing one by one every single nameplate. Now he's actually off to Atlanta, which has been just a complete wasteland. And Banana Republic, he's doing a great job. He came on the show. The humility that he showed is really rather remarkable. And I was goading him and saying, listen, man, I just went to my Banana Republic. I went to say, you know, we're not there yet. This guy, one by one, is doing the right thing.
Yeah, Cowan says transformation at all 4 brands and back to school really isn't that far away.
No, you already have to have your stuff in your stores if you're going to do back to school. By now, you're late. I would point out that he did not even have as high hopes as Banana Republic as I have when I talked to him last. And then subsequently, he's like saying, you know, we're getting there. This is a man who has kept expectations low for a very inexpensive stock with a really good balance sheet and a dividend that can be backed up. That's what I'm looking for.
Interesting. Target goes to 30 from Cowan on Gap. Let's move to the EU versus Big Tech. The bloc hitting Microsoft with antitrust charges, accusing it of breaching competition rules by illegally bundling Teams with Office 365 and Microsoft 365. Company says it'll work to find solutions to address those concerns. Jim, I see you literally threw up your hands just now.
Because one way they can do it is when you turn on your PC, you don't suddenly get Teams. I mean, everybody knows this. This is like one of the great open secrets of the world. Like, I put on my PC, which I have this stinking I have a very nice Hewlett Packard machine. And what happens is, as soon as I do it, up comes Teams. Did I press Teams? Yep. Did I want Teams? Did I want Zoom? No, I want what I want, which is my home screen. But no, I get Teams. And then it tells me that Teams are, oh, look, there's like 5 new updates of Teams. I don't care.
So you think the regulators are they're not off base?
They're not aggressive enough.
They're not aggressive enough.
No, not aggressive enough. Because everybody knows that it's time. We all know it. It's like it's a mistake. Oh, here, new Teams. Did I ask for that? Did I ask for that? When I wake up, does my wife say, hey, listen, you know what? I've got new, I've got all new underwear for you. Did I ask for that?
Is the remedy simple in this case?
I think that they have to say, look, you can't make it so that when you turn on a PC, that these companies that make the PCs are under orders, or I don't know how it happens, but like, why are we constantly getting these updates from Teams as soon as we turn on our PC? And the answer is because Microsoft's really powerful. Or Microsoft just said to me, Jim, if you knew how to turn on a PC better, then you wouldn't be getting it. You know, if you knew that
it's all in the wrist.
Yeah, I mean, maybe what you ought to do is stop pressing restart and press anti-Teams. We have that. You want anti-Teams? That's F74. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows it. Why are they just going after the bundle?
Meantime, more clarity, Jim, in this apparent partnership between Apple and Meta, which the Bloomberg now says never got to a formal stage. Apparently, Apple, they argue, doesn't think Meta's privacy protocols are strong enough.
Okay, so when I spoke with Tim Cook after the Worldwide Developers, and I started off by saying, hey, you know, when I polled the young people that I deal with, they're so excited about the privacy, because privacy is number one. How come no one's talking about how we care more about privacy than anybody? I said, well, it's because these people are in their 50s, they don't care. The 20-year-olds are like scared to death. They like believe in privacy. And when I heard that Tim was in talks allegedly with Mark, which would run to be Mark Zuckerberg, like what's that conversation like if the most important thing that you have to say is privacy, and the most important thing he has to say is impressions? But you know, the culture in the end trumps everything. Culture will trump any sort of strategic goal.
Yep.
And I think the cultures are just too different.
Meantime, back to 210 on Apple. You saw Melius yesterday goes to 260.
I like that piece. I sent him an email saying, "Well, it's a terrific job." I do think that he is talking about that notion. He likes simple concepts a bit, and I really want people to read his stuff because it's like his dad. He was the greatest chemical analyst in my life. Yeah, and he knew who the Chemical Brothers were. He knew that it was actually it was much more about Huntsman. But when you look at what Ben is saying, Ben is making a very simple point. He's saying most of your phones are open. That's all.
And as a result, you get back to what I think he called this iPhone upgrade cycle. It could be unprecedented.
And he's right. I really think he's right, especially if you have longer battery life. And when you talk to Cook, I mean, he's been saying, how can people even make a judgment about how great this phone is when all we could do was show like a dozen of the features that are coming. So I really think that Ben is very right. Caught a lot of people off guard. It's not been good on the 165, and no one upgraded it there. Then Tony,
I was going to say,
who I now regard as being, you know, the greatest ever, because I'm giving hyperbole. But Tony did a good call, and I think that it's been straight up, and I think people are still trying to scramble because they're saying, well, I never like to pay 31 times earnings for Apple. But, you know, welcome to the new world of giant upgrade cycle plus service revenues explosion and no China to speak of, even though obviously our relations with China are suboptimal.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw these comments from Ambassador Burns about China, in his words, sort of reneging on this deal that they had with us last November to get citizens to re-engage.
I thought that was dreadful. I mean, we obviously are taking as many adventures. We're taking a lot of students in, which is fantastic, although they can say, listen, that's because we pay. But it seemed like that if you participate in anything that we do as a matter of cross-culture, you're summoned or there's a knock on the door. I thought that was self-evidently terrible.
We'll also talk some Novo approvals in China this morning.
Now that is, people don't realize the obesity rate in China, horrible. And right now, it's only been diabetes. Okay? Lily had diabetes. Very big.
When we come back, we'll get to some of the transports, including Boeing and Airbus, in the spotlight for very different reasons. We'll talk about why. Take a look at the pre-market here. We'll see if this NVIDIA bounce can last. You heard Jim's comments a couple of moments ago. For now, NASDAQ futures close to the morning high. Stay with us.
We've got this.
Boeing is said to have changed its proposal to buy back supplier Spirit Aerosystems. Published reports say the jet maker is looking to offer mostly stock after coming close to a more than $4 billion all-cash deal. Terms also call for Spirit to shed operations that make parts for Airbus, which has some news on its own front, Jim, on these supply chain disruptions.
Yeah, I was very surprised because we all think of Airbus as the well-oiled machine here, and Boeing is the pitiful, helpless giant. It's no longer the case. I would say that anybody who worked on this Boeing story for a long time knows that they repeatedly said it's going to be cash. Repeatedly said it's going to be cash. Repeatedly said, and now it's stopped. Well, that's just great. I mean, look, can anything that Boeing says be taken seriously at this point? Honestly. I mean, how many days do we have to go by and just pretend that everything is like, well, they're a regular business, sure, they're fine. Justice Department might indict them, oh, but they're fine, don't worry about it. They said it's going to be cash now in stock, don't worry about it. Look, they won a contract last night for the military. Now, people don't look at it, it's like a couple $100 million, they won some contract. All I can tell you is that the fact is that if there were like 3 companies in this business, we would never be talking about this company. I mean, it's just ridiculous how many mistakes Boeing makes. And we all say fine. It's like it doesn't matter.
Because of the duopoly defense.
Yeah, because of the duopoly. And, you know, you can get away with anything if you're duopoly. I mean, look, I think Mr. Calhoun's a fine man. He gave his testimony. He said it's fine. But why isn't each member of the board being called in front of Congress? Say, what did you know? Was there any statement? Did anyone make a presentation talking about any of these issues? Was there any? Give me your due process. We want process. I don't care about statements. I want process. What was the process that the board used to be able to okay all this stuff? Did the board talk about how it's going to be all cash? Let's see the process. Where is the Justice Department's typical investigation in regards to what are the processes that this company's using? Because right now it looks like there are no processes. It's all seat of the pants.
You're talking about so many elements of negative news, Jim. Why can't the stock be pressured lower?
Because there's only 2 of them. In the end, there's just 2 of them, and they win. It doesn't seem to matter how incompetent they are, they win. And by the way, I will give Airbus a real shot at trying to be more incompetent than Boeing with that announcement last night.
Oh, because of the supply chain?
Yeah. I mean, geez, I thought that they were well-oiled. Yeah. But they just go back to Boeing. We have a way in this country of examining what companies do wrong. And that's we look at the process, we see if they had any processes. I don't feel these guys have the level of process that we would have at our company or a lot of companies. They just don't seem to have it.
But you're not willing to you wouldn't be recommending a buy here on a flyer?
Well, I would be having to close my eyes and buy and just say, you know what, no matter what, the travel theme is so strong, I don't care. And because Justice Department's not going after the people who run the company, what would happen is that if I come out today and say, buy it, and they come out and they say they can't find anyone who wants to be CEO, negative. Yeah. Then I think it goes down lower. The only thing that would really take the stock down to 150 would be that if they said, we can't find anyone who wants to be CEO, which would be rather remarkable, given the fact that you make $10 million the moment you say you want to be a CEO of a big company.
By the way, you mentioned travel trends. Did you see TSA's throughput on Sunday? 2.996 million, that's a record.
Got it by Boeing.
Despite all that. Yeah, and we're still looking ahead to July 4th, which we also expect to beat records.
I know. Amazing.
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown to the opening bell. One more look here at the pre-market. We'll get to a bunch of other calls as well as we get this Tuesday underway. Don't go anywhere.
begins now.
Watch some pre-market gainers here. Carnival shoots to the top. Earnings out about 10 minutes ago with a surprise profit. And they do raise the full-year guidance on yield and net income. Could open up better than 4%. Opening bell in a few moments. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere. Just listen to and follow the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
I put the phone at? Okay. Panic attack. And get my water. I got 2 minutes. Good morning. It's a beautiful day today. Check out the sunshine.
Let's get Kramer's Matt Dash as we count down to the...
Whoa, we don't want to listen to you guys. So let me see here. What am I thinking? We got 1 minute left. Good morning, everybody. This is Wishy Washy Washboard Jim. Good morning, YouTubers. Good morning, room. Excited. We got to watch the video right out of the gate. They're talking, well, it's correction now. We're ready to get back into trade. 3 days later. More or less nailed that support. Here we go, off to the races. See if we get a 1, 2, 3 on the SPY today. We got Tesla. I gotta get this out of the way for right now. Tesla's at support. Hit the 200 SMA on the 5-minute. Apple got a head and shoulders on Apple with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. GME up 10 cents. This is the pump and dump. The Donald had a good run yesterday. We got the debate coming up. SMCI. Watch it. Mannequin under 200 SMA on the 1 minute. See if it holds. Siri was down some. Siri's a pump and dump. Back to 266 for a double bottom. Home Depot down. AMC, Kaka, Carvana. This is more or less, I don't know, I just don't like investing in this one, but because of the news, but people are buying it and selling it. Boeing pulled back to support, bounced up a little bit. I'm iffy on Boeing too. Oracle down $1.39. I'm going through my watch list. This is mandatory to find good trade. I got a pretty good watch list here. The AMD's about to support. I'm liking how we got, we had a hammer right at open on SPY. Where's my, oh, I don't have my trading platform up. That's what happens when I go late. I'm going to make tomato tartare today for lunch. Come on, hurry up. The 26th, the 545 strikes at 98 cents. See if I can get me a discount here. If I can get it for 98 or a buck. This is for tomorrow, June 26th. 545 strike calls. Here we go. $97. Okay. 6.95 right here. Ah, damn. Should grab me a little bit more there, but I'm going to just hold on to this. Tesla's got the 180. I'm going to put my alert right there for Tesla, 181.04. Hey, honey, what's going on? You froze. Ooh, watch AMD here. Watch AMD right here. So I'm in the SPY right now, and I'm watching AMD. Let's see what's on the... We got nickel up. Ooh, NKLA's up. Carnival, they were pumping yesterday. Chewy's up again, 99 cents. What's this here? I gotta watch AMD. Come on, Spy, break out. This is my beach. This is my money trade every day. I guarantee to make money on the Spy and the SPX. And then I look for opportunities in the other. We got to break the VWAP and get up here to the double top for an exit idea. There's 104. We're almost up $100. AV Joe, give us a good dip. So we got a cup J hook right now, and I'm looking for a double top. As long as we respect the VWAP. Yeah, I got 542.63, Mike. We're right on target with each other. Damn, didn't do it. They came and dropped that real fast. Why in the hell do they do that? This is like put in 100,000 shares right there. Yeah, see, that's not good. see if I can get it one more time here. They've dropped a lot of shares right there just in a matter of a half a second. QQQ's at the 200 SMA. Come on. We've got a little bull flag working right now. QQQ just bounced up. Resistance on the QQQ. We got resistance on the SPX at the 200 SMA. And I'm in the SPY. We need to break, I'm thinking 63. SMCI is just kind of sitting here right now. We got to break the 63 on it. I think this is getting about stretched out now. It needs to go ahead and do its thing. SPY. GME knife. Down to a double bottom, triple bottom on the day. So what I get up the market cap, was there concern about NVIDIA? Come out this morning, well, it's back down to $3 trillion. I think we're good. They want us to expand in the market. They want, it hasn't done it yet. They've been saying it for months. They want to keep this run going, but I think it'd be a huge mistake if they keep pumping it like that. Going so close into an uncertain election. I mean, we'll know for sure come Thursday night if Biden's doped up enough. If he doesn't blink, he's stoned. I don't know what kind of drug they'd put in him being that old. That'd be pretty tough. So if I break out here to the double top, I want 544. We got 3 white soldiers now. We're starting to get a little courage. There's 1,000. Pot stocks are down. We've got AMD. That's on the 5-minute. Come on, I want 110. 120 out of my SPY here. See, that's a bull flag right there. Still some uncertainty going on here. Bob it down. Boeing, I thought, had an irrational run yesterday with that bad news. Same as Apple. Still uncertainty here with SPY. How's it SPR doing? SPR had a pullback yesterday. And bounced back up with a double bottom. Then we got a triple bottom. Oh shit, there goes the SPY drop. .86. Damn. Yeah, they throw a lot of shares in there when they do that. Got an average of 90.5. 0.905. Market just stalled right there. Bitcoins are up. The ETFs. Chewy at 27.77. Mike, you gonna get it right. That's a pretty good drop from here. I'm staying in it here. I'm staying in it. I'm almost even again here. We get to the VWAP, I'll be up, but I want to break that VWAP and do a double top. I'm even. I was down like $200 there for a second. Break it. We had a big spike on the QQQ right there. Oh, I think I got this control right now. I'm at 93. Jimmy's in calls right now. We got economic event in 3 minutes. CB consumer confidence. Well, they say the confidence is very high. I don't know about that. Mine ain't. Not until I get a president that can talk and not be so damn hateful. There's a big volume spike right there. Break it. So far, I'm not that bullish on this. My sentiment's not too bullish unless we break the VWAP. AMD's starting to creep up a little bit. We got a double top on Meta. SPX, this could be the third attempt for the 200 SMA. There we go. We're at 103, 102. Now I'm going to take some profit on this thing. And we could break the double top, and then I'm going to go shit again, like I do every day. So it'd be a good idea to take profit if you're in trade with me right now. Or scale out some. When you have a breakout like this, they'd like to retest. Right now we're above the 63 EMA and the VWAP, and we're just barely above the 200 SMA, but we haven't broke it yet. So I mean, we have an expansion pattern. Or a fallen wedge, a fallen bull flag. Not really an expansion, kinda and kinda not. I can't count that as a 1. But I can count this as a 1 too. There we go. Now let's just a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to the beach. I'm heading to the beach. SPX double topped also. We don't mess around anymore. Randy. Super lemon haze, buddy. Where is Randy? Oh shit. Randy's not here. Part of my heart just dropped. If we hold, it could be a nice pop. That's true. Now, CNBC was whining this morning. Well, I think it had a not good enough pullback in the video. There it goes. That's how you do it. When you hang out with Jimmy, I was a little nervous, but we had a 1-2 free. Now, if you're in this trade, definitely scale out some. I mean, we could keep going. We could pull back to the VWAP. If we respect this expansion pattern resistance, we could go ahead and move on up. So if we consolidate for 4 or 5 minutes and squeeze out of that, But my resistance, like I said earlier, is 544.03. Hanging out with Jimmy. Everybody hear me loud and clear on YouTube? Don't forget the sunscreen. That's right. Don't forget to tip Jimmy so he can go on a good vacation. I'd be happy if we got it up to 700. I'll take the other, I'll pay the other half. Tesla's at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we don't break it, we take a nosedive. There's 110. Jimmy's happy now. So we came back and retested the VWAP with a hammer. Old MacDonald had a farm. Me-I-yo. Da 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 da. Now, Jimmy's going to say if we hold to 63, we move up higher. I'm going to put more allegiance on it than maybe the VWAP this time. Tips for Jimmy. I'm excited. I got that trade out of the way. I was a little bit concerned, but I had to chart it out. I mean, I had the low support. I was going to stay in it until we hit it, and it was right where Mike said, right around that 542.63 area, 60 area. Now we could come down here and create a shoulder line of the Head and Shoulders. Watch Tesla, see if it wants to pull back from here. We're definitely right on my resistance line with a tweezer top of just 1 minute candles. We could easily pull back and hit the 63. Now, when you're doing a Head and Shoulders, inverse Head and Shoulders, it don't have to be straight across. I mean, you could... Now, this was a reversal hammer right here. It should have probably held that, but it did not. Now, if we get two hammers, I call them sledgehammers. So it took me about 40 minutes to come out with 240 bucks. 280. I think as a rookie, if you make 280 a day, that's real good. Now we just went from 91 back to 104 on the SPY. We got some goat cheese this morning. I'm going to go in there and have a little bit on a cracker right now, and I'm going to make tomato tartare this afternoon.
Fascinating.
Interesting, yes. I have become... I'm so happy about my new approach to eating. I've actually gained energy instead of lose it like I used to do. Still need to get a couple more hours of sleep, an hour more sleep a day, I think. So we respected the VWAP on the SPY. That was the second time. Yippee! What's that BMBL? SPR pulling back some more, Mike. We'll keep it on watch. Now we're just kind of hopping back and forth. I'm adding the 200 SMA to my VWAP. Not the 2000, but the 200. And then I'm going to add the 60, well, yeah, 63. '63 EMA. Why you do that? Because those are my favorite ones. I use them as supports and resistance levels. We got some bullish divergence. It wasn't stable? Gotta be stable, Babel. Yesterday was not stable. NVIDIA is showing some respect. There's still some doubters in here, but we've been down here before and we bounced up pretty nice. Now, keep in mind, we've had some real good upgrades on the stock, and we didn't reach their targets yet, but we reached mine. Keep in mind that the market cap is what they're concerned with. 3.5 trillion was a little bit too much for their bread and butter. Keep in mind that this is the biggest pump that they've ever seen, that I've ever seen, ever since I've been trading stocks. Keep in mind that NVIDIA was holding up the market. But keep in mind that we got a debate coming up Thursday. Keep in mind that the fat cats love Biden because he can't speak and he can't think. You got the Obama bureaucrats running the country. Keep in mind our interest on our debt is over our federal budget for defense. The highest that it's ever been. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm just trying to tell you the odds that I still think the conditions aren't very good. Berkshire drops the BYD stake for China. NVIDIA rebounds after the sell-off. This is way too much, keep in mind. I sound like a politician, wasn't I, magnificent? Damn, Jim. Jim, you're funny. I can't wait to make this tomato tartare. A+. If I become a congressman, I'll make sure that women do not wear bras. Spy at 110, baby. VICTORY. Jimmy is scalping this battle cry. Meta has a new high. I'll be right back. I'm just craving a piece of that goat cheese. Big time. I can't get it off my mind, so I gotta taste it.
Right time here.
ARM.
They say it's
I was looking at ARM.
Cover that's going to monetize AI. Part of me wants to like dig into that more and be like, all right, so what about everything else? But
And what about ARM? They said it's so much more monetizable than like the rest of the
Right.
AI trade.
yeah, so it's pretty powerful language from them that makes ARM look very unique. I mean, the chart is pretty unique too because it's had some major gappiness, but generally has been in the trend, of course, Rick, but not without some ups and downs.
Yeah, it is an unusual set of price action that we've got to work with today here. You can see that we had this explosive move upward on earnings back in January, around that time here. Since then, a lot of the move retreated. We've lost most of those gains, then recovered once again to eclipse that original high. Now we're finding ourselves in a situation, though, where we've given back some of those gains from the more recent highs near 177. But note here, we've broken through this trend line, our white dashed line here.
Randy!
These series of lows. We also slipped below this volume node that we established here. This was an area of heavy trading. And look at RSI, our measure of momentum. Upward trend line here. We were in the overbought area, but the trend line has been invalidated, and we have fallen below that threshold of 70 here. So momentum interrupted, trend broken, so kind of not the ideal situation for the bulls.
Where is Randy?
Note as well today, we are on pace for a Harami type candle here, where today's real
Did he lock
body
himself out?
between the open and the close is completely within yesterday's opposite colored real body here. So that's not a great sign once again here. That's kind of a sign of stall and trend here. So something
You can't pull him
consider as
up.
we keep going here. But the old highs right here, that's one level to watch near 164. And then our recent set of highs could be another point of resistance here. To the downside, 149 stuck out to me because it was the site of our best close previously and about where we topped out a few times. So that could be another area to watch.
It does seem like just here in the last 5 days, with some of the pullbacks we've seen get pretty nasty in some of the other AI trades, this one looks like it's a little bit more well technically supported given the 149 there that seems to be holding. Also, just generally the drop-off that is happening kind of within a range that has been marked by consolidation. So there's a good bit of trading up here, whereas a lot of the other AI charts have been kind of more straight down pullback, like an extreme kind of reversal. This feels like maybe it's still just churning around above 150.
He's not online.
It could just be a consolidation point before another leg up.
I tried to pull him up on the...
To make that kind of prediction.
You got it.
Here. But
Why couldn't I get it?
What we can do is highlight these key areas that will help us inform our decisions when we choose strike prices or set stop losses or things like that. So those would be some key benchmarks.
Oh, I got it with a C. I used to be able to get it with a R.
Pull back in the momentum, but holding on to a range. Does seem like you wanted to hold that 149 though. Today's body of the candle smaller than yesterday's, so not perfect, not the biggest bounce back, but at least it's holding on up here, pretty elevated levels, and commentary from the analysts generally quite bullish. Let's talk some Uber here, Jenny, as the big comeback trade and kind of like Uber domination trade has slowed a little bit, but still a good 52 weeks.
It doesn't help that the last quarter they posted like 654 million in losses. I mean, like their profitability, I think, was what we were riding high on. The fact that this name was actually showing consistent profits, and I think that we saw the fact that they're not necessarily perfect. I mean, that's the case, but the downtrend was really picking up, and then we got those earnings. It wasn't like it was just an earnings catalyst. But this analyst today out of Piper Sandler says that they are a sleeping giant. They did reiterate their overweight rating, raised their price target to $88 a share from $86, which would imply about 25% upside from where we did close on Monday. The analyst said that they liked, like all two-sided marketplaces, the gig economy names have this high margin advertising opportunity that Amazon has basically proven. But Uber's scale makes it this overall more underrated pick in his opinion. They mentioned Uber has beaten on its EBITDA metrics over the last 10 quarters by 15% on average. Therefore, they believe the company's margin opportunity may still be underappreciated, and they think the potential long-term and ad attach rates at MoneyScale combined, they appear to have the most upside, they believe, now through 2027. So this is a pretty optimistic note, and I have to say that even with this pullback, 48 analysts, 46 have buys, 2 have holds, not a single outright sell. So that's frankly amazing to me. The average price target, $86 a share. That implies about 20% upside. So all in all, Street still really likes this name and this note, only proving that. And I think we're seeing, I mean, a nice, modest, not like we're surging, but we're up almost 2% on the session.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. The fact that they still long-term looks pretty good, and the fact they say it's a sleeping giant, to me is like exactly the way to describe Uber, because that's kind of what it was. It was the awakening of this dominant giant, and now we see a little pickup here in the last couple of weeks. So turn around, Rick, from the pullback, or what?
A bit, yeah. Not a lot of net progress made this year, though. And, you know, to be sure, we have made a big jump off our yearly intraday lows. We're up about 62% from this point right here. But, you know, since we kind of broke above this level here, this green line where we topped out several times near 63, we've erased a lot of those gains. Turns out that was about where we bottomed out recently, too. Old resistance became new support. Now we've cleared our moving averages, yellow 21-day and orange 63-day, both of which are trending upwards still. So we do, once again, have a resistance point to watch here. We've got this old set of highs from where we broke out of our downward sloping trend line and then quickly went back within that boundary before eventually breaking out. And we didn't clear that level here during our next rally to the upside. So this level just below 74, that's an important point to watch for signs of further upside here. We've also got this volume node right here to provide some potential resistance coming in around 78. To the downside, we've got this confluence. We've got our 2 moving averages right on top of each other near 69, so that could be a key area to watch. Also the site of another volume node actually here. But when we look at RSI, momentum geared toward the upside, price above the moving averages, things are looking more promising for the bulls still at this time.
Okay, so still generally favoring the momentum, the upside. The RSI looks pretty good. Not a lot on the calendar for Uber, but you know, the stock is still looking like it's a pretty good place to kind of sit in a dominant winner for its market. Also, all that trading there at $63 basically serving as kind of a platform for this thing to bounce. I feel like gives you a pretty good degree of confidence on where support is in the chart in the stock. So maybe not a whole lot of risk to the downside at this point. Last one here, Trade Desk. Been a little bit of a murky outlook for some of these companies on competition, margins, how AI might displace some of what they do a little bit, or they could harness it. It's kind of one of those areas where I feel like it's still up for grabs what impact all the AI stuff is going to have on them.
I totally agree with you, but the Trade Desk chart actually wouldn't tell you that because it's been under, I mean, it's up 34% on the year. Yeah, wow. So it's kind of remarkable, and I think that this name saw some more, I'd say, weakened expectations for earnings than seemed to obviously please the street. And we also did hear some remarks from their CEO earlier this week. So as a result, Citi came away from that commentary incrementally more positive on their growth outlook, saying that these conversations
always clean as Jim. May I help you?
Reinforce their position as a key partner and a key player in AI. They kept a buy rating a $112 price target.
Come on, man.
One overarching theme they said for many of the key players at these larger advertising agencies and brands was how essential a role and partner that the Trade Desk really is, which I just didn't realize that. I guess their influence in the overall ad space because, gosh, that has been a struggling business. But overall, this name does have 27 buys. There are 5 holds, 2 underperforms. There's 0 outright sells. The average price target is 102, so with 112 today out of Citi, that does definitely put it just slightly below the street high at around 115. But hey, we've only pulled back about 2.5% from our recent 52-week highs, and we're up 61% here from lows. So I was shocked actually to see how strong of a chart this has been and how well it's held on.
Right, yeah. Trade Desk has been choppy and grinding, but working. And what do we got here, Rick? It's like a funnel. What is this?
Kind of a rising wedge type shape, I think you would call it. 2 trend lines, both pointing upward, converging toward each other with a more modest slope to the upside, a steeper slope on the downside here. But you guys are right, definitely a lot of chop here, but it has been grinding upward slowly here. Now we're finding ourselves in a situation where even though we've seen highs here on the year, momentum has been trending downward and also, if you could argue, trending upward at the same time across the lows. So kind of a triangular shape here, bouncing around an increasingly narrow area, but mostly staying above that 50 midline. Once again as well, we're above all three of our moving averages, all of which are trending upward here. We're close to those highs, so things seem to be favoring the bulls more here. If we were to make another move to the upside here beyond these highs, we've got our +2 standard deviation channel. That's 2 standard deviations above our blue linear regression line, coming in just below 103. That could be a resistance area to watch. To the downside, we've got our trend line, our 21-day EMA in yellow, and our +1 standard deviation channel that lines up with this volume node. So look for potential support between like 94 to 95.
All right, okay. Seems like a pretty good chart. Seems like it's got a lot of trading volume and activity in the last kind of month-long range. So another one that seems like it's got good momentum here. Generally pretty solid charts. Maybe Uber the kind of least certain, but ARM and Trade Desk looking pretty good. All right, thanks Rick, thanks Jenny. Coming up, little market meetup, talking about the session so far. As the stocks again move back towards AI, we've got the NASDAQ still up, and here are the highs of the session. Here, be right back.
Okay. We've been right back. I want to drink your blood. Doo-doo. Randy's back. Tell me how much I missed him, Magnificent.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view.
I'll be right back.
A full hour of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Schwab Network's like no other financial media you've watched because it's all markets, all the time. It's 100% finance. We look at everything as traders and investors. And everything we say, everything we do is through that lens. There's no ulterior motive, and there's no subjectivity. There's no random guesswork about what we think. We are following the numbers all the time, relentlessly. We have the best CEO interviews, hands down. They're longer, more thorough, and tailored specifically to our audience. We never take our eye off the ball, which means we're always ahead of our peers.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim. With robust charting and analysis tools, nearly endless customization, and up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live.
Spy back to VWAP.
About this morning session. Caroline Wood's back with us from New York Stock Exchange, our senior markets correspondent. Mr. Kevin Hayes, host of Fast Market, joining me as well here in studio. Kevin, it looks like today we're drifting back towards the AI trade, but not a lot has changed since we spoke this morning. A little bit of a pickup in Nvidia. Bitcoin seems to be risk on.
Yeah, it's almost a drift from the opposite of what happened yesterday. There's not a lot of conviction in this trade.
Conviction.
It's hard for me to make things up. I've seen too many years of this.
Me
When
too.
we're in the summer like this, these are days where keep dry powder and maybe not go all, this is not a full throttle day
Yeah.
in markets.
Yeah, it
And
does
so
feel
it's
like we're drifting.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we're just, whatever the momentum was yesterday, it's easing back a bit. And just like we took our feet off the pedal. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like a high energy day in either direction.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that people are eager to buy dips in, generally, whether it's NVIDIA, Bitcoin, the higher beta stuff. We're not just going to go up and up and up and up and up, and then all of a sudden not have any dip buyers on the way down. I mean, it could have been the peak last week for some of these. Sure, maybe, who knows? But the fact that they did so well and were such reliable momentum trades, I don't think people are just going to let them fall apart. Like, there's going to be a two-way battle here for sure.
Oh, I mean, a stock like NVIDIA, with so much good news, is not going to crash, right? There's going to have to be a significant tone change, like someone comes out with a chip that's better, or major competition starts to be the news flow.
Yeah.
That could, just like in streaming, right? When they got up to those levels, all of a sudden competition started eating each other and lowering prices and giving free things out, and that brought competition in. There's got to be some major tone change like that. NVIDIA is still in an early inning and still improving and still, it seems like, increasing the lead over their competitors. It's not the opposite. It's they're pulling away, if anything.
Well, I'm kind of thinking ARM is going to be an important event this week because we talk about how good that chart is, how much people love that stock. It's kind of our only major AI kind of event on the calendar, Caroline, and it should be, I think, a good test to see how
I love you, Caroline.
numbers bring people into the stocks that have gotten hit here over the last couple days, or if they look at the numbers and they go, great, but maybe not enough at this juncture. That's kind of, I think, our main AI test of the week.
Well, and catching a bid today, shares up about 2.5%, so regaining some of yesterday's sell-off along with NVIDIA, as you said. Although I was taking a look, AMD not participating in that rally, down about 1.2%. So yes, I think that, as Kevin said, though, it's summer. You can even tell around here it's just definitely quieter than it typically is. I think in terms of that dip buying, though, that you had talked about, outside of people buying the dip on NVIDIA and on ARM, the cruise lines also really catching a bid today. Carnival, which was significantly lower heading into results, up about 5% today. Norwegian, which is still down about 9% year to date, up 4% today. So I think some notable moves there, and it's interesting to see. Obviously, NVIDIA had a tough few sessions, but when you actually take a look at the leaderboard in the S&P 500, it's interesting to see the cruise lines ahead of NVIDIA.
Yeah. The other thing, to your point on this kind of rotation attempt that we had, it just seems like we always have to choose one or the other, Kevin. That's where I do feel that there is still this degree of uncertainty around the breadth of the market, because we get a couple days where the equal weight does well, you get a little bit of rotation, and then when NVIDIA works, the other stuff falls behind. It's like, we can't have it all. We have to constantly keep dividing these two markets, where the days where we get all
watching Spy here,
and most sectors up are still very limited.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that AI sector has led the market, and now with the rotation coming, but the problem is the S&P's at a 21 PE. So it's not like it's not like you're rolling into an S&P 18 PE.
Right.
Right. I mean, you're rolling into a pretty
That's getting skewed by NVIDIA. The cyclical stuff's not quite as expensive.
So listen, there are deals out there. There are still stocks that have got beat up during this. Some consumer discretionaries. There's a fair amount of names out there. Is that the bet you want to make going forward? Is that the play, to roll out of these high flyers, or a fraction of them based on a 10-for-1 stock split, and into these beat up names?
Yeah, I mean, basically Monday over the last 5 days, you got a bounce in regional banks and stuff that were kind of near the lows. One thing that I do think is kind of notable is that we keep getting this drumbeat of antitrust and regulatory language from authorities.
Let's go, baby.
But the stocks are unbothered for the most part. I mean, it doesn't seem like these announcements really move the needle at this point, where it's kind of like the market that's the price you pay for gobbling up growth and product and competition.
Well, yeah, if in fact they do have to pay the 10% of global revenues, yeah, that's a pretty big fine. But yeah, Apple shrugging off yesterday's news, and then Microsoft shrugging off. It's the latest tech company accused of EU antitrust breach. They're accusing it of breaking antitrust rules with its abusive bundling of software products, specifically the Teams app being bundled with its Office suite. They say this gives Microsoft a distribution advantage by not giving customers a choice, and restricts competition from some of the other big competitors like Zoom and like Slack. And they point out that there's these interoperability limitations, which we also heard from Apple previously, between the competitors and Microsoft's offering, saying preserving competition for remote communication and collaboration tools is essential, as it also fosters innovation on these markets.
This doesn't hold, I'll get stopped
Microsoft's
out.
conduct would be illegal under our competition rules. Microsoft now has the opportunity to reply to our concerns. Back in April, Microsoft had made some adjustments and not bundled them, but the EU basically saying that's not enough, and that those kind of what they had been doing was insufficient. So, but as we said, not really weighing on shares today. Shares are up 0.4%, despite the fact that Microsoft could be fined this 10% of overall global revenue. So we have to kind of see how this plays out. But I think when we're looking for the next really big catalyst to move this market higher or lower, it doesn't seem like antitrust issues is going to be it, at least according to the response today.
Right. Yeah. Is that the EU business model? Sue American companies?
Seems like it. Yeah.
They don't create it, they just regulate it.
It's like an unavoidable toll booth on the highway to success.
Right.
It's the EU regulators.
No, I think that's the way to think about it. It literally is a toll booth. You know, like it's, the market, I think, tells you that it's worth the fine to just, keep dominating. So, heavy lies the crown, I guess. All right, thanks, Caroline Woods, Kevin Haynes.
So I'm going to go in there and prepare my lunch.
That's it for Morning Trade Live, Trading 360.
The goat cheese was perfect.
We'll see you this afternoon.
I wanted to test it before I put it on my tartar. I've never made this before, so I'll be back. I'll be watching this trade I'm in.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insight.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Haynes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
84 and it's dead.
A young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us. A busy week. Today's show, we have our 360 Spotlight. We'll focus on Monday's partnership between Target, Shopify, and today's disruptor, Trade Desk. A bullish note from Citi you'll want to hear more about. Our 360 round talking all things cybersecurity. A lot has been going on there, particularly with those automakers, right? Let's check out the market. So we came off those highs. June 20th, we were hitting highs. We've been sort of bumping up along that back and forth action. Right now, you are seeing the S&P is up 9 at 54.57. The NASDAQ is up more than 0.5% at 19,602. Real estate has been under pressure today. And, of course, names like Home Depot, Walmart, Boeing. Some of those, of course, weighing on the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than down about 0.5% today. Oil and gold mix. Oil's at 81.65 the barrel. Gold is at 23.39, down about $4.50. The VIX at 13.23 and the dollar 105.38. Got to check in on Bitcoin, which dropped below 60,000. It's back above there, and it's up 4.5%, 61,835. So you're all updated there. We're still getting economic news, earnings news, and we'll start with some of the earnings news. I'm joined by Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, looking at Carnival rising after the quarterly numbers. And what stood out to investors? What stood out to you?
Yeah, Nicole, I have to say, pacing for now its best day since January, and so we needed this lift. I mean, a nice 6 3/4% move to the upside. I think what stood out overall is the fact this company did report this unexpected profit. I mean, higher prices are clearly benefiting this name, and I think you can make the argument for a lot of these cruise liners, as strong bookings and robust second quarter earnings did boost now their outlook. So there was definitely a lot to be excited about. I actually like that their executives did say that adjusted EBITDA not only surpassed the second quarter of 2019, it was also the highest second quarter mark in over 15 years. They've seen consistent growth in their repeat guests as well as their new guests, and the bookings curve in North America is higher than it's ever been. So, I mean, really upbeat. The company did say that with a tighter cruise ship inventory for customers, they were able to achieve these considerably higher prices on a constant currency basis on bookings that were taken during their second quarter compared to the prior year. They did also signal that there could be more smooth sailing ahead, as they did say overall with their financial performance, they continue to expect a lot of the same, with advanced bookings for 2025 now running ahead of 2024 in both pricing and occupancy. So net income we did see come in around 7 cents a share versus the loss of around 32 cents a share expected. Adjusted second quarter profit came in around 11 cents a share, which did pretty handily beat expectations for a loss of 1 cent. Revenue also climbed from a year ago, did top expectations, and by the end of the quarter, total customer deposits set a new all-time high at around $8.3 billion. That was around $1 billion ahead of their previous record. So as far as business is concerned, it would be hard to take this negatively in any way. But again, Carnival was so strong in 2023, saw this massive rundown in their share price, and now it's like the eventual regaining of some of this strength, because they have been considerably still underperforming a name like Royal Caribbean on a year-to-date basis. For example, 12-month chart, though, still looks pretty strong. We're still up about 10.5% on a 12-month basis.
You know, Ivan Feinseth that was here on the desk not long ago, and from last year he has been touting and loving these cruise lines overall. And here you go. People are loving them obviously. Thank you. Jenny Horn, markets correspondent. Great to see you. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Max Wasserman is with us, founder, senior portfolio manager, Miramar Capital. Good morning to you. How are you feeling about the markets these days? I feel like we're doing a lot of juggling around here. Some of your thoughts.
Well, I think this is a have and have-nots. If you look at the NASDAQ up 17% and the S&P up roughly 14%, but an equal-weighted index is basically up only 6%. So this is a NASDAQ-led market again, where the top 7 stocks are accounting for like 31% of the return. And so I think people are getting confused a little bit. A good stock market still with underlying issues. And the underlying issues is the consumer, inflation, spending. And we like the market long term, but we think there's some short-term risk.
I understand. So short-term risk. And what is the risk?
Well, if you look at a company like NVIDIA, a great company, but when you're up 140% and now you're almost 7% of the S&P, where do you go from here at 40 times earnings? And where do you go at 21 times enterprise value? And compared to, let's say, an Apple, which is only trading at 7 times enterprise value. So the question is, would you be buying these tech stocks at these prices and multiples now? And if not, look at the risk, because everybody's crowding into these trades because everybody's buying the S&P indexes or everybody's trading what's working now. So they're jumping in, and we think they're creating a lot of risk in the portfolios. But we think the rest of the market looks relatively fairly valued, and I think there's more opportunities when you look outside the top 5, 10 stocks.
How about, like, for example, right, when NVIDIA was trading down below $120, around $120, after 3 down days, it's actually up today. It's up at 122. The high was 140, but some of the targets are 200 plus for this name. When you see those kinds of pullbacks from 140 down to 120 or less, does that say opportunity to you, or does that say still overvalued versus the likes of Apple and others?
Well, I think they're still saying it's strong momentum are still right in these stocks. So traders and people will come on the TV and they'll tell you, look, you got a 13% pullback. But if the stock's up 140% for the year, that's really not a big pullback. I mean, it's short term. So I think traders and everybody's going to jump back into this name as Wall Street keeps having to justify these multiples. And while it's a great company, we think chip stocks to be trading at this level. I mean, these historically are cyclical companies. So to give them that big of a value, you know, watch out. If you start hearing words like stockpiling chips or things slow down, you saw it gave up 13% in a week. Imagine what it could do if the really news was just average. So we like the companies. We just think, would you buy 7% of your portfolio in NVIDIA at this price? Now, we have investments in other chip companies, but again, valuation is a little ridiculous at this point. Yes, we think there's still more upside to it, but it's not asymmetrical.
Come on, baby.
It's more on the downside. We think there's probably more downside than there is upside, given substantial momentum into these names right now.
So all the chips just feel a little frothy to you, even though you've chosen some. It's not even that you're out there recommending those. You like Visa, Hershey's, and McDonald's today. You don't have AMD or Micron on your list as your best bets. Why not?
No, we have one of our largest positions has been Broadcom, right? And it's been a tremendous winner, up 40%, and it's grown to almost
Missed it by a minute, man.
Portfolio. So we've trimmed it a little bit. Again, it's just risk management.
So now we have a Head and Shoulders.
Look at their portfolios and say, this may be a time for some risk management, given these massive runs and the amount of momentum that's in this market. Again, momentum's great, but when it turns, and nobody knows for sure when it turns, it's like trying to catch a falling knife. And when you get these outside ridiculous returns in weeks or months, I think it's prudent to take some money off the table.
Understood.
Tell me about Visa and the inflation picture. Consumer confidence pretty much came in line today. Inflation's still an issue for folks, but they are showing resiliency in spending, and businesses are busy. Tell me about the Visa story and why you like this one.
Well, I think you're looking at a long-term structural change in the way people spend money. And this is a fintech, so they're growing their top-line revenue double digits. So we think, if the consumer's still spending, they're not spending with cash anymore. They're spending with credit cards, and these are a processing company. So this is like a railroad, if you will.
Finally, somebody honest on here.
The whole world is going more towards credit, and Visa has that ability, along with MasterCard, to basically take advantage of it. So when you get top-line double-digit secular growth, reasonable valuations, the stock's up about 6-7% for the year. And we think there's long-term, this is a steady growth as you see more and more people adopt credit card and less cash. So we like that. Now there's going to be times with the consumer spending, especially when you have credit card debt over $1 trillion, right? With this level, and the fact that the consumer is really expending.
I was talking about this today.
With inflation.
Yeah, and you're right.
Remember when Jimmy was talking about his political speech about, I forgot how I worded it now, about the debt and about the interest payments that we're paying over defense spending. I mean, look at all that interest money. And they just kept printing trillions and trillions, Biden. We didn't need to print any of that damn shit. None of that money need to be printed. Oh gosh, we're at 99 cents? What the fuck? Oh! All right. Jimmy's out. I'm out of this sucker. Out of the buck.
Coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
I'm following along, brother, with another mother.
Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. But Alexis and I will take us through the charts. Here to take us through the trades, Tom O'Brien, CEO at TFNN. Thank you both for being here. So are you feeling like, I heard a lot of overbought, I heard a lot of frothy, you know, when you look at price to earnings, price to sales, whatever you want to use, whatever metric, feels that things are feeling a little overdone to you, Tom?
The market in general, I mean, this has been an extraordinary run. I mean, I'm looking, as you know, we've talked to you the last couple of times, for a smaller pullback. Nothing heavy, but my take is that we're actually in it right now. The Dow had actually started it, came back really good. You know, NASDAQ yesterday still sideways move. NVIDIA, of course, was taking it south, meaning in the composite. I just think we're in for a break right now, meaning that we're going to get a pullback. And Nicole, where I'm coming from is this. I'm coming from the U.S. dollar and the bond market. And the reason I'm saying that is that the dollar right now is trading at that 105.686. The dollar looks to me like it wants the top of the range, which is 107. The market can't stand. As the dollar goes higher, this market most of the time is going lower. Not heavy, but going lower. The bonds, you can see what happened this morning, you know, pre-market this morning, 6 o'clock, you know, Wall Street time, you know, the bonds are up. And as soon as Canada came out with their inflation, which is closer to 3, bang, it got smoked immediately. So that's telling me that it's going to be higher for longer and put more juice into the dollar. And the dollar is the thing that can wreck, you know, markets. Meaning because, you know, bottom line is so strong. So I'm looking on this first trade on NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, you know, on NVIDIA, what's really intriguing about NVIDIA is this. When they announced the split, it went up 40% in 5 weeks.
Problem?
What happened also is this, is that I watched the ETF market really closely, because what happens to the ETF market, you know, bottom line is if you get a pullback, the ETF's going to sell more. Well, many people went in NVIDIA right at the wrong time. The last week, and the Granite shares, the 2 times leverage product, they put $783 million into that in 1 week. And just to give you an idea, that ETF, not this year it took in $8 billion. The year before, the whole year it only took $168 million. So what happens there is that as NVIDIA was getting sold down last couple of days, all those ETFs got to sell it. So, you know, my take is that, you know, if we look at NVIDIA, you're at 124, you can sell it here. And I wouldn't give it any room. You know, I mean, I got to stop at 125.79. Now, what I'm looking for that to fill that gap lower, which seems like a long way down, but on a percentage basis, it's really not. And, you know, that gap is down there at the $96 level. So, you know, we'll see where this shakes out, but that's where I'm going with NVIDIA. And there's only a 1.23%. There's only a 1.23% short position, which is pretty cool.
I will say, you know, I heard a lot of over NVIDIA over the weekend. I heard about the 50-day moving average. Ben's going to come on. You know, that it was around $100. And I was saying to myself, oh my gosh, you know, so many people are buying in at 120, 130, went to 140. You know, and if this 100-day moving average is, that's 50 days at $100, you're the first person to put $96 as where you think it could be headed. Let's get to the charts. Ben.
Nicole, I'm going to push back on this one a little bit. I think that we could possibly still be in a trend up environment. This 123, 124 area is going to be key for both the bulls and the bears. Let me show you why. First and foremost, how we're trying to rebound today, and in a well-defined trend up, you don't spend a lot of time at lower extremes. In fact, that's by definition why they're called an extreme. Take a look at the sharp move higher here. Again, 115 all the way up to 124. And there's some conviction associated with this. I mean, no rejection at the very least. A 1 minute candle chart shows exactly what I like to look for. We're talking about the 2 phases of price development. Direct your attention over here to the left side of your screen. You're going to see even within this bigger move up we've seen today, sideways consolidation, within this bigger move up, look at how this pattern repeats itself. I'll go 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 times within that bigger, again, high conviction move up on the left side of your screen, and then we go a bit sideways here. So that a big move, sideways consolidation, acceptance, now transition back into a vertical phase. This stock is seeking value higher on a 1 minute candle chart. Now, I mentioned this at a big level, right? Let me show you exactly.
I don't want to look now.
Looking at a 30-minute candle chart, some of the selling that Tom was talking about.
112.
We've seen after coming off that high up around 141. We were establishing value at lower and lower levels. We were balancing around 124. We broke down again and established a bit of balance around 120. I kind of looked at this as one bigger area. And look where we're testing again right now, right to this key area, kind of a line in the sand for the bulls and the bears here in many ways. Let's step back one more time, and this is why I'm giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls here, because it has been and continues to be in a longer-term trend to the upside. And what it looks like to me is that we're just forming a balance here, possibly going to go a bit more horizontal rather than that vertical phase that we have been in. Here's the area that Tom's talking about, that gap he mentioned, that's around that 100, 95, 100 level. That's the area he's looking for, but you're going to see I've got my eye on this well-defined trend up off the low from last year, around 20, recently shy of 141. Looks to me like we're just transitioning from vertical to horizontal. That's very healthy. And when we were balancing around 90, keep in mind, that's exactly what the bulls wanted to see, a breakout and then value form at a higher level. Looks like they're getting it.
So is that what's happening? Well, let's see. Tom, do you want to give a rebuttal there?
Yeah, no, listen. It's in an uptrend. There's no doubt about that, okay? The real question is that will it do this type of retracement, meaning coming down to that gap? And we'll find out. You know, bottom line is that at this particular point, I think it's game. Like you probably, I guess, he was talking about Broadcom. Well, Broadcom is, you know, down good today. It's filling a gap. And when you look at the sector in general, you know, it's getting weaker. I mean, that's my take on it. So, you know, we'll see where it shakes out. Probability-wise, I really like the trade because you're risking $2 or $3, you know, to make, you know, basically 25. So that's not a bad risk-reward, you know, in general.
No.
Let's get to Home Depot, which was exciting for a while, especially when it started to get closer to $400, and then it's sort of waving all over the place since that high. Some of your thoughts, Tom?
Now, this one, it gets real interesting. Normally, I don't short stock that, you know, what happened is that this closed yesterday, you know, at the 148 level. Bottom line, it opened $10 down today. My take is that you can still sell it, even if it's down 14 bucks right now, and you give it hardly no room at all. You put a stop at like 340, and I'm looking for this to go into the 323 area. So what we have here, this is definitely a play again on rates being higher for longer. I think we're in a situation right now that people are going to be, well, people are running out of money, number one. Rates in general look to me like they're going to be staying at this level for a long time. And if we stay at this level for a long time, what I expect is going to happen is that at some point, the regional banks are going to get hit with this commercial real estate again, even though, you know, like analysts out there, including Blackstone, keep saying, oh, we're at the bottom. Well, they're saying we're at the bottom when they can't even pay basically their biggest fund. You know, they have to put restrictions on it. So my take is that we're not even close to the bottom on the commercial aspect of it. And, you know, Home Depot's a great company, but the bottom line is that if people don't have money, well, less homes are going to get done over. That's the first part. The second part is actually a little bit bigger. And what that is that when people don't see their prices going up in their homes versus either flat or down, they're not going to spend as much money. Because then you're going to start reading the articles again. Is it worth it to do a bathroom? Is it worth it to do a kitchen? You know. So my take is that this thing is going to basically get down to the lower end of its consolidation.
All right. Let's have Ben look at the charts quickly. I want to make sure we have plenty of time for our number 3 player here today.
Nicole, I understand the short-term bearishness here. I'm thinking long-term, though, bullishness. I am a Home Depot frequent flyer, and I can tell you that parking lot has been packed. So, yeah, the numbers were a little bit disappointing today, but aside from that, I'd imagine the numbers from this individual name are going to be pretty good when we get a look at them. Let's take a look, first and foremost, at some of that short-term selling we've seen and how it did take out a key area on the intermediate time frame, but it's a prime example of the transition from one phase to the next, like exactly we look for. Horizontal into vertical, and are we about to start to get into a bit more of a rotational horizontal phase at this lower level? Sure looks like it, right? Could, again, form around, well, we'll call it, again, around this 338, 339, 340 area, testing lower extreme right now of a bit of a range that we've been in, possibly breaking out to continue this weakness here. But on the shorter to more intermediate time frame, you're going to see, again, how that move lower actually did take out a key area. The bulls did not want to see a breach of that 345 level. Even those that are, again, trading the short-term time frame. We got 5-minute candles going back to a couple of weeks ago. Stock was bouncing around 328. We saw it rally up to 345. Similar situation, the staircase type pattern. Value was moving higher at 353. Again, the bulls want to see a breakout to the upside and value form at a higher level. Look what happens. In fact, we reverse. We start to take out key areas that were established on the way up. So let's take one more step back, because we are, again, seeing some short-term weakness, but right to a key level that I'm watching here that I think could be crucial, 330. Nicole, we've been talking about this for a while, that kind of trampoline effect you get while you're in a very wide range balance. It becomes mature, a retest of the middle of that area. If we get some movement to the upside here, if today was just short-term weakness, ultimately short-term price decay, look out. I mean, we retest those 420 highs we're talking about from the fall of 2021, summer of 2021 into the fall of that year, and then again, that next big hurdle is the highs from earlier this year, late last year. But there's a possibility that we could get a nice little move up here off this support area around 330 if, again, that longer-term trend is still intact.
All right, thank you for that. And we'll get over to our next name, and that is Toll Brothers. 1 year up about 52%. They did have a look from the Department of Justice, I think it was, and it did have a nice feature on the CEO at Barron's. Some thoughts on Toll Brothers, Tom?
Brothers, we're down 285. You know, we're at 115. Now, this one I'm not looking to move a lot. I'm looking to move it. You know, we were at a high of 118 this morning. Bottom line, you can sell it here. Now, I'm only looking for 111 on this, okay? It's the same type of concept, though, that higher for longer rates. I see the action, meaning that when rates continue to be this high, what happens with the large builders is no doubt they can get incentives, they can do buy downs, they can do all of the above. That being said, what is happening across the country is that, you know, you keep hearing that the real estate market is frozen. Well, when it's frozen, the bottom line, it means it's too high. So if this is the stock market, of course, you know, they price it down. And the real estate market, that hasn't happened yet. Well, it's happened slightly, okay? But my take here is that it's going to go after the lowest swing point, and we'll see how that shakes out at that lowest swing point, meaning at the 111.27 mark, you know, because this has been a consolidation, you know, and it's been a small consolidation between the 111 and 130. But my take is that we're going to get down into that level, because the nervousness is going to get bigger and bigger as we go forward if this 10-year is still staying at this 4.4, 4.5 area, because then the mortgages, you know, are basically 7%. And 7% is a big number on big numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody's watching those mortgage rates very closely. Ben, you get the final word here.
No, almost an identical example, I'd say, and argue, Nicole, as in video. So we're going to kind of end where we started off in many ways. Short-term weakness, long-term strength. So unfortunately, I kind of feel like it's an 0 for 3 today as far as Tom and I. But let's begin or Tom and me, but let's begin with Toll Brothers here and that short-term weakness. And some of the selling we've seen, you can see, again, from 120 or just shy of, all the way down to this morning around 115. In fact, we just made that low as Tom was laying out the fundamentals here and talking about this example, which, yeah, it has struggled, as we've seen, this higher rate environment kind of take its toll. Again, short-term weakness you can easily identify here as values moving lower, and we actually looks like as we speak in a breakout phase. So you can see the red candles, you can see that we're seeking value lower as we transition from a kind of low conviction phase into that high conviction. Again, we're back into that vertical phase here. So let's just move away from that 1 minute chart into an hourly candle, because here's where again it starts to look to me like this could be a long-term buyer's opportunity to kind of step back in, and if we do find some support around this 114, 115 level, get back through 120, opens up a door for 135. You can see we've been trending higher here, bottom left, top right. This chart we've added quite a bit of time on from that 1 minute candle all the way back to December of last year. But again, just looking at where we see value, which way it's moving, and yeah, even within this range, kind of like what Tom was talking about with NVIDIA, you can kind of work your way towards that lower area. It could be that gap that he pointed out, 95, 96, but still establish a range, which is what the bulls are looking for. Right now, they don't like to see the price decay, but if you get into a horizontal pattern, if you establish value at a higher level, that's all they want, right? Higher and higher levels here. Lastly, taking a look here, one more chart for you, you can see that we're in a well-defined trend up. Similarly as NVIDIA, right? But in this instance, off the pandemic low around 13 to briefly above 135 back in May, currently balanced, forming, and value is being established around 120, testing a lower extreme of. Again, Nicole, short-term weakness sets up for those longer-term buy opportunities.
All right, thank you both for the big three today. NVIDIA, Home Depot, Toll Brothers, sell short on all of those, Tom O'Brien says. Thank you. Tom O'Brien, CEO of TFNN, and Ben Lichtenstein on the charts there. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Target. Retail stores teamed up with Shopify, expanding its third-party marketplace. I want to dive more into this story and all things retail. We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
I like that area. I think there is potential. Right now, as we speak, I think we are in absolutely a pullback on Bitcoin. I think you could see it to go to its support area, which is in the 60,000, and then possibly base there for a while, and then long term, still bullish, where it could go up to 70 some odd thousand, which is its resistance level. If it breaks through there, I think it can run, but again, only for money that you can afford to lose.
This week, Market Overtime, here from Susie Orman, host of Women in Podcast and Women and Money podcast. From escaping her debt to Bitcoin investing thesis, Susie Orman offers her unique market perspective. Investors closer to retirement and investors just getting started will gain valuable insights from a long-time market legend. Tune in all week long, 4:30 p.m., 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Schwab Network. Don't miss it. In the meantime, welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I want to spotlight retail. In fact, the big story that Target, as this company has teamed up with Shopify, and it strengthens its third-party marketplace, right? It's going to have more products, more merchants. You'll be able to buy Shopify products online at Target, even in the stores. I want to hear more about this. Jen Rogers-Niffin's with us, CEO at J. Rogers-Niffin, WWE. Thoughts on this partnership? Were you surprised, or does it make sense to you?
I was surprised. Makes sense to me. I think it's a good idea. Unfortunately, I don't think it's a game changer at all. So, it's hard to go up against Walmart and Amazon with Shopify.
It's interesting because why do you think they did it? If it's not a game changer, why do it?
I think they think that this will help improve the marketplace. They've only got about 1,200 sellers on their marketplace. Walmart's got 135,000 sellers on their marketplace, and Amazon's got a couple of million sellers on their marketplace. Everybody wants to be bigger online. Everybody wants to be bigger in marketplace if they're a large player, and they need to be too. I'm just not sure that this is going to make enough difference in the marketplace of all the marketplaces to get them to where they want to be as a stronger player. I think Amazon is a big lock here, and everybody else is playing on the edges. Looks like playing on the edges.
Yeah, you mentioned Amazon. The 10th Prime Day event returns July 16, 17. Do you love Amazon? Do you love Walmart? Some quick thoughts?
Well, Walmart's the best retailer in the world, and Amazon's the best distribution and stickiest website in the world. So do I love them from the point of view of what they can do with the consumer and for the consumer? Absolutely. People have to make a decision on things like valuation. But from the point of view of performance, you just mentioned a few minutes ago, Home Depot, one of the best retailers in the world. Walmart, best retailer in the world. Costco, one of the best retailers in the world. Long term, they're going to win. Their marketplace is going to win. And the battle is really Amazon and Target. Amazon and Walmart. Amazon is as big as Walmart now at 24, but those are the two serious players. Serious players in marketplaces. Everybody's putting in places. Macy's has a marketplace. It's got a marketplace. But the two big marketplaces are going to be Walmart and Amazon.
Yeah. TJX, a name that has sort of, Target was sort of the darling, and particularly during the pandemic, and then TJX has been clawing its way up and up this wall of worry of some sort, and now has been closing at record highs, right? At Marshalls and TJ Maxx. Do you think TJX is in a real growth phase? I mean, are we going to be saying goodbye to Target somehow and looking at other names instead?
Well, I do think TJX and the other people in the off-price space are having a good run here. Still think the off-price space, like the dollar store space, is restored, but TJX is one of the best retail operators in the world, just like the other ones I named. So do I think they're running a winning game here for a while? I absolutely do. I think Target's in a hard place right now because they're a much more direct competitor for Walmart and a much more direct competitor for Amazon. And they did a great job during the pandemic. They moved everything to be able to put out of the store or let you pick it up at the store.
My first attempt for tomato tartare. Oh, I forgot to put my green onion on top. My shallots. I'll lose some belly fat on that one. This is a great recipe for losing belly fat. Get a cracker. Oh man, it's good. That is very good. I use Dijon mustard, olive oil, and green onion. Goat cheese and sesame seeds. So today I took 2 trades so far, and I swung in the video. And I have to say it's a good day. I hit my goal.
Specifically, it's Teams being a part of the larger Office suite. They say this gives Microsoft a distribution advantage by not giving customers a choice. It restricts competition on the market and harms competitors. Of course, some of those competitors would be Slack and Zoom, the Teams competitors. The EU saying preserving competition for remote communication and collaboration tools is essential as it also fosters innovation on these markets. Also points out that there are potential interoperability limitations between those competitors and Microsoft's offering. We know that's a big initiative for the EU right now. Now, if confirmed, it says Microsoft's conduct would be illegal under our competition rules. Microsoft now has the opportunity to reply to our concerns. Now, back in April, Microsoft did try to address some of these regulatory concerns by proposing to unbundle Teams from Office products beyond Europe, but the Commission said these changes are insufficient to address its concerns and that more changes to Microsoft's conduct are necessary to restore competition. If this all comes to light, Microsoft could potentially be fined up to 10% of its global revenue. So we're talking a big fine here, as we saw for Apple as well. Not weighing on shares today, though. Shares are up 0.3% regardless. So it doesn't seem to be causing a lot of investor worries, but it's definitely something that's not going away because we continue to hear, the EU continues to really crack down on these tech companies.
So America gives Microsoft one heck of a deal, a monopoly, and then the EU charges them with antitrust violations. They got into Apple. They're making a killing off of us. The EU is.
They've been growing their market share as well as their brand recognition as a company. And I think this is what Citi is looking at after evaluating the company's brands. And at the Cannes Festival, they actually upgraded the stock. In terms of their price, they maintain a buy rating to $112. And they say but there's positive growth outlook for the trade desk. They've been growing market share. They have partnerships with mainstay big ad companies like Meta Platforms and Google. While at the same time, they've been growing their presence across multiple connected TV platforms, including Roku, Comcast, and of course Disney. So this is a company I think that's becoming more and more in line with display ad technologies, becoming more ubiquitous across bigger platforms like the connected TV platforms, but also smaller platforms that like to control their buy-side advertising. And the other thing is looking at the trade desk. I mean, it's nearing 52-week highs. This pulled back a little bit with the market over the past week, or at the very least since the end of last week. But I noticed that this group, including Google, Meta Platforms, and the trade desk, these are advertising-based companies that have actually held up quite well in this market. And the expectations for trade desk, even on a forward basis, are still pretty robust. Earnings growth at 25%, sales growth at plus 20%. And it's a company that's generating more positive free cash flow than it was last year. So that's a good sign for improving net income margin. And I think this is also why Citi upgraded the stock.
Yeah, and look, you had Wedbush and Piper Sandler both at 110 price targets, so they like it as well. Tell me a little bit about you.
Yesterday I called out Mira.
Yeah, so I think the trend is intact. One of the things I noticed about the trade desk is it doesn't have a lot of momentum. So with that said, I'm not going to buy outright call options for a bullish trade. We're going to structure essentially a bull call spread to help neutralize maybe some of that slow momentum that the stock typically carries. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to August with 52 days. I'm going to buy an in-the-money 97.50 call, and then I'm going to sell the 105 call against it. So essentially, it's a bullish trade, and the stock you buy the spread for $3 a share, or $300 a contract in debit. You have to hit at least $100.50 for break even, but effectively you're outlaying $3 to potentially make $4.50. That'll happen if the stock does hit 105 or higher by expiration in 52 days. So it's essentially a trade that's bullish. By selling that call above the buy strike of the 97.50, by selling that 105, we're essentially helping neutralize that time decay. And it allows the stock to slowly, incrementally move to the upside versus stocks that we've talked about and traded on this program that have a lot of momentum. We usually will just buy calls outright.
All right, George Sillis, great to see you. Thank you for that look there and the example trade at Trade Desk. Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We'll discuss everything cybersecurity. We've seen cyber attacks on the rise. You saw what happened to all those automakers recently. We'll discuss what companies are doing to prevent exactly this. Trading 360, we'll be right back.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan! How's my favorite client?
Great! I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope, Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's our 360 round, and we're looking at cybersecurity. Of course, you may have heard that some of these automakers had a software hack and actually went to pen and paper. What? Okay, let's hear more about this. Dr. Chris Pearson's with us, CEO at Black Cloak. Gordon Lawson, CEO at Conceal. Thank you both for being with us. This kind of attack, so broad-based, CBK Global called this cyber attack on the software platform a ransom event. Gordon, what did you think of this?
Well, I think it's unfortunately a continuous trend that we're seeing where threat actors have access to not even that sophisticated ransomware packages, which they're able to get off the dark web. They're targeting industries like automotive, where there's a single point of failure in the supply chain, and they're able to hold people for ransom, 8-figure ransoms, and it can take down, literally thousands of car dealerships and prevent them from not only selling cars and invoicing their customers and getting the financing required, but it's also disrupted the car dealerships from being able to order parts. So this trend is going to continue. There was $1 billion paid out in ransomware in 2023, and we expect that trend to continue in 2024.
I did hear one piece of good news pertaining to this, and that was that the backup systems were more advanced than they've been in years prior, and so some of the stuff was more recoverable, more easily recovered, and as a result, maybe the ransom, wouldn't have to be paid in the same way it has in years past. Chris Pearson, some of your thoughts.
The fact of the matter is this, is that cyber criminals are going to attack by any means possible. They're going to attack directly companies, extorting them, seeking ransom, seeking financial gain and intellectual property, but they're also going to go through third-party software attacks. We've seen this pattern happen time and time again. We just saw it most recently, largest one probably with SolarWinds, and now you're seeing it in terms of CDK. Attack one software company that is used by thousands of, in this case, 15,000 car dealerships, and you can more massively impact those actual dealerships. You can more massively impact the speed of negotiations because you're going to be offline for a longer period of time, and potentially, right, the company has an existential risk. What was very nice about this attack is that it seems like, or the defenses here, is it seems like there is some attention paid on resiliency. The company is trying to reconstitute itself using backups, using alternative methods to get the software back up and running. But of course, it's been down for about 7 days, and it seems like probably a few more days are in store. But we have to go ahead and focus on protection and defense, but we have to really make sure that we're all lined up on how to react, how to reconstitute our systems, how to rebuild in a quick and swift manner.
Yeah, and I want to hear more about what are the lines of defense. But Gordon, I'll ask you this. I mean, every industry is sort of vulnerable, right? At this point, and so now, why do you feel compelled to come out here and talk about this overall? What is it that you want people to really know about these cyber criminals, or what they need to do for their businesses, for example?
Well, I think, Nicole, you're right on track here. Every company is vulnerable to these sorts of attacks, and so what we tell folks is that, first off, any company, no matter how large or small you are, you have to have a strong defensive strategy. That involves having a managed service provider or MSSP that can look at your endpoints, the laptops that your employees use, and make sure that there aren't intrusions taking place. You need to do cyber training, and you need to tell your employees that if something looks suspicious, whether that's a phishing email or it's a text or it's a phone call they get, never give up those credentials, never give up that username and password, because that's how 90% of these attacks are occurring. And not only that, the folks that perpetrated CDK, they're now calling in to the dealerships and trying to do secondary and tertiary attacks where they're asking for those usernames and passwords of employees, trying to perpetuate this attack and keep it going. So employees need to be hyper vigilant. Companies need to continue to invest in their defenses and get experts involved to help them build up that resiliency.
And we're showing some of the cybersecurity companies, CrowdStrike, which actually was recently added to the S&P 500, Fortinet, Palo Alto, Zscaler. Dr. Chris Pearson, final thoughts here you mentioned some of the defenses that companies can take. Why do you feel compelled to be here today to talk about these cyber attacks, which obviously just stop everything in its tracks, right? A company like an auto company can't order its parts, can't do its business. I mean, stopped right there.
Look, at the end of the day, companies need to, right, they're in different sectors doing different things. They have different products and services that they provide. We need to take a step back. Every single company that exists right now is essentially some type of a cybersecurity company. There's this digital plane that traverses everything of what we do, and it creates this playing field by which you have to have proper defense, you have to have proper reconstitution, you have to have proper remediation. You have to actually tackle cybersecurity. It's a people, process, and technology thing. It won't be solved by technology alone. It'll be solved by education, proper people that are educated in terms of how to be protecting your corporate information and not succumbing to these attacks, by proper technology and defense in depth, and also by the proper processes in place to go ahead and reconstitute once attacks happen and once you need to run incident response. But we have to get much better at this game so that we don't let our intellectual property, our corporate secrets, our finances, and our transactions, and quite honestly, our software in this case, kind of go out the back door.
Yeah, understood. Great to see you both. Thank you. Dr. Chris Pearson, CEO at Black Cloak, Gordon Lawson, CEO at Conceal. Thank you. An important conversation. That will do it for us, and thanks for being with us here on Trading 360. Download our free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store 24/7, schwabnetwork.com. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Do join me then. In the meantime, back to next.
Part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. The client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Okay, I'm done. Let's go over the watch list when I get a second here. Lily's up $12 today off the 200 mentioned yesterday. Lily, and that's on the 5-minute time frame. Jimmy was bullish on Meta yesterday. We had a 1, 2, 3 this morning, called it out. Boom to a double top. My tea is ready, so I got to get my water. Yeah, that kind of filled me up.
On Uber, which is up after positive analyst note this morning. Now let's take a look at the major indices, which are near session highs. Still mixed.
It's down now, though.
Across the board, but the S&P 500 up 0.3%. Dow Industrials off over 300 points. A little bit of a reversal from yesterday's gains.
They pumped FedEx yesterday.
Up over 1% now. Hey, Nvidia's up 6%. That'll do it. And the Russell 2000, the small
It's down
caps,
today.
1.5%. So a little more rotation today.
Back at my support.
Down this market action. Let's bring in my co-host. That's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, not surprising, a little bit of strength here in NASDAQ, but this is more of that rotation trade we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, but it's the opposite.
Right.
They're rotating back.
Exact opposite.
The rotation was one day.
Yeah.
8 of 11 S&P sectors are down.
Yeah.
And yet we're up 0.3. Alex Coffey just gave me a stat of the S&P 500 names, like 108 are up. All the rest are down, and yet the S&P's up. That's how concentrated the S&P is getting right now. It's a big number, and it's kind of interesting what's watching this unfold, because how can an index be up when 8 of the 11 sectors are down? That's incredible.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll give you the reasons. Nvidia's up 6%.
Yeah.
Google Alphabet up nearly 2%, hitting fresh all-time highs. Amazon's up over 1.5% after announcing the Prime Days that are coming up. Meta up nearly 2% today.
Prime Days.
Yeah.
Is that new?
What's that, Prime Days?
Is that something new that they were announcing?
No,
Just because
but-
they put out the date?
No.
Why not? I mean, everything else is up out of the Magnificent Seven at this point, so I think that's lending some credence to this turnaround that we see. I did notice that also. Out of the 11 S&P 500 sectors, only 3 of them are positive, but they're the ones that matter. Information technology, they're led by tech. Let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Nate, I wanted to get your take here. Kevin and I have been watching it since the start of the week. A little bit of a rotation trade where, hey, the S&P 500, NASDAQ positive, reversing yesterday's losses, but that's also putting pressure on the Dow and the Russell. Is this a signal that maybe investors, traders out there looking for some place to put money, but they're not getting completely out of the market by any stretch of the imagination?
Yeah, it is, and it has to do with the manner in which NVIDIA corrected. NVIDIA is the leader, and then everybody else follows. The chips follow, the AI follows, everything happens after that. Algos are likely programmed to NVIDIA based on what it does. And so you get a swift, sharp correction like we got from last Friday, down 16% in 3 days. It comes down to its 20 SMA, simple moving average. So did the semiconductor, the SOX index as well. And I think that provided enough of a reason or an excuse to basically say, hey, good enough for a correction. And I will say this, to the bull's point, you do want to see sharp, swift corrections when you get into these momentum uptrends like this. That's actually healthy. You don't want to see a slow bleed over a week, month period like that. That really has a tendency to kill the momentum. So does the momentum persist? We're going to have to wait and see here. We go back to March 8th. We talked about this last week, guys, that 83 RSI on NVIDIA. We hit it on Thursday last week. We get the intraday reversal, the bearish engulfing candle. It took roughly 2 months for NVIDIA. On March 8th, it gapped up to that 974, basically closed $100 lower, and then it took 2 months for it to basically get back up to that 974-ish type level. So, yes, it's nice to see a 6% bounce right here, but let's kind of respect that, it's been a volatile 4 days here in NVIDIA. The playbook is to say, go back to tech, go back to semis, go back to mega cap tech. That's where the value lies. And you're right on the rotation. I will say this, given that NVIDIA dropped 16% over 3 days, and the markets actually held up relatively well, meaning the money did rotate, I think that bodes well, because one of the question marks out there was, given the concentration, the momentum, and the bullish money flow into tech and AI and chips, if we lose that leadership, what happens to the rest of the market? Over the last 3 days, I say it held up pretty well for the bulls.
Yeah, and it's almost like, investors out there, they're not going to let this market drop because, as I mentioned, they're rotating, right? Nathan
It
mentioned.
appeared yesterday they certainly looked like they were rotating.
And now they're rotating out of the blue chips that were big winners yesterday. If you look at the Dow heat map, I mean, Home Depot is getting hammered. Walmart's getting hit right now. Boeing taking another leg down. We talked about that
up
yesterday
on that news, and then they hit it today.
Yep. Visa and MasterCard both down today, and that's based on maybe rejection of that settlement that they had with retailers. That's coming into play there. But Kevin, when you look at some of the data, firmed up consumer confidence levels at this point, about 100.4 on the June number.
I should have shorted this one yesterday.
Forecast, but still a little bit down from last month or the last couple of months. April was the lowest print since July of 2022, so that probably bodes well moving forward, that the confidence is at least consolidating.
Remember, there was a jump last month in consumer confidence, kind of surprising. So a little easing back is not that shocking, but it's still 100.4, good solid number out of consumer confidence. Now, Case-Shiller, House Price Index, FHA, Chicago Fed, Richmond Fed, they're not getting my heart rate up here. None of these data points are really getting my heart rate up to a fair level. So, this is secondary and third level economic data. I don't know.
It's not exciting. Let's put it that way.
There's better stuff coming, but it's Thursday and Friday we're going to get some good economic data. Income and outlays will be an interesting number to go through, but they're very quietly, not a lot of talk about it. Look at the dollar rallying back and firming up here. It's come up, it hit 103 less than 10 days ago, and it's marched straight up since then.
Yeah, back above about 105.70 at this point, not creating any headwinds. But Nate, one of the data points, or a couple of the data points that makes investors, traders feel pretty good is that housing prices continue to rise. That wealth effect, that's our biggest asset, right? Then you've got the overall market just below all-time highs also. So who's not to say that we can't keep this strong momentum that we've seen since the start of the year going for equities?
Right, yeah, it's like when you're making new highs in housing or in stock markets, I mean, that's wealth creation. I mean, you're creating new money for everybody, or not everybody, I should say, excuse me, those that are participating within those asset classes. So certainly, that's a healthy sign in terms of wanting to create that confidence or that stability within the overall stock market. That's nice to see. I will say, looking at, we've talked about some of the cracks that have kind of showed up over the past couple of months. They kind of correspond with the credit card rise and everything else like that. And looking at Pool's warning that came out this morning. And so, right now, guys, we're in this season. This is one thing I think investors or traders should watch out for. Are we going to get some earnings warnings? We got one last night from Pool. And the reason I'm singling out Pool is just the extent to which they revised their guidance. So if you go back to their last quarterly announcement, they actually raised guidance. They had this was back in April, had an optimistic outlook. Everything looked good for the summer. And then last night, they lowered guidance from roughly 13 and change to 14 and change was their EPS guidance, down to 11 in the 11 range. So $2 plus. And then they also said on new unit volumes in pools, it might be down 15 to 20% year over year versus expectations for being flat. So this is only one data point, but the reason I think these are important data points is we get so much economic releases that come through the pipes, but to me, this is such a leading indicator in terms of what is going on with the consumer. We saw also guidance out of the enterprise cloud area last quarter in terms of some weakness in CapEx spend within that area. I view that as a leading indicator. Right now, we're in the area where if somebody's going to warn, it might be coming out here over the next couple of weeks. So let's keep our ears open to see if anything else comes out in regards to technology around enterprise spend.
And on that note, maybe some warning shots across the boat here, Kevin. Walmart CFO came out and said Q2 won't be like the first quarter from a comp perspective. So that stock's getting hit a little bit.
Consumer.
Yeah, and you know, Walmart is the biggest out there. Amazon hasn't taken them over yet, and that to me is reflective of the weakness that we have. Besides today's consumer confidence number, the sentiment data has been weak. And it's been weakening.
The great thing about some of these earnings that are coming up is the data that we'll get from those earnings, like JP Morgan and Bank of America. Swipes, right? We're going to get real-time economic data. Walmart as well. Those companies, if you think about it, they're swiping cards from Chase or from Bank of America, and they're swiping them at Walmart, right? So we're going to get data from both sides on the strength of the U.S. consumer there, and the data will tell us.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe some of those comps are going to be hard to beat. Maybe that's what the Walmart CFO is getting at. But
SPY tried to pull back
because the consumers held up their end of the deal as far as the economy goes, Nate. But then at the same time, it seems like, you know, even with the restrictive territory that the Fed's put us in right now, the dollar rising, yields kind of firming at about 4.25% for the 10-year. That, hey, everything's still okay out there. There's not really any big warning signals for equities at this point.
Right, and I think that's most reflective if you look at the Q2 estimate for earnings growth, which is around 9%. It was 5.4%, I believe, in Q1. So if you're around 9% and it's holding up in that area. Now, these are only forecasts, but I think that kind of is the data point that the market hones in on. I think it'd be a lot different story if we were seeing some deceleration with that earnings growth, because that EPS growth is one of the main pillars in the bull's thesis. Now, when we get to PCE on Friday, you talked about yields. Yes, I think as long as they're hovering around 2-month lows here, we're likely going to be doing okay. Technically, I think if you can get below 4.2 on the 10-year, and maybe the PCE, if it comes in cool, can get us there, or 4.6 on the 2-year, I think those could be levels. That would be a new multi-month low for both of those technical yield levels. Then I think that could also bode well for stocks. Lastly, we've got Russell rebalancing, which is also going on this week, so maybe a little more volatility.
Yeah, that 2-year, 10-year yield curve spread widened out to the widest range since the start of the year. You know, we've gone over 2 years since that inversion's taken place. No recession on the horizon at this point, Kevin. So there's positives out there, but when you talk about S&P 500 getting stretched on valuation basis that you mentioned to me before, that's where it starts to get concerning for me. If NVIDIA, say it's up 5.6% right now, if that starts to fall, maybe it settles to up 1%, up 2%, flat even.
Yeah.
Watch out for this market. We got a 2-year note auction also at noon Central.
1 Eastern, yeah. We also have Michelle Bowman talking at 2 o'clock Eastern time. She was very hawkish, I thought, in the comments that came out. She's talking twice today. She talked earlier this morning in London, and some of those comments were pretty hawkish. Perfectly willing to raise rates again.
Yeah, and she said that she didn't see a cut at all this year.
Yeah.
And she said, as you mentioned, she could easily, raise rates at some point because she doesn't think that inflation's going to cool as much as maybe the market's expecting. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk FedEx. It's another good barometer for the strength of the consumer at this point, and we're going to talk that ahead of earnings. The stock is really flat so far this year, so the bar is set pretty low for FedEx. We're coming right back.
Do 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 do. So ARM is on our watch list for a reversal. 90-day. Well, we kind of already bounced back. Well, might be a little too late. What about that AMD today?
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis.
Jimmy called a reversal on AMD this morning.
Insights on
1 2 bits in a freebie. Snake.
Anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Anybody take that one?
Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging back, Carl.
Yeah.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this girl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Debt is bondage, and you'll never have financial freedom if you have bondage. And if you have credit card debt, and all you can
Oh,
do
God,
is
shut up.
due, that debt is going to grow and grow and grow. So if you really want a life, a financial independence, a financial freedom, you cannot have debt.
I disagree.
This week on Market Overtime, here from Susie Orman, host of the Women and Money podcast. From escaping debt to her Bitcoin investing thesis, Orman offers
I had debt one time
perspective for markets and investors
to buy a house.
Closer to retirement and investors just getting started. They'll gain valuable
So,
insights
Susie,
from that conversation.
I sold my house for $30,000 more than what I paid for it.
All right,
Susie.
we're talking earnings. We're talking FedEx. It used to be a big barometer for the overall economy. Now I think it's more consumer focused. The stock is basically flat on the year. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent, here to help us break this one down. Hey, Caroline, you know the stock's flat this year. It spiked to over 2-year highs.
Randy's making a call.
It seemed like it was a pretty good earnings beat. They gave some softer guidance, but the bar set pretty low into this one after the close.
Hey there, Tom, and yes, that could bode well for FedEx. As you said, basically flat on the year. Under a little bit of pressure today, though, down about 1% ahead of that report. Obviously, and then if you just take a look, it is up about 8% over the past
So Randy's
1
looking at the
year,
SPXs
as it
here.
really deals with weakening demand and also those weaker freight rates. In terms of the actual numbers,
Oh, I'd love to see it hit the 200 first. Randy.
$5.34. That's actually an uptick from the year-ago period's $4.94. Revenue is also expected to rise, albeit slightly, to $22.1 billion from $21.9 billion. Now, at the end of the third quarter, FedEx
Okay, here we go.
expected revenue to be pressured by volatile macroeconomic conditions negatively affecting customer demand for services and constraining yield growth. So I think outlook is going to be very key because that's really going to, I mean, guidance is always what's important, right? Because earnings are backward looking, but I think especially in the case here, plus it's dealing with that USPS contract loss. They're moving to the UPS. So that deal expires in September. So I think any kind of guidance or commentary about what that's going to look like going forward could help investors kind of get a sense of what's
the
going on with FedEx.
5470s
The outlook, Wall Street is
for
projecting
today.
fiscal 2025 earnings per share of $20.92. That's about a 20% rise. Sales are expected to grow by about 3% for the full fiscal year, and then for the operating profit margins, those are expected to be up about 8% from about 7% in fiscal 2024. So all things to kind of keep an eye on. Obviously, FedEx has been really trying to improve profits. They have their FedEx One and then their Drive programs. FedEx One is really combining all of their segments into one, and then Drive is cutting costs by about $4 billion by May of 2025. So through the end of fiscal 2020 or fiscal third quarter, they had achieved about $1.8 billion of the $4 billion in cost savings. So that leaves what, $2.2 billion to capture this fiscal year. We'll see if they're on track based on what they say on the earnings call. And we know that they cut jobs earlier this month. We talked
I
about
love
that
you.
here on the network, about 1,700 to 2,000 jobs in Europe as part of those efforts. So
I love you a lot.
shares under pressure right now, down about 1.1%.
Are you married?
This report, but as you said, bar is low, which I guess is a good thing versus some of these other companies that had to face very high bars heading into reporting.
Yeah, Caroline, trying to increase margins, trying to better efficiencies. That's what it sounds like the message is going to be coming out of this. But you and Tom both made the point. You look at UPS's chart, you look at FedEx's chart. These stocks don't look healthy, and it tries to think, what is it? I see one of these trucks every day in my cul-de-sac. How could these companies not be doing well? Is Amazon really making that?
Well, I'll tell you why, buddy.
Competition coming into this
I'll tell you right now.
It seems to be holding them back. Everything gets.
He doesn't understand why they're not doing well. I'm going to explain it real fast.
But I think also not quite to the extent that it's
It's because they had a strike,
stopping now, right? So
and they're paying their employees an outrageous amount of money. Plus they have pension plans. Plus they have government regulations. So the unions have destroyed it. I had to make it clear to the guy because he doesn't get it. Okay. Jimmy's watching real close here. And get these 5470s at 210. I'm going to raise it up to 5. Got trapped, caught in a trap. I'm in at 210, Randy. I'm caught in a trap. I can't look out before you got me, baby. Let's break it. Nicole got on there. I got to buy her a diamond ring.
She said, I don't want your Chevrolet. I don't want your Chevrolet. I don't want nothing in the world you got. No, you can't do nothing for me. You can't do nothing for me. I buy you diamond ring. I buy you diamond ring. I buy you diamond ring. Just to see you. I don't want your diamond ring.
I don't want your diamond ring. Break that 200 SMA. Break that 200 SMA. Can't do nothing for me yet. We're at 235. Almost 150 bucks. Oh my. I'm gonna buy you a Chevrolet. Chevrolet, I don't want your Chevrolet. Blake it. Oh yeah. Take me to the 63 MA. That was Foghat. Chevrolet. Randy, you remember Foghat? Slow ride, that's right. Okay. Jimmy was up quite a bit there for a second. Ooh. It's now 11:30, 12:30. Oh God. What the fuck? Well, this market ain't easy. That's a $4 drop in a matter of 2 minutes. Man, come on. Well, I'm going to have to put another five more contracts in this thing. I actually got scared there. Huh. We can drop more. Well, he's coming down, so took that out of, pulled the rug right out under me. Come on. If I can get 10 for a buck, I'll do it. Okay, here's a double bottom. We could go down and hit this other double bottom here, but we got a head and shoulders right now. And we still got another hour before the fat cats come back. So I'm going to grab me some here at 135 if I can. This will be a lot of contracts. I said if I can. Come on. There it is. $30. Okay. It's time to get nasty. I'm going to buy you a diamond ring. I went against my rules. Come on, 170. It's one heck of a flush. Break it. Pretty tough market here. Last couple weeks. Dead. Could get 5 more, and that'd really bring it. 10 more would really bring it down. My dad really put me up here though. 3,000 in it. Come on. We could go all the way down here to 54, 48. That'd really put a dent in me. We're at the support for today's low. Ooh. Fuck. Okay. Tempting to buy 10 of them here at $1, but I mean I still could get down here and I'd be down another 20, 30, 40 cents. So I'm just going to wait. But I could get him at $1. Yeah. Well, I timed that one just wrong. Okay, here we come. Oh, that was gutless right there. I'm almost too far out of the money. It's dead. My average is 120. It's going to be a nice payday if we get a breakout. It's going to be worthy of a sing. I got lucky here. I can get out right now and be down just $200. Break it. Break it. Damn you. This ain't easy.
The expectations now to generate double their historical 5-year average.
Blake. We're retesting the double bottom. We did kind of break out of the channel, but not fully. I'd rather seen one body candle above that trend line right here, and then pull back and hit that trend line. For right now, we're still kind of teetering on a new low. It has to move up here or we dip more. It's tempted to go back or lay on my bed for a second and take a 5-minute snap. But I can't. Okay, I'm back down to 70. Oh, God. Come on. See, that's a sign of bearishness right there. We broke below the tweezer bottom. I'm not too worried, but I am in a little bit. I'll be less worried once we build upon the. We did have one candle above the 9, but that's it. So I think we got to break the 21 before I'll be totally at ease. And then we can take it back to the 200 and get out of the trade. Always Clean Janitorial. You're being recorded right now. May I help you? Hello. You're being recorded right now, so what's up? Hello? That works every time. The government AI is getting on my fences. I've got so many calls here. I've never seen an election like this where we can drop your government's got this here program to save you money. And when I tell them I make $250,000 a year, they go, "Oh." Oh, hang up. You got to let people know that they're being recorded, right? Especially if it's an AI fake human. Patience. Let's do it. Okay. I want to break the 21 EMA, and I want to do it right now. This is the 21 EMA. Rodney, let's do it. We're squeezing first possible squeeze right now. And we're definitely above. We could pull back and hit the trend line one more time, but I'd love to hold that 9 and squeeze. Remember, I've called a very volatile week this week because of the debate. Then after the debate, no one else has mentioned it really on, I don't know, CNBC might have, but Schwab hasn't hardly talked about it at all. I think it's a big factor in what's going to happen in the future here. We have a 1-2 freebie.
So we'll see what happens with that stock. It'll be an interesting combo with George. Do up, down, vote though. Not endorsements, not recommendations. Let's start with that AI trade. What are the kind of ancillary positions within that? Is ARM holding?
Ancillary.
This was a name that NVIDIA actually at one point tried to buy.
Oh.
It was an IPO at the end of last year, and it's been a successful one for investors as this stock has basically tripled its IPO price.
I mean, it has. I would say this is the most successful IPO we've seen, at least as of its current trading activity in quite some time. I haven't remembered a name that was able to surpass and hold above its IPO as consistently as ARM has, at least in the last several years. But Guggenheim today did raise their price target to $169 a share from $110 with a buy rating. And they said that overall that they believe that royalty revenue estimates for 21% year-over-year growth for their first quarter are achievable for license and other revenues and that are also attainable. They also did say that fiscal 2025 estimates are pretty reachable but depend on end market health. They believe still that ARM is one of the few stocks they cover, they said, that will likely see monetization of AI. Which I was talking about this with Oliver Rennick earlier today. I'm like, so what are the others? I mean, like, if the AI trade has been as strong as it has been, shouldn't there be other areas that are monetizable? But no, they see ARM being attractive for that very reason. This name does have price targets that range significantly. The high is 180, so 169 slightly below there, but the low is $55 a share. And I will say, this name, I know that the idea with it being new to public markets, there's this enthusiasm and its earnings multiples are astronomical, but it does trade at a forward PE of just over 97 times. So we talk about, of course, I mean, no different companies, but NVIDIA's valuation, which now many are arguing is overvalued at around 40 times.
Totally different companies, right? One's $150 billion, an up-and-coming name. One is a multi-trillion-dollar, was at one point over $3 trillion, the most valuable company in the world. The growth rates can't be the same. Right. If you're the $150 billion company, there might be a lot more addressable market out there than potentially what's there for NVIDIA. But what I will say is this is the kind of name that, to your point, that analyst point, can monetize AI today. They're selling a product that you need to do this AI technology research and ultimately roll out these different platforms. The Microsofts of the world, the Amazons, the Googles, the et cetera, they're hoping they strike gold with some of their research that they can monetize it significantly down the line. So the potential trade is these big mega caps and the other AI researchers. The right now trade is these hardware companies that are selling products to those big, mega cap hyperscalers.
Yeah, that's exactly like what we've seen come into favor. I know that the overall space did pull back last week, but still, hardware has been undoubtedly the point of strength over the last now several weeks, if not the last month or so. Now, next name today is Amazon, and Amazon did finally disclose the dates of its Prime Day. We are expecting those on July 16th and 17th. Now, the discounts that are available to those who, of course, do subscribe to Amazon's Prime service. And they will feature some invitation-only deals, back-to-school offers, and a sale on streaming. Now, the sale will take place in now 23 countries. And mind you, I tend to kind of discount these days because the stock typically doesn't really move in reaction to them. But last year, their July Prime Day was the company's single largest sales day on record, helping lift actually the national retail sales figure. So they did later hold, of course, their October Prime Day, which you could never call these Prime
I didn't want to break that.
There's like 4 of them at this point, but October wasn't as strong, so this is always seen as the more important one. I think the timing of it is better, but I also think it's a pretty good read on like how consumers are trying to discount. We keep talking about how every consumer is looking for a good deal. You'd have to think that Prime Day would be enticing for that reason.
You'd hope, at least, some selling stuff at a discount.
Look at that, somebody put in a...
Right? So we'll see what happens with this. Well, the fun thing about Amazon to me is this, Jenny. What theme does it not fit into? It's the consumer, it's cloud, it's AI, it's
I saw it there for a second.
Even in sports, when you think about Prime Video's Thursday Night Football, it basically does everything. It does the voice with its Alexa products or the Echoes, and it's, of course, doing a bunch of AI research. It basically has its hands in everything, like all these mega cap companies are. So you see its performance today. You can pick
And
a
they
theme,
dropped
you
it
can
real
pick a theme you
fast. I
want.
had
All this
30 in here.
relates to these companies
All of a sudden, it just dropped to a
separately,
30.
in some way, and I think that's the fun part about Amazon.
We're on 3.
I mean, I don't
There
think
it
there's
is.
any better name, especially the mega cap names, that represents more of like the overall consumer, because it's, like Alex said, exposed to absolutely everything. It's hard to find a place that Amazon is not in at this point. Even my Audible is somewhere listening to me. But next name today here is Tesla, and Tesla, with some news that is unfortunately not as optimistic here, is that they are recalling just over 11,000 of their 2024 Cybertruck
Some
vehicles
sloppy stuff
that were
going on in
manufactured
there.
from November of 2023 through then May of 2024 per the National Highway Traffic Safety Association. So the vehicle is equipped with what is caused this, basically it's a cosmetic feature that is glued to the exterior, to put it in complete simplified terms. But on the
Come on, break out, beach.
this application may
We're finally above the 21.
which will cause said device to become loose and separate from the vehicle. So per the NHTSA, this could create a road hazard for following motorists and increase their risk of injury or collision. However, as of roughly 2 weeks ago, which
I should have grabbed another 10 more.
Tesla is not aware of any collision
Or even 20.
deaths relating to this matter. So it's also important to keep in mind this hasn't caused any problems yet.
Yeah, which is always better, doing it kind of preventative, ahead of time as opposed to reactive once something's already happened. So we'll see what happens on that front. But I will say this, if it's anything like the rest of the Cybertruck, if it flies off, I saw the Cybertruck win a battle on a video versus a baseball bat, a metal aluminum baseball bat. I don't want anything flying off the Cybertruck and hitting my car.
And now that I've seen them, I mean, that thing looks like it would ruin any car, just like your actual.
Oh, I know.
That thing looks so heavy. It's like truly like a military.
It literally is a military grade vehicle.
Yeah, that's actually what.
So you got to get it so you can drive to Starbucks in the city. That's what you need it for.
That's what I love when I see it in the city. And it's like, well,
Monday.
Someone gave me a Cybertruck.
I think I'm gonna go get a massage after this.
Last thing today here is Disney, and Disney was part of a broader research note we got today out of Goldman Sachs. So they did give a buy rating on Disney as well as Comcast and Fox. Warner Brothers was neutral, and Paramount was the lone sell of the bunch. But they said that Disney has room for upside growth, noting that Disney is a high-quality earnings compounder, which should deliver around 14% of their compound annual growth rate on an earnings front from 2024 through 2030 through 6% revenue growth, 9% EBIT growth, and contributions from share buybacks and other income. They also did say that this midterm growth is supported by its content, which is underpinned by the world-class storytelling and a portfolio of the long-term marquee sports rights at ESPN. They also believe that Disney's DTC platform is among those of the streaming services that's actually strong enough to compete against a name like Netflix. So they see nothing but optimism in Disney here, which is kind of amazing. This name has not been given the same degree of love among analysts. I will say earnings revisions have become a bit more optimistic. There are 23 buys, 7 holds, 1 underperform, no sells. But all in all, I mean, of this note, this was overwhelmingly the most optimistic they were. And I can understand then where everything else starts to
Blanket.
between like Fox, Warner Brothers, and Paramount.
Well, of course, they got their theme park business, which has got to be peak season.
2468. Who do we appreciate?
Summertime, school's out. They're targeting
The 63 EMA.
So making time for those trips in the summer. But I like to talk about Disney too, because on the technical front, I'm not a technician. That's what we got Master Rick Duquette to come in and talk about it. But longer term, we're talking several years. It's clearly way off its highs. Down.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do it.
1 year term, we just have the
Let's
screen.
do it.
Nice little uptrend underway, but then again, on the shorter term basis, call it a couple months, downtrend again. So it really goes to show whatever you want to put on your chart.
Now I got the 50. We got the 9 crossing the 21. I got a little bit of hope here.
That's a good point. I'd say most names now you can find, whatever you want to find on a chart, given your overall perspective that you obviously view it in. But we'll be looking more at actually the charts of Disney as well as Amazon. We'll be diving into some example trades also in both of those names. Stick around, Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Take it. Take it. Man, I remember when I would run a room, especially with Vegas and other traders, you'd hear me go into a deep hyperventilation. I don't do that anymore because I realize every time I sell it at a loss, almost every time I regret it.
For the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's Market on Close.
But Jim, you're breathing hard again. You must be down. You're quiet.
Born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens.
Man, I'm sick of you, brother. You stole that job from me. Affirmative action.
We're going to always make sure that you
I always got better grades than you did.
and support to secure your financial future.
But you were always better with the women.
And for every community.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
I think wrote the EMA. Oh, yeah.
It's time for our Chartmaster segment. So joining me is the Chartmaster himself, the man, the myth, the legend, because I feel like it's been a while since we've had our full normal Chartmaster segment back together. So good to all be here today, Rick. But we'll start off with Amazon, which I have to say, to Alex's point, where when you look at Disney, you can find sort of any case to make as far as like bears or bulls are concerned. Amazon's not quite like that, because Amazon is pretty much good on any time frame you see it.
Yeah, and we can see that the recent price action has been kind of this ascending triangle type shape here, where we have an upward sloping trend line connecting these two lows here, but we've also got a repeated ceiling here. So we've topped out several times around 190 or so. We haven't really managed to close above that point, even though we have made some intraday highs above that level here. But still, this is a repeated ceiling that we'd want to keep an eye on here, because the more times the resistance area is tested, the greater the eventual breakout could be. And I'm not saying it will be or anything like that, don't get me wrong, but you know, when there's a repeated point that is breached, the reaction can be energetic. So it's worth keeping an eye on places like this where price stops repeatedly. We can also see that the candle action has been rather interesting during the past couple days here. So yesterday, we had a larger red candle. We had a bearish engulfing candle. The real body, the distance between the open and the close, completely encompassed the previous day's green candle's real body here. So that's a bearish sign here. However, we did not get the bearish follow through today. We're actually up a little bit on the day so far. And this candle today is a harami, so the real body is completely within the previous day's candle. So those are opposite candle patterns here that are forming. Once again, we still got to wait for the close here to see how this plays out. But some unusual activity there, kind of a quick reversal in terms of what the signals for these candlestick patterns would tell us here. So right now, kind of mixed, I guess I would say, in the very short term here.
Yeah, right. I know that we haven't necessarily just continued to swing to the upside, as we are only up about 23.5% on the year. I mean, still strong, but it's been choppy now at these higher levels. So when we look at momentum here, what is RSI then showing you?
RSI gave us kind of an interesting situation here. Once again, this topping area right here near 190, look at what the RSI did during these first two tests of that area here. We had some bullish divergence here. Price did make a higher. It took a noticeable drop off here. However, since then we can see that this area right below 65 or so, I think it's around 64, 63, this red line here, we've topped out around this area a couple times now. So RSI, you can use trend lines and support and resistance, similar to how it works with price here. So now we've got a situation, once again, of horizontal resistance and an upward trend line here in green. We're above that 50 midline on the RSI, so things are more biased toward the upside here, but we've still got this kind of question mark in this repeated resistance here. Now remember, an ascending triangle is typically regarded as being more bullish here. So what we'd be looking for really though would be a breakout beyond either of these boundaries.
Right, so now here, when we talk about those various boundaries, what are you watching as far as some levels of support and resistance or key price levels you're keeping on your radar?
I think what a lot of people would be eager for to happen would be an upside breakout here. The breaking above this repeated resistance area would propel us into fresh 52-week highs beyond this previous peak near 192, just below that area. If we were to break to the upside, we have to overcome not only this repeated resistance in the form of where price has topped out, that's also the site of our yearly...
I'm a little too far out of the money now.
Our line of best fit, an important point of potential resistance there that lines up very closely with our previous highs here. So if we are to break above this area, plus one standard deviation channel, one standard deviation above that linear regression line comes in near 211.47. So that would be quite a stretch to the upside here. Certainly not impossible, but that would be where you might expect to find some potential resistance.
I'm adding Amazon to my watch list.
We've got a lot to choose from. We've got our moving averages, yellow 21-day and orange 63-day exponential moving averages. But one key point to the downside would be here and here, this area near 174. That's about where we bottomed out, save for this outlier here, this rather odd candle that gives us our upward trend line from the lows there. So those would be some key areas to watch.
Yeah, and lots to think about here as we are just shy of a month out from those prime days, of course, July 16th and 17th. And Alex, I know that as far as like my own interest, I'm definitely interested. Just I like to see what they're selling, but I don't see this as maybe necessarily the most market-moving event. I mean, it's never like anything close to their earnings. So maybe you were going into a more neutral strategy here, just because there's not really any major near-term catalysts.
Yeah, and going into that prime day expiration, the July monthly is looking at an iron condor, selling a call vertical, selling a put vertical, surrounding the current share price of just under 190 a share. What we're looking at in particular, again, July 19th expiration, on the flip side, it's the 177.5, 172.5 put vertical. That'll be below the more recent down.
I'm gonna hop into the kitchen, get me some Wawa.
We've seen recent lows. And then on the upside, the 197.5, 202 and a half call would be above those recent highs. So for $1.25, you can make $125 on $375.
I want 54, 58, 74 by the end of the day,
Break-evens, we see them on the screen
or as soon as possible.
176.
Fat cats are back in 6 minutes.
98.75. So looking for a neutral kind of price range over the next few weeks, Jenny. But also important to note, it can go outside of them in the near term as long as it ends up there in the end. Don't expect it to be anemic. It is Amazon, and the markets have been moving.
That's true. I say there's no near-term catalysts. We haven't had any major catalysts in weeks, and we've still moved, to record highs last week. So anything could happen. But next name today is also in need of maybe some of this upside momentum happening. It's Disney. Although I have to say, I'm so used to the Disney of several earnings quarters ago where we were just getting crushed, and they've recovered. I know we've pulled back from 52-week highs, but still hanging on to a 13% year-to-date rally.
The picture does look a little bit better than it was previously here. Now we're in a situation where we're up about 29% or so from the low point that we hit here near 79. However, if you look at the move that we had from the February earnings event, we had a large gap up that took us to these highs near 124, but a lot of those gains have evaporated. It was certainly not helped by our last earnings event where we had another large gap down that took us below our yellow 21-day and orange 63-day exponential moving averages. Now we're kind of struggling to retake that 21-day. Our moving averages are trending downward for the most part. Look at our purple 252-day EMA, almost exactly flat sideways there. Speaks to a lack of trend direction here, kind of not really a strong upward or downward trend here as we kind of bounce around this moving average here. We are currently not able to make our way above that 21-day here, so that could be a key point to watch as we head into the close near about 102.31. So keep an eye on that level to see if we can recover a bit.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed out, there's pretty massive gaps in this name for a name that is, I know that that's possible for this space. Netflix is no exception, but I just tend to forget some of these massive swings we've seen, unfortunately, as of late, more to the downside. So now, when we look at Disney here as far as its momentum and we see, what are you sort of watching as far as RSI?
Momentum has trailed off a bit here. You can see we have a matching peak in the RSI connecting with this subsequent peak that we had just before earnings here. So for the most part, price has been trending down. We've still got this trend line in play, but RSI broke through the trend line here. You can see that we've invalidated that red line sloping downward here. We are still below the 50 midline though. Despite we making some upside progress here, we've got this green line to watch now. What the bulls would really want to see would be a cross above that 50 midline and some kind of push above resistance in terms of price here. So for right now, to sum it up, momentum has improved a little bit, but it's still more geared toward the bearish side right now.
And that makes sense. I mean, just given like the fall from highs we've seen, obviously, in the overall price. But now, as far as the levels we're watching, again, a name that we've been on earnings for about now a month and a half. So it's another name where you could say we're catalyst light on something wild could happen. Of course, we could have some mega deal in the overall media world.
Point here, but the past earnings events are still kind of what is shaping the price action here. Take a look here. We had this gap up before the earnings event from January here. We filled the gap right here and bounced off of it. So this green line is a supportive area near 99.32. You know, these gaps there, they can be key levels to watch out for support and resistance. It did hold true in this case. Gaps are often filled. We did manage to bounce above that point here. But if you look more toward the upside, you can see here, we had our highs that we reached here and then our gap down. The highs that we reached after the gap down on this rather large red candle came in near 108, just below that level. So between like 99 to 108.
Okay, for you YouTubers,
here based on these gaps from
we want to stay above the 9.
You could argue that there's some
And that keeps us
stopping points
bullish in the trend.
in terms of the 63-day EMA and our trend line, but those would be some key areas to watch here for now.
Yeah, and I think that Disney has become a little bit more interesting. I mean, it's definitely looking stronger than some of the rest of the media entertainment space as of late. So great insight as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master. So now when we trade this name here, Alex, walk us through your thinking. Obviously a totally different name than Amazon, but also has maybe more to the upside if you're obviously on the side of thinking that things could recover from here.
What we've seen in the market being more willing to find those names that are beaten up just yesterday. Of course, today is the opposite. You see sort of the unwind of some of that trade, but Disney hanging in there basically unchanged on the day. Looked at a neutral to bullish strategy, selling a put vertical below the market. Now it's just below the market though. It's the 101.98 put vertical, so $3 wide for a $1 credit. That's going to create a 2-to-1.
Oh, we got an ascending triangle. That's good. That's good.
With a break even at $100 even. So if you think that big round number, sort of this basing technical action that you've seen is enough to hold this stock basically where it is, or perhaps even be a launch pad to the upside, this is a strategy that could work. Goes out to August 2nd, so it has all of July to contend with, and of course the rest of this week. But Jenny, a neutral to bullish way to get exposure in a name.
Oh, that's real good.
On a longer term, certainly been beat up, and on a really shorter term, a little bit more beat up.
And as we know, Disney has an ability to prove itself also. In times if it's been beat up, it's able to somehow somewhat recover. Obviously, we've seen some periods of peaks and valleys in overall their price, but we'll leave it there for our Chartmaster segment. Now coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We are looking at Rivian today, which is up around 6.6% as one analyst.
I noticed that, honey.
Significant upside, and more importantly than that, profits finally starting to eclipse some losses. We'll discuss that note more coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Get each and every angle, the whole picture. Everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360. Only on Schwab Network.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. If you Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
I'm not saying it right.
With Schwab.
Here we go, baby.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for FOMO. And today we are looking at Rivian moving to the upside with a nice over 6% move here. So here now joining us to discuss more is Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So we got this really optimistic Guggenheim note. I did see, Caroline, wow, that was a tongue twister for a second. But, I mean, seeing some nice optimism finally, we can see losses maybe start to ease and profits is what I saw. So that, I think, has to be a huge reason we're higher today.
Hey there, Jenny. Yes, a very bullish call from Guggenheim, sending shares actually up now 7%. On the heels of this, Guggenheim initiated coverage of Rivian with a buy rating and an $18 price target. So shares are currently trading around $11.75 right now. So that implies more than 50% upside from current levels. Although, just to put it into perspective, Rivian shares are still down 50% year to date, only down about 12.5% over the past 1 year. But Guggenheim, this analyst over at Guggenheim sees reasons that could change and has a positive outlook for the future of the EV maker, which of course hasn't yet happened, but this analyst sees a credible path to break-even gross margin in Q4 and then a positive inflection in EBITDA in mid-2026. The key to generating positive EBITDA could be lower-priced vehicles. Of course, we talk about this with Tesla too. This analyst thinks Rivian's R2 and R3 models, which are the mid-size models, are the largest source of value and could bring a high teens gross margin in the base case. Basically says the investment in the stock is about underwriting the R2 and R3, something we believe investors should be enthusiastic about. That's according to this Guggenheim analyst. The R2 is expected to start around $45,000. That's slated to hit the market in 2026.
There we go.
Isn't until 2027.
Blanket.
Hence that commentary from the analyst about kind of underwriting them. In addition, this analyst says while EV sentiment remains negative, we believe Rivian is uniquely positioned to demonstrate a growing share of younger, digitally oriented consumers, that EVs are not only cleaner and greener, but can deliver a superior product compared to ICE vehicles enabled by software technology and thoughtful design elements. So really a superior consumer experience. So a very bullish call here on shares. Really giving a boost to shares today, up about 7.1% right now.
Yeah, exciting stuff for Rivian. We know Tesla's sort of been more of a range-bound, choppy trade, but Rivian needing all the help it can get. Is this a sentiment that's shared by other analysts, Caroline, or is this one that is, I would say, more contrarian?
No, not contrarian. 60% of analysts, Alex, have a buy rating on shares. The median price target is $15, so that only implies a couple dollars upside, what, 3 and change from where it's currently trading. So the price target from Guggenheim of $18 is higher than the median, but now joining the majority of analysts in terms of that buy rating. I do think that if you take a look at the price targets, they range as high as $36 a share and as low as $5 a share from CFRA. But you know, it's such a difference compared to the $78 a share IPO price that Rivian saw back in November of 2021. So just kind of puts into perspective how things have really, kind of the fall from grace for a lot of these EV makers. I mean, we just saw Fisker go bankrupt, right? So I think that a few other positive snippets of news that I've seen, obviously in terms of these EV makers, it's all about scale, finding ways to cut costs, and then eventually turn the profit. But there was this interview with Reuters with the CEO of Rivian where he was talking about the overall cost of manufacturing EVs has improved really dramatically, saying that they expect to cut material costs for vans by 35%, achieved savings of similar magnitude for its other lines by streamlining the manufacturing process, and then went through in this interview with Reuters that the company cut over 100 steps from the battery making process, 52 pieces of equipment from the body shop, and over 500 parts from the design of its flagship SUVs and pickups as part of its drive to really turn the profit. So, certainly taking steps to do it. And this analyst thinks that, by Q4 they could see positive gross profit, which seems to be what's really giving shares a boost today, because then the inflection point for EBITDA, positive EBITDA in 2026 is a little bit of a ways out. But yeah, no, it seems to be definitely, encouraging investors today.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, and I think anytime you hear the words like profitability when it comes to Rivian, it gets the street excited, because of course that has just not been the case. And we didn't see a profitable Tesla for, several years. It was like waiting for that inclusion into the S&P 500. I remember it so well. So, I don't think it's right to compare the two, because Rivian is so many years behind Tesla. I mean, is there any thinking that if Tesla's suffering, of course Rivian is, because this space has gotten extremely competitive. You mentioned some of the overall headwinds from the competition in China, BYD being a huge one. I mean, I think at this point we can't necessarily blame one specific company if they're all seeing this weakness. I know the weakness hasn't been necessarily equal felt, because Rivian's down 50% on the year versus Tesla's like 25.5%, but it does feel like there is a degree of shift right now in demand, or maybe just their production. I do see more Rivians on the road than ever, I will say that.
I've been seeing a lot more Rivians as well. But yes, I think that the EV industry is facing several battles kind of at the same time. For the newer companies like Rivian, obviously scale is going to be important. Tesla has really achieved that, but needs to continue to achieve that with the lower cost vehicles, and profitability is something else. But on the other side of the spectrum really is just the fact that we have seen sluggish EV demand. And if you take a look at the expectations at the start of the year, the projection was for Rivian to produce about 71,000 vehicles according to FactSet this year. And now those expectations have come down to 53,000 vehicles. So that just kind of shows the, just the sluggishness in demand that we've been seeing. And we've been seeing that weighing on Tesla shares, obviously, as well. So that could be what's really kind of factored into the Rivian stock price, as you can see here from this chart, which is a little bit longer term. But 2024 has been a rough year, down 50%. Tesla's still down about 25%. So that could be really what's weighing on shares. But this analyst is looking a little bit further out and thinks that there's reason to be optimistic that the demand comes back, obviously, and that Rivian can start scaling and turning profit.
So I completely agree, and I think that overall that 5-year chart looks brutal, but you almost can't look at that as far as like looking at trading this name or just some of its near-term weakness, because it really, I don't think, speaks to like the recovery story that this analyst mentioned, that was fairly optimistic out of Guggenheim. $18 price target. I know it's not like huge upside, but a lot closer to the 52-week high than it is their low, which is right now we're trading a bit closer to the low, obviously, but we will leave it there. As always, wonderful insight, Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So now we talk about trading the same, which is why I say you can't necessarily always look at the 5-year chart. Not saying to ignore past price, but I mean, as far as Rivian goes, it's in a brand new range than it was 5 years ago.
It totally is, but even if you cut out let's say like mania around Rivian when it first came out and traded almost 180 a share, even over the last year, the stock traded as high as nearly, a little bit over actually $28 a share. So to your point, I think that's what you just said, which is it's a lot closer to the low end of that range than it is the high end of the range. So excitement on the analyst front, excitement in the stock price trading today, and sort of lower end of the range, the exact kind of FOMO candidate, because you feel like you're going to miss it if you don't jump in now. Is it finally turning around? You can understand that feeling. So to me, the FOMO feeling is undoubtedly today to the upside.
Yeah, and that's also a good point, because we have seen, it's up 8% now month to date. I know a huge portion of that coming from today's move, but it has seen now 14.5% this week.
Yeah,
break it.
Right. It's a big move. 7.5% on any stock is impressive for a name that's been beaten down like Rivian, but started to show signs of life and basing, really going back to the last earnings announcement. It's really built on that success. It's down 50% basically year to date. So you basically look at a stock that's lost half its value over the last 6 months of trading. You're, again, not buying the low if you do buy into this stock now. Now, this is still a name that has yet to turn a profit. So it's more of a concept and an idea that you're buying into. Yeah, I know that they're on the street, but if you're losing as many thousands as they are, and you talked about that stat before, and I'm sure
43,000 of dollars a unit.
And I'm sure it improves with more and more cars sold, right? Because their costs are going to be relatively stable, and then they're just going to sell more vehicles. That's going to come down. But it goes to show this isn't a sure thing by any stretch. And no, nothing is, but this is certainly not one. If you haven't made any money yet, there's always the potential for it not to work out. And so I looked at a strategy, Jenny, that is risk defined, but not profit defined, because it's also a name that traded almost $180 a share at one point. And it's right now, in these low teens where it's trading now at $11.81. That's a lot of potential upside if it were to get anywhere near that again. So just simply buying a call. One of the first option strategies that so many investors, potentially dabble in when they step into the options world, risk defined, but not giving.
Come on, baby, break.
That being a shareholder might be. There are key differences between being a shareholder and owning a call. Well, one is there's an expiration date here, and also in this case, you're buying an out of the money call if you're buying that 12.5 call. So there's no real value yet to this option.
There we go, right there.
Past that break even, ultimately to make money, but above 12.5 before it even really makes any sense for it to have any value at expiration. But it is a
54.60.33.
One of the Kevin Hinks isms is not to buy premium before Labor Day, as the summers can be so slow. So using that strategy, $1.50 debit, 12.5 call, $14 break even, $150 in risk for unlimited upside. That's essentially over the next 3 months.
Not buying premiums before Labor Day. I'm going to start using that. Kevin Hanks has some good addisms. And I also did check. They lost $39,000 a car.
Yeah, so it's improving.
It is improving. It has gone, it's ebbed and flowed, though. It hasn't necessarily been a clear improvement. But hey, it did at least improve as of its most recently reported quarter. We will leave it there for our FOMO discussion today and all things Rivian with, of course, a nice move to the upside. Coming up next, we will talk the overall geopolitical, right now, regulatory environment as we're seeing OpenAI restricting access to its AI tools in China, Microsoft being hit by the EU. We'll discuss all of that and what could be maybe weighing on AI's growth because of this regulatory system coming up next.
Do-do. Do-do. What a trade, man. That really got to me.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a
Installing windows.
$500. He just didn't want to do that.
He just didn't want to do that.
My dad.
And I was wet in my bed until I was 11.
Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be.
I just didn't want to do that anymore.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
AI, in my opinion, very well could eliminate more and more jobs as it gets more and more sophisticated.
Oh, shut up.
The less job.
We're at 130 now. He. I love you. I love the way you smell. I love the way you look. I'm happy. That was hard work. I just got a B. That's good enough. Because that could have been a bad one. I was down over $1,000. But I'm telling you, 9 out of 100 times, I mean, 1 out of 100 times I sell at a loss, I regret it. I don't regret it. But if I'm down and I sell it at a loss, 99% of the time I do regret it. Fuck. What happened here? Oh, 235 again. How much should I leave on the table? $20 times 0.60. I left $1,200 on the table. In a minute. That would have gave me an A+ right there. Always filthy. May I help you? Oh, I just got out of the SPX. That a who? Yes, I did, sir. I was down almost $1,000. Yep. Oh. You didn't sell them?
Well, no. I ended up being part of that whole crunch, that adjustment that they just made.
Yep.
But did you see? Also, I jumped in the A and B in play. I bought 20 contracts at A and B the other day.
Yeah. Did you get paid?
Yeah, I made. I think the guy just told me I made like $5,000, over $5,000 on that trade.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. He said that. He says that's an impressive trade, and that's where the one after made up for it.
Exactly. You lost the 5.
I tell you, what really happened is I kept buying down.
You should have messaged me on that one. I did a video on it. Did you watch it? I said the Bears were strong on it for a couple of days. CNBC was bashing it. Now it's starting to bounce back up. Now they're not bashing it. They were worried about the market cap.
Well,
Tell me.
I took some of the other guys' money off the damn table this time.
Very good. Oh, wow. Well, I told you get that office moved into where you can move around, where you don't have to worry about the chair no more. I know. You're very strong about that. Yep. Yeah. Wow. That's real good.
Always new markets correspondent, but also.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yep.
Then the guy cuts my stupid phone cord, you know, and I lose power. It's like, hey, I said, AMD owes me this trade.
Very good.
So anyway, I gotta tell you, hey, that's a very impressive trade.
I'm very impressed. They ate them up. Well, that's good. You're out of it now, right? You're out of it now? Let's find you another one.
I know. Hey, I tell you what, that was a move. And the thing about the video thing, I'm looking at a trade right now, 1.4. See, you won't go back to 125. It's got to go to 125.
Yep. Well, we hit 125 today.
Yeah.
You got to break 126.29 right now on the video. Actually, 128 will be your resistance. If you can get in it at around 120, to go long. 121. I'll do a video on it. I want you to watch it. I'll do it tonight. You can watch it in the morning. Well, I'm gonna let you go. I'm live right now. Congratulations. Yes, sir. Bye. That was my Vietnam vet with 2/3 of his brain installed. He took my AMD call and made a killing. Did you get lucky, Gio? Very good, buddy. We're flagging right now. It's either up or down. Now NVIDIA, I'm going to do a video on NVIDIA tonight or early in the morning. And we got SEDG here, solar stock that's been shorted. $125.71, $124.71 is my resistance when I took this trade, and I should have held on to it a little bit longer, but I had 100% on it yesterday and I got out of it. $220, 122 strike at 220 for this week. Run deep. Damn. There I go. Man, I could have got that at 170. Double top. If I was to short it, I'd short it right here. Let's do it. Come on, you bitch. Man. Oh. SPX puts at 170, the 54.55s. Am I going against everybody? You sure did tell me, Yoko. I about got him too. 170. That's just. I got these at 170. How in the hell do you do it? YouTubers, Lotto means the same day. It's the only trade I take on the same day. I think I'm going to go in there and get me some watermelon juice. Or some more water. I need water. Come on now. That turn, man.
Then you look at the business travel segment, that's starting to pick up. But then also overseas travel, that's where they make a bunch of their margin, is on business and international travel. And that's picked up. That's supposed to be record levels of people traveling also. So those are the good points of this. If you looked at last quarter, fuel price per gallon fell by 13.5%. Well, that's probably going to be reversed, Nicole, because we've got crude oil back above 81 bucks a barrel. That demand's still there. Will that negatively affect their margins, because they're always really slim to a lot of these airlines. So any fluctuations or volatility in the energy markets, especially oil, negatively affects or impacts United. So that's the other side of it. They did, on last quarter, they reported a 9.7% year-over-year increase in operating revenues. Passengers were up 6.8% year-over-year during last quarter. So it's had a good run, up about 17% this year, but off about 6% this month. So maybe that impact of higher oil prices throughout the month of June, where we're up nearly 6% in crude oil, is negatively affecting.
Jen will be back with us. I'm in contact with her.
And the August monthly cycle, buying the 52.5 strike calls. They bought over 6,000 of these, Nicole, throughout the morning. Average debit of about $2.20. So that break even up 54.70.
We could go ahead and drop a little bit more, brother.
12% above the current share price. I think one of the key catalysts for this trader, what he's looking at, is they have earnings on the 17th of July. That might be another upside catalyst for this this stock moving into earnings season. that kicks off in a couple weeks here. But yeah, somebody taking a bullish stance here in United Airlines, and if we continue to see those TSA numbers to the upside, I could easily see this stock getting above that level over the next month and a half.
Yeah, double digits in percentage terms, as you noted, that's what they're looking for, but they have some time to get there because this trade goes into August. And just to clarify, what they said is they have expectations for record-breaking July 4th, which actually begins, to your point, Tom, this Friday, because a lot of people just take the whole week next week. So it's between June 28th to July 8th. They're saying more than 5 million passengers. So does certainly seem like a lot of good things ahead. We'll see. Next up, Boeing is on your radar. A bearish trade that stood out to you. A lot of legal troubles, of course, for Boeing continue.
Yeah, we got the news yesterday that they might face criminal charges over those fatal crashes. They had a settlement in place from 2021. They were going to pay a fine of $2.5 billion, but the Justice Department's stating that possibly they violated that. So will that incur some more criminal penalties? They're looking for a new CEO. The guy currently in
I'll take the job.
Handled things well. He was in front of a Senate panel just last week.
First thing I'll do, if I took the job of Boeing, I'd get everybody together. And I said, wokeness will make us broke. Do you want to keep your job? We're going to hire experienced people. I don't care about the color of your skin or what dress you wear. If you got experience, you'll be hired. If not, you'll be gone. So I'm going to go over every resume. That's the first thing.
So will delivery start to pick up? I think those are the concerns for investors, but the stock has been beaten down, and I think somebody probably taking advantage of maybe an earnings event play here.
Second thing, we're going to get rid of the union. They've done nothing but hurt this business. If you don't want to work here, there's the door. Don't let it kick you on your ass on your way out.
So the break even to the downside where this trader starts making money, 165.27 over the next 38 days. That's about 5% below the current ship.
If you need someone else to be your guideman, we don't want you. We want you to love this job. I don't want people working here because they feel like they deserve it. That's number 3.
For the year in 2024, Nicole, 159.70. So we could easily see the stock get back down to these levels below that break even, just above 165 there. So yeah, somebody playing it to the downside here in Boeing, expecting some more sell-off.
Yeah, there's so many headlines. I mean, I think the talk of the deal going from cash to stock and diluting shares is a biggie. All the headlines that
I'll abolish DEI immediately.
Right charges, Airbus,
Whatever that is.
That too. Yeah. Something that, down in sympathy, that kind of thing.
My supervisors
trade. Thank you for that, and bringing
will be the best that money can buy.
Put in. So how about the final stock, Home Depot?
Yeah, this
Number 5.
Today about 4%, and I think it's on the back.
I don't want a severance package. You can take your $50 million and shove it up your butt. I just want a salary.
Until the 13th of August, so you don't really have any effect there. But Wedbush did come out with that note that single-family housing starts growth and new housing sales growth have declined since the beginning of the year. Now, home prices came out today. They were at record levels.
I want to make this clear. My salary will be $2 million a year, not no 60 to 70 million a year. Just $2 million.
Looked at last quarter, they they beat on EPS, they missed a little bit on revenue, but Q1 comparable sales in the U.S. decreased 3.2%.
Ooh,
A
decreased.
good spot to be in when you're seeing decreased sales, probably based on the housing market.
God.
Until we see maybe a pullback in interest rates at 30-year mortgage just sitting just below 7% at this point. You know,
Definitely pulled back to support.
In a lot of these home improvement stocks, including Lowe's and Home Depot. But we did see somebody taking advantage
Come
of
on,
the
Jimmy.
slide that we're seeing today.
You're losing
Now,
again.
Stocks been under pressure, as I mentioned, now dipping into negative territory for the year. So this trader, I think, is taking advantage of the pullback. They're selling some cash-secured puts, and what that means is they went out to the August monthly cycle, so 52 days till expiration, and they sold some out-of-the-money puts. They sold the 315 strike puts. They sold about 5,000 of those. They collected a credit just above $3.30. So what that means is it's a neutral to bullish strategy where they're selling those downside puts to take advantage of the fall in the stock, higher implied volatility levels on the slide today. They collected that $3.31 credit. That takes their break even down to $311.69 over the next month and a half. That's about 7% below the current share price. So this is one of those strategies that a lot of experienced traders do where, hey, there might be some additional volatility over the next 15
Man, I tell you what, this has been a trippy day today.
that I'm seeing today. And if the stock falls below that 315 strike where you might have to purchase the shares, you're comfortable owning them because you're buying them at a discount of 7% to the current share price in here. So somebody taking advantage of the slide, selling some out-of-the-money puts, so cash-secured puts to the downside with expectations that, hey, maybe it consolidates a little bit or reverses higher, but it can even go lower down to 315 and even that break even around 380, 311.69, and I'm still going to be profitable.
Home Depot, the setup's there.
Yeah, and then theoretically you're buying it at a discount.
Yeah.
What would be a great company. What's interesting too, I'll just leave you with one last thing that I had read was about Pool Corp, and they talk about discretionary spending on swimming pools. And you remember during COVID and right after COVID, I mean, you had to wait 2 years to get a pool put into your backyard because the whole world wanted one, and now they actually talked about the macro environment, and that too could be weighing on these types of stocks, whether it's building materials and things like that. Tom White, always loving Options Corner here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Tom White.
God.
Coming up next, we'll take a closer look.
Always clean this gym.
The AI arms race. Looking at this, is it a winner or are the others
Yeah, hello.
ahead?
What's up?
We will speak to our guest when we get
All right, I'm going to go ahead and record this phone call. Yeah. Well, anything that beats this stupid Biden administration, they about killed our family. They got rid of them fast.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Well, there you go.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I have some more market movers for you. I mentioned Carnival Cruise Line at the top. In fact, it is leading the S&P 500, swinging to the surprise profit in the second quarter. The cruise operator topped expectations on the top and bottom line, and Carnival also topped expectations for the outlook. saying 2025 bookings are already running ahead of 2024 prices and occupancy. And this news sent those shares higher to the tune of about 8.4% as we speak. Penn Entertainment shares, well, those fell, downgraded a market perform from outperform over at Raymond James. The analyst, citing valuation for the downgrade, pointed to a 20% rise in share price in the past month and activist pressure as well and takeover rumors. So Raymond James also questions Penn's path to profitability in digital. And Penn Entertainment shares are down around 30% in 2024 and down 5%.
Boom, baby.
Let's get back to the AI landscape and the arms race. And where does Apple stack up? In fact, our next guest thinks it's a loser in the competition. Olivier Blanchard is joining us, research director at Futurum Group. Is Apple missing something big time? What are we missing?
We got the 50 SMA.
A little bit. Hi, Nicole. Thanks for having me. And live from Canada. I wish I could show you the view, but I can't today, so it's a little dark. Yeah, I think Apple is a bit of a miss on AI. So to kind of frame things for your viewers, the big movement, the big direction in the AI ecosystem in the last year has been a shift from cloud services of AI, which is kind of like what we've been seeing with OpenAI and a lot of these large language models and large mixed model services that we've seen, to the edge and then to devices. So essentially the AI ecosystem is expanding downward from the cloud closer and closer to the divide. So it's kind of like a cloud to pocket direction. And so silicon manufacturers, the Qualcomms, Intels, AMDs, MediaTeks of the world, have been focusing on this shift. And essentially they're trying to capture as much market share as they can in the cloud, at the edge, and in devices. And Apple has somehow missed that boat a little bit, which is kind of on brand for Apple. They tend to innovate very well, but they innovate late in the cycle. They sort of see where things are going before they actually go all in. And so what's happening is one of Apple's main competitors, sometimes partner,
Yeah. I remember watching that movie when I was a teenager. Come on, baby, back up. $25 more minutes to power hour. I need 135. That's right, Jay Wood. We've got this 21 as a support right now. That's pretty solid. If we can break below that trend line or get out now, I'll wait a little bit longer. So that was definitely a good call down here at the double bottom from yesterday's low.
By the way, Susie Orman said, you know, will AI replace folks or enhance their roles? Susie Orman, in our market overtime, actually predicted unemployment going up to over 30% in the next decade or so because of AI. Up next, Kevin Horner, standing by, Technical Tuesday. He's watching the S&P 500, also some recent trends on KLAC and monolithic power. Stay with us.
Better get to trading stocks then, people.
Every morning, every trade, always live.
Now this just kind of reaffirms my theory that I made about 5 or 6 years ago. It's when Hillary was running against Trump, and she's totally against the gig economy. The gig economy, that's when you use your own creative skills and you're not chaperoned by big corporate businesses or stuff like that. If you like have a passion or something that you really like to do, like paint or canned food or whatever, whatever garden. And if this AI controls, and she says that, if that's true, it probably is true. Because I get calls all the time now with artificial people asking me questions, more than I've ever got my whole entire life here in the past, this year alone. So get in there and learn how to trade stocks. If I was younger, I'd probably be, I don't know. I always thought about acting, but if I was younger, I probably would be still in a band. That or a professional fisherman on YouTube. Hillary didn't like the fact that she didn't like the gig economy. She campaigned against it. I think Trump campaigned for it.
We come roaring back, and I guess limited in terms of to the extent that we saw as far as upside potential with the other kind of three major indices not really seeing a lot of conviction one way or the other. I guess one could argue the one that is exhibiting some conviction right now is the Dow, down around 0.75%, 300 points. But look at the NASDAQ still holding below the highs from yesterday, up around 19,723, and holding, I
need 135.
Holding above the lows from yesterday at 19,472. So, yeah, range-bound trade, very much contained here, Nicole, and I think that's a win for the bulls when you think about that. Again, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Here's the trend we've been seeing off the October lows all the way up to recent highs. We're not far from those historic levels, just shy of 20,000. So, again, I think those that have been sticking with this one on the long side have been rewarded handsomely. Yeah, no one likes to see a pullback, but ultimately if it is a balance or an area of value that starts to form up here, that in many ways is a win.
Right, understood. Bitcoin, some of your thoughts there, what's going on? I mean, when it broke below 60, I mean, people start the nail biting again, right? But it quickly recovered from there. Some of your thoughts on the technicals? Yeah, when you're in a well-defined trend up, right, you don't spend a lot of time testing those lower extremes in a similar fashion in terms of what we just talked about, the NASDAQ, Bitcoin. Futures came under pressure yesterday. I wanted to take a look here at a more intermediate time frame, and then we'll cue up that longer-term chart as well. But just starting off with some of the selling we saw off the recent tests of those all-time highs of around 74,000. We got up to 72,660. That was, let me just double-check, the 7th of June, so that was just earlier this month. Now, look, trend lower, pretty well-defined. Top left, bottom right. You can see the trajectory lower all the way down to 58,410. That was yesterday's low, so here's the move up today, coming off that low again, such as the NASDAQ, trying to recover here a bit after coming under a bit of pressure. Let's take a step back because also in a very similar fashion, you're going to see a trend environment to the upside, and you're also going to see that.
Getting ready to run a business with your brother, good deal.
Look, we're talking from 72 down to that 58,000 level. I mentioned how that's a failed attempt at that upper extreme around 74, but we're also kind of holding that lower extreme that we saw, again, end of April, beginning of May. So I think this is range-bound contained as well. In many ways, another instance where consolidation here, it kind of supports the bullish trend, I think.
All right, Ben Lichtenstein, thank you for all of that. Appreciate it. Now it's time for Technical Tuesday. Some trends, charts, things to watch. Kevin Horner, Senior Manager, Trading Services Education at Charles Schwab, has been combing through everything, trying to find us some different things that he's looking at. You said there's a best case for the S&P 500. Did hit the 30th record close, right, and beyond. I think it's actually 31 record closes. But last Monday, I felt like that was a milestone. You know, when's the 40th? When's the 50th? You do have a best case here for us. Tell us some of your thoughts on the S&P 500.
Well, I mean, look, it just continues to maintain the trend. We were just hearing from Ben talking about it with the NASDAQ, and, you know, what's interesting to me is that The S&P has held up exceptionally well as the tech stocks have taken a little bit of a breather. In fact, it feels as though that money's been pushed out of the profitable tech group into the laggers we've seen of late. So we've seen a little bit of performance from healthcare, staples, and even communications as well. So, this is a perfectly bullish chart. Even still, the level that short-term traders are monitoring closely, I think, is that 5,400 ledge. It was the ledge we gapped back 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks from tomorrow, actually, on the 12th of June, when we heard from the Fed and we had that hawkish commentary, and the S&P and the NASDAQ both decided to rally on that. Well, we didn't even pull back to that level, Nicole. So the lows we got today have been bought up quite nicely. We'll see if that continues. But, if you're looking for reasons to deny the trend here, you don't have a lot to work with. We would have to likely close under 5,400 or the 20-day moving average on this chart. That's in orange. I think that bears watching. If we did do that, maybe we slip to the 50-day. That's in the neighborhood of 52.45 today. But that would be a perfectly appropriate zone for a pullback and an area for more money to come perhaps into the market, into that trend there near the 50-day moving average. So, we're going to continue to watch the short-term stuff for clues. At this point, we're still not getting selling that would really concern us, at least as it relates to the SPX.
More water. I'll be right back.
Okay. So nice to see some rotation.
Still have a few of these spies.
Had some of the other sectors that hadn't been participating. KLAC is on your radar. Why?
Well, I'm always looking for something to maybe people forgot about. And of course, I love to find charts that give opportunities to trend traders. And this one's intriguing because we had a fantastic move in KLA, pushing off of its 52-week lows. It's up more than 80%. That comes out to a 35% return on a year-to-date basis. But those late October lows were really awesome springboard here. So what we've seen of late has been a breakthrough the 730 level, $730. That's what's drawn in on the white line there. And we pushed all the way from there to that 876 high back on the 18th of June. Now what we do is just get thrown back to the 20-day moving average, entirely within reason for the trend. Today is a very notable move. Notable because our low today was lower than yesterday's, and we brought buyers in there. So we've got a little tail down there at that level, and we are trading above the high of yesterday. So if yesterday was
come on, guy.
low day in our pullback, short term.
Won't you mention the 3 black crows?
15.5 as being a continuation of what's been working. So maybe short-term traders could join the trend at this spot. The stock would need to perhaps close below the 20-day for a couple of days to really give bulls any subsequent concern here, Nicole. That could maybe push us back to the 50-day moving average, 730 to 745, but it sure has the feeling right now of a trend in continuation pattern.
Right. Okay.
Now, Jimmy would have said, I would have said, Jim, what do you think about KLAC? Well, I think it's a great buy off the 21, especially if you add these 3 black crows. Now, resistance level to break and respect would be the 9 EMA on the daily. And if you're able to get it up to 828, that's about a $10 bounce. And you respect that, you break above that and respect that. 3 black crows, what is 3 black crows? Well, it's 3 days of pure selling. And usually you want to look at the inside candle, and that's got you a harmony right here. And if you broke the 828.88, which is a head and shoulders, which would be a shoulder line, I would probably cut some out right there and take my profit.
190, close to 200 total points in depth, Nicole, which could thereafter apply to upside of that equal move. So the intriguing thing could potentially be a continuation move, maybe in the neighborhood up to 950 to 975, if it's going to continue the trend, Nicole. Now, that does say that bulls are in charge at this moment. So bears would want to see something throwing them back below that 20-day or the breakout level around 770. Unclear as usual as to which will truly win out, but as a possible starting spot for a bullish trader who might like what they've seen the last 2 weeks, it's been encouraging.
We're going to pull back.
Great to see you, Kevin Horner.
Sorry,
Every
Kevin.
week we have technical.
You need to be a little bit bearish on this trade. Now, Kevin, I've told you about this before. You remember when I taught you about the triple top breakout? Then you got a gap right here. So if we hold the gap, we're going to be fine. I'd wait for the pullback to the gap right around 797.62 and buy it on the way up. Now if we respect the 9, we got another head and shoulders up here right around 826. 828. Same as the other one. So right now it looks fairly bullish, but I'd really like to get into it at around 800 bucks. Here's my ex-wife talking about turbulence. Ooh, knife. Where we are at? SPX. Yeah, I'll take it. I'm getting out of SPX. That was a gift. For the rest of the day, damn, I got out. These sell-offs, they come out right out of the blue, man. I think the market makers are making a killing right now on the side. I took this girl to the restaurant and they were packed. And I had a $20 bill in my hand. I handed it to the hostess. And I said, "You think you can get us a little table on the side here for just two?" "Oh, right away, sir." And I sat there for 20 minutes trying to tell this other guy, "Come on, get us a table. Get it." "No, we just can't do it right now. We're packed." So the new hostess comes up and I slip a 20 under in her paw and, "Oh, yeah, I got you a spot right over here, sir." One thing Jimmy doesn't like to do is wait. And I think they were doing that with the market makers this morning because some of them spreads, be it 160 and all of a sudden it's down to 120. I'm going, what the? I'm talking about the tape. 50-cent drop Then all of a sudden it gets back up 50 cents before you know it. I'm waiting for the split. Chipotle's 50 for one stock split. Recommends investing. When is that stock split? They're going to say, after the split, and we have a little run, they're going to say, well, the market cap's too big. I'm all shook up. Bank of America hit my support. We'll look at it again tomorrow. We have 4 minutes to power hour. Rodney. Encyclopedia, where's it at? Can you give it a link or do you got to pay for it? Mike? You got a link? You can hear someone ask me about this yesterday. Bookmarked. Jimmy will look at it every morning. Now, today was an emotional day for me. I got stuck in that big trade. And I got my way out of it and made good, but gosh, I could have made another $2,000 on it. I got to remember the double bottom. I said, man, if we hit this double bottom, we were up here and I held on to it. I said, we're going to come down here and touch this. I should have just loaded up a lot more instead of 70 cents. Should have grabbed about 20 of them. At 70, that would have really done the trick. And had 40 contracts at $2. And I had 40. I'd had 30, not 40. Oh well. Are you in them, DK? I'm gonna go get my water. XLK is strong today. It's carrying the entire market. Damn, it sure is. XLK. Technology. The one they bashed.
valuation's not unprecedented. It doesn't look that absurd. 45 times forward, okay, there's a lot of stuff out there. NVIDIA even was there a couple of years ago. But in terms of just the speed and trillions of dollars moving on a daily basis, or billions, I mean, how do we even assess how to figure this out, Ross? Like when it might actually be?
Donald hit the 200
happy to be on the
1 hour.
Big short, because I remember him being.
I was looking at this, but I didn't.
Period of time that Tesla
I should have thought about it.
Several %,000%. So at least he's not on the wrong side of this. But that said, Nvidia's up like 15% this month. So
oh God,
pullback is more than warranted. One of the reasons it's gone up so much is because
Nvidia's up 15% in a month, and it's up 1,200% in a year and a half. What are these idiots thinking? It's up 15%. Come on, why weren't you saying this when the stock was up 500 or 600% to 1,000%? Why weren't y'all saying it then? 15%? Come on.
Have lots of competitors, even though Nvidia's well far ahead. So I caution investors to make sure that this is the right value in your portfolio. We tend to get these people who want to go all in, and Nvidia's already made its move. So I think there's still a lot of upside for Nvidia over time as an investor. But certainly today, my construction people are talking about Nvidia. That's not usually a good sign for a buyer.
Got it. Ross, thinking about the things that might be a little bit more bubbly, tied to AI, I've argued that some of the companies that are actually buying up all the NVIDIA chips might be a little bit more exposed, because they're the ones that got to deliver products, services, and things like Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and the valuations for those. I mean, even Apple over the last couple of weeks popped up to over 30 times earnings, which is like the highest since 2020. So what about some of the others that have then been purchasing all of the hardware? Do we need to see product delivery, and how much confidence do you have based on what we've seen from
They were pumping MU too.
Services they're putting out there with all those AI power and hardware?
Well, I think the real goal is, are people going to pay extra for this? Are they going to buy new iPhones for this? Are they going to buy new PCs and laptops to have inference on their devices? Is the software that Microsoft, Salesforce, and others are developing something that we'll pay for? And there's no doubt in my mind that we will. We're already using AI to transcribe all of our notes in Zoom and all of our client meetings, and I can't tell you how efficient that is. I'm using AI every day, whether it's to help me write things or to do analysis, even asking it about rates of return in financial planning now, and it does a pretty good job even doing, basic financial planning and such. So, the idea of what it can be today is really hard to really visualize, because what it will be in 5 years, nobody really knows, but it will be a big thing. And that's what I think is the beauty of investing in technology. I can't tell you exactly what it's going to be, but I know what it will become will be amazing. Now, one of the things with the big cap tech stocks is the fact that because everybody buys the S&P 500, we have this concentration that builds upon itself. So we've seen an increase in the average PE ratio of the Mag 7, mostly because that's the only stock that people are buying. When you look at the way the S&P 500 is structured, people basically take money out of active funds and they're putting it in the passive S&P index, which then exacerbates this valuation gap between the other 493 stocks and the Mag 7, which are so heavily, weighted in the index. So the S&P index is a really messed up index. If you're trying to compare yourself to this index, you got to own the Mag 7, right? Because if you don't, you're never going to beat it. So I think investors have to caution the fact that there isn't a lot of other stocks out there people are buying, because we've gone to a brainless index fund market, and they're just going to keep buying the stocks in the S&P.
Yeah, fair enough. So Ross, do you think right now, if we kind of consider a few of the major products like Microsoft Copilot that they're going to launch a bunch of devices with, obviously Alphabet and Google's Gemini that they're integrating their products with, Apple, from what we saw at the developers conference, got the market revved up, and then somewhere you've also got Tesla and their master plan 4 from Elon, how he's going to work robos in there. What are the best sort of AI product trades? If we move away from the chip trade for a second, because you're big NVIDIA boatload, I mean, that's a hardware, that's a picks and shovels chip trade. If we move to the services, what do you like the best? What's been the most impressive so far?
So it's interesting you brought this up because it's really 3 stages of these tech developments, and first starts with the hardware and the infrastructure. And that's where we're mostly invested in my firm and in my fund right now, whether it be stocks like ASML or Dell or SMCI. These are building out the infrastructure. And then the second stage is obviously software and like what applications can be used, and then third, it's obviously like how this completely dramatically changes society and what changes does it make, and how does that imply out, like with work from home, for example. So in the software players, one of the opportunities we're looking at that we haven't jumped on yet is Salesforce, which is pulled back. Salesforce has so much opportunity. We use it at my firm. It is our lifeblood. And with AI added to Salesforce and the way it can produce opportunities for your people and your firm and help efficiency, I think Salesforce has a huge opportunity for AI. And especially because it just dropped. It's kind of like an opportunity, because you have a lot of players like the Googles and the Microsofts, which everybody knows. We're not sure how much money they'll make on the return on assets. A lot of it is just, maintaining their dominant position more than per se like this explosive growth opportunity. Although I still think it makes them super efficient and much more profitable. I think the real opportunity is like, where are industries really being disrupted, like in the entertainment industry? And we're looking at things like in music or in sound, developing TV shows with sound, things that really are not the ones that everybody's talking about. So we're looking for opportunities and pullbacks in stocks like Salesforce, which we like, and of course we think this standard sort of the Workday and these kind of companies do well, but they're all highly valued already. So I think the real challenge is, where can I find something with an under 20 PE that's growing really fast, that has an AI component to it, and that's really comes back to a stock like Dell.
All right, like it, like the Salesforce mentioned too, as a lot of those cloud companies kind of drifted into the back of the pack. Worth the conversation, seems like, for dip buying seekers. Thanks, Ross, for the convo. Appreciate your time. Good stuff.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Ross Gerber, President CEO, Gerber Kawasaki, Wealth and Investment Management. Our next guest has a thought on the AI trade too, and one that we didn't get into so much, which is Amazon. Well, maybe that might be one of the best plays for AI as well. And so far, as a user of the Amazon Echo, I've been feeling like they've been pretty far behind, but it is what it is. Are they really going to get left totally behind? We'll talk about it next.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
SPY hit the 200 and bounced right up.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab.
So many choices.
Full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Do. Yeah.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour.
Arm's up $9.75 today.
Catch me on Fast Market.
They were pumping arm. Pumping arm.
Fast Market, ready for you.
New
ready
high.
To go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Nine's at the shoulder line. arm.
Big day for the AI trade. A comeback one as Nvidia's now up 6%.
Or get close to it.
Going to continue the AI chat and work it into his own expectations for further S&P gains on the year. Chief Investment Officer,
162.
Management. Jay, so let's talk some Amazon first. I see that it's one of your favorite ways to play.
It's a 3-day sell-off. Boom.
Better one than Nvidia at this juncture. Tell me why.
Well, we do think it's underappreciated, not really because of the AI component.
Okay.
Obviously, cloud service has a lot of momentum, but really because of the transition to professional management. They're focused on profitability on the retail side, and they're also advertising, particularly on Prime. So we see that gigantic business becoming significantly more profitable, and it trades at a more reasonable multiple. It has similar growth prospects to Nvidia, but trades at a more reasonable multiple, and it's less of a momentum stock.
So I listened to CNBC, and they were all bearish on Nvidia big time. They wanted it to pull back, and they got their wish. And then once it hit that under 3 trillion market cap, they started alerting it again. And everything else is kind of following with that same stock, but they're trying to move you. And they keep saying, it's the Magnificent Seven's the only decent watch list that you need to be following right now.
Oftentimes you can.
This is a new era. Okay, spied now at 113. And we just hit resistance. Always clean this gym. Hello, Josh.
Well, hello there, sir. How are you?
Very good. They're going to be talking, they're going to be calling me up on Thursday. And yeah, I talked to what's her name, and she wanted me to just kind of point out. I was going to ask you too, but I didn't know. I went ahead and asked her what you wanted out of me when I meet with the guy. So I wanted to ask you, I talked to the other lady that I deal with, and she told me just go ahead and talk to him about patching up that spot. And that's all you're concerned with? Okay. Okay, I'll point him out to that. I'll bring him in the building and I'll tell him where that leak is. See what he can do. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I know you do. I've been quite a bit here lately to help you out. Fix door trim and, yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bye-bye. Okay, what time is it? We got 33 more minutes left.
See weights. So the whole street is pretty 1.1 number, or 0.11 number rather, and that implies a roll down to 2.6, which should be sufficient for the Fed to cut. You know, we have a Fed that's chronically behind the curve, arguably one of the worst Feds since the Great Depression. So they're only going to do it when it's entirely obvious, which should be by September. But at least the rhetoric should soften up. And I thought it was encouraging that Mary Daly did highlight that the labor market is weakening, continuing claims are rising. That's a leading indicator. The Fed prefers lagging indicators, but hopefully some of the more labor-focused economists like Mary Daly will get them to focus on the claims.
Understood. Hey, Jay, real quick, last point is that if you want to play cuts, why not go the international route and skew towards non-U.S. companies, which have been doing pretty well this year and do have the tailwind of interest rate cuts more imminently and lower valuations?
Well, certainly if we're correct about the cuts and rates being lower, every asset class is going to do well. We just don't like the risk of the European economy. They have a very weak economy. The only real reason they're not in a recession is because of the U.S. Both tourism and net exports are a big positive for them. So why take the risk of weak earnings and also some political risk? You know, we have the French election, UK election. We don't have that. We have an election.
Oh,
here,
sweet.
We don't have a parliamentary system. So why not stick with capitalism instead of socialism?
Got it.
Real sweet there.
What can I say to that? Can't disagree, you know? Card-carrying American. Okay, all right.
I sold my SPXs, yes.
Good time. Good to catch up, Mr. Hatfield.
Thanks, Oliver.
All right, bullish on stocks, no question about it. Jay Hatfield, Chief Investment Officer, Infrastructure Capital Management. When we come back, let's talk some options. Let's talk gamma levels. Let's get ready for the closing bell.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500. He just didn't want to do that. He was proud of the price he was charging. My dad instilled in me, always put the people before the money. Be proud of offering a good product at a fair price. I think he'd be extremely proud of me.
He would be proud of you if you ever got out of your diapers. I messaged Schwab yesterday and I said, can you get rid of this guy? Can you do better? This was an unbelievable trade today. I mean, it took, emotionally, I was pretty strung out on it. The SPX. Because, I mean, it depreciated huge. $100. I mean, yeah, you know, contract. And I'm going, damn. I had to average in and scalp it. Once I got out, I had to get back in it again and scalp it and get back in it again. I just love trading this thing, but I don't like getting stuck in it. I keep telling people over and over and over, you know, I get these good, I call them, I think, at a pretty good spot, and then when they dip on me, I just don't want to sell them because I get hurt too many, I've been hurt way too many times by selling them and then come back an hour later and go, damn, I could have been up $500. I could have been up $300. I could have been up $3,000. Today I could have been up 5,000. But I sold them too early and then I had to kind of whittle my way in and out of it. I got in right here. I got in right here, right here, and right here. And then boom. Sell some at the 200, sell the rest, and then add on and sell it back there, and then add on again and sell it. I called out Meta first thing this morning at AMD. Snake, falling wedge, 1, 2, 3, boom. And Meta, McDonald's is down. Meta's up $10. Same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Knock on the door. And it broke resistance. And then the video. 1, 2, 3, boom. Inverse head and shoulders. Called that one out. Same stocks every day. Oh, that's ARM. That ain't the one I called. It's this one here. This was a swing from yesterday. I was real happy to see it. And then we'd come in this morning, I'm down, I'm going, okay, what have I done now? But I didn't sell it. I could have took a loss. Oh, that's an interesting chart. What's this? Oh, man. Dadgummit. I didn't get to see it long enough.
Semiconductor names that have had a lot of volatility over the last 48 hours.
Okay. All right. So the indexes that haven't broken. It seems like there is generally still pretty good support, but it also kind of seems like there might be some
GME's breaking out.
Been established overhead. Where then, if we come back under pressure, if we kind of just go with sort of the theme of the last couple of days, I know we're bouncing back today, but if we kind of go with the theme of being under pressure, where would it start to get painful that then might kind of escalate, or maybe that's not the right word, but sort of intensify selling to the downside of, like, where's that pain point down there?
So it's going to be 54, let's say 54.45. It's literally 54.50, but we have been breaking those levels a little bit and kind of remaining under those levels, and then we have buyers stepping in. So this is going to be a chart that really kind of highlights this, to say the least here, Oliver. So today, 54.65 is kind of a positive dealer area. We have reached that and breached that, but we are kind of retracing back to the downside here. 54.50 going to be that negative gamma area that you really want to hold. I just want to be mindful, though, too. The heavy lifting today is coming from tech, and what we've seen over the last couple of trading sessions, the last 30 minutes, tech has faded, and tech's the only thing holding us up. So if we're already kind of approaching some of these positive gamma areas, or these areas that we can see some resistance points, and we're 30 minutes left to go in the close, that tend to kind of reverse itself. So be mindful of that. And we're kind of seeing that reversal on an intraday basis in real time right now. So kind of keep your eye out on that 5,400 level. Let's go to another chart here though real quick, because I want to kind of talk about these technical levels. We've been talking about this for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, Oliver, and I think it's a really good exercise, and I think there is a lot of value there. But let's kind of take out all those boxes and gamma levels and pressure levels, and let's just get back to the basics.
Okay.
The neutral area, that first area of negative gamma, or that neutral area that we've been focusing on last week, was 5460. And if you kind of notice, on Thursday, we briefly touched that level, touched it for around 3 minutes, and then we bounced right back off of that level, tried to make newer highs, were unable to do it. Guess what? Came back, tested it again on Friday. Friday, we opened up at that 5460 level. We saw buyers quickly stepping into that level. Then after midday, we came back, started testing it again. But if you kind of notice over the last couple of trading sessions, we're staying in those zones a lot more. We're making lower highs on a price basis.
That's not a weekly.
Lows, and you're staying in these negative.
That's the daily,
a lot
Dick.
longer than probably the market would want to hope. And then the upside moves have been lower highs. So I would just be a little bit cautious here. Yes, the institutional positioning is very bullish over the long term, but it does appear that these areas of support that we've been testing are starting to get a little bit weaker and weaker. And I just wanted to kind of illustrate that on this chart where we kind of talk about these gamma walls. This is the last 5 trading sessions, man, and this has pretty much been spot on. We have a lot of dealers that are selling the rips, right? They're selling the upside resistance levels. They're buying these dips, but it's taken a little bit longer for them to buy these dips over the last couple of trading sessions. We continue to test these negative gamma areas. I would say overall, on an intraday basis, just be cautious. That could mean a breakdown could be occurring here in the next couple of trading sessions.
15-minute.
Fundamental data that comes out that kind of tells us otherwise.
I'm going to show you something on the daily here
That it's
first.
really good to be able to illustrate kind of what we've been highlighting and just putting it back in.
So here on the daily, we bounced off the 9. Now, I've talked about these before. We could easily come back and hit the 21 and be a stronger buy. This is definitely a bear flag right here, but our body held above that previous inverted hammer. So we had 3 days of selling, and we bounced off the 9 today and respected that 9. Now he had the 15-minute chart up. I know Clay Trader trades with the, there's a 15-minute, you got a double bottom on the 15-minute with a higher low. In your 3 days of selling. And then on the weekly, we're still very bullish, but we came back and we bounced off that there 21 already on the weekly, and it's been 2.5 months. Now, Clay Trader will use a 30-minute. 30 minutes of double bottom. With a 1, 2, 3. Using the wick. We could find resistance right there. And we broke it today using my thesis. I'm going to set alert right above that 9. Looks like we're going to hit it here. Just now hit it. Now we hit the 50. That's on the 30-minute. I'll set it above this. Randy, you inputs again? Good job. Oh my gosh, GME's got something going on today. It's the anniversary for one. The anniversary of that big run. GME hit 1 million option contracts. I exit 145 on the puts and 170 and 220 on the calls. I could have made a lot more. We're about to hit my support right now on the SPX, and it's too late for me to want to take the trade. Rodney? Within pennies of hitting my support that I called, if that means anything to you. Knife on Amazon. Almost to the 200. Have to watch it tomorrow. Boom. Pulled right back to my support level. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pulled right back to it, back up to the top. All right. Thanks a lot, YouTubers. If you want to help donate to my vacation, please do. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great day. And again, thanks all YouTubers. This here chart, before I leave, I have a time where I trade every day. Let's look at this. So this is the SPX. Now I call this here the beach trade. All the way to 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock's right here. And it's not always like this every day, but it's more or less like it most days. And if you ain't decided where you are at 10 o'clock, which is 11 o'clock Eastern, you need to understand that the scalping's over. The scalping's over. Then I go into a stage of homework, and that's the slow part of the day. After 11 to 1:30. So that period right there, you always expect a pullback. Not always, but more times, 8 times out of 10, you're going to get a pullback. We pulled right back to a double bottom. I got in a little early because I was looking at this daily double bottom, decided to jump in the trade, and I ended up being down $1,000. And then I added on once we seen this double bottom. We had a 1, 2, 3, and then the fat cats show up at 125. And then we had the double top, triple top, exit idea. So always remember that first hour and a half is the scalping day, the most volatility, the most volume. Then you have a slowdown period. We pulled back to a double bottom, and then right around 1:25 Eastern time, the volume just went berserk. That's a great schedule to go by. You can save yourself trouble and time if you can remember that. I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here, and appreciate it all, YouTubers.
That was great.